Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Naruto Build Harem with Anna K Part 1. So do 4 blue hearts. Comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Naruto X Rias and Akino uncensored spicy version, link in description. 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki cursed under his breath as his body was once more riddled with Senbon. Beside him his rival and teammate, Sasuke Uchiha, had just as many Senbon protruding from his body as he did. Though the last Uchiha seemed to be doing much better recently as he started to block the Senbon heading in his direction with a Senbon he had pulled out of his own body. Briefly, Naruto thought he saw that Sasuke's usual black eyes were a blood red with a few tome in his pupil, meaning that the raven-haired shinobi had activated his clan's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan. Their opponent W. as a fake Kiri hunter nin with a Kekkei Genkai of his own that allowed him to use Hyouten Jutsu and was an expert with Senbon. At the same time their sensei, Kakashi Hatake, fought against Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. And their third teammate, a pink-haired girl by the name of Sakura Haruno, protected the bridge builder Tazuna, the man they were hired to guard until the bridge they were currently fighting on was completed. Naruto struggled to get up in a kneeling position only to see the hunter nin prepare another barrage of Senbon needles. Naruto instinctively closed his eyes in preparation for the pain that was sure to follow in seconds, silently cursing the fact that he couldn't go all out. Only to be surprised when he didn't feel anything, though he heard the Senbon impact against something. And heard Sasuke let out a startled gasp. What the hell? Sasuke asked, bewildered, staring at the Senbon that had fallen harmlessly around them. What Naruto could see and Sasuke couldn't, even with his Sharingan apparently, were the two muscular, ogre-like creatures standing protectively between them and the confused hunter nin. For the most part the two ogres looked remarkably alike, with the exception that one was red with two large horns coming out of his head, a pair of upward-pointing tusks, carried a battle axe, a 5-point star at the center of his head and a point at the center. The other ogre was colored blue with a single horn coming out the middle of his head and two downward-pointing tusks, and a 5-point star-shaped diamonds at the center of its head. They both had black armor on their hands and feet, with the only difference being the markings on the armor being in their respective colors, and black claws. Naruto knew that their names were Goki and Zenki, respectively, and that the reason that he could see them and none of the others could was because they were a couple of Shikigami, spirits, which he knew personally. Though Naruto felt some relief at the two Shikigami's appearance, he also paled slightly. If they're here, Naruto thought, then that means, the blonde shinobi trailed off at the end as his ears picked up the sound of footsteps. Footsteps were loud enough for everyone to hear, Kakashi and Zabuza having stopped their fight momentarily when they heard Sasuke's confused statement, and looked towards where the footsteps were coming from. From the mist emerged a girl around the same age as the genin of Team 7. The girl had short dark blonde hair, which could almost be mistaken for light brown hair that came down to around her shoulders. With a long red bandana tied around her head. She had on a short-sleeved jet black kimono that stopped at mid-thigh that was held closed by a dark blue obi, and black shorts underneath one. Around her neck she had on a blue bead rosary and a blue bead bracelet around her right wrist. The girl had on a pair of wooden sandals with red straps and she was holding a stick with a knapsack tied to the end. The blonde girl had slightly tanned skin and black eyes that had an apathetic look to them. As the girl looked around at the gathered people, not at all concerned with the fact she had just walked into the middle of a shinobi battle, her gaze eventually came to rest on Naruto's downed form. A look of disapproval flashed across her face at the sight of his condition. Hey, what are you doing here? Sakura shouted at the unknown, to most of them anyway, blonde girl. It's dangerous here, you need to leave right now. The pinkett warned. The girl didn't even spare Sakura a glance. Hey Anna, Naruto said, nervously scratching the back of his head out of habit, as he identified the girl as Anna. Long time no see. Sasuke spared his teammate a brief glance, wondering how he knew the dark-eyed girl. Before focusing his attention on their opponent, but any attempt of an attack by the masked nin was once more inexplicably blocked like before. Naruto gulped uneasily when Anna didn't say anything and just continued to stare at him. What are you doing here? He asked her. What sort of greeting is that? Anna replied, eyes narrowed and a frown marring her otherwise beautiful IFUL face as she placed the knapsack on the ground beside her. I came all this way and this is how I find you. On the ground beaten, you've obviously been slacking in your training. The blonde girl said before a smirk took the place of her frown. I'll have to fix that, she stated definitely. Naruto started to sweat lightly at Anna's declaration, while he trained hard every day. What Anna called training, Naruto called torture. Even with his insane stamina, the blonde shinobi found himself exhausted after a few of Anna's set exercises. For now you'll have to take care of the mess you're in. Anna finished, crossing her arms under her chest. Then, unseen by everyone but Naruto and Anna, a man appeared out of thin air right next to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The fact he lacked legs in his bado half was instead that of a ghost made it clear he was also a spirit. The male spirit had black eyes and long gray hair that was pulled back into a spiked ponytail with a few bangs framing his face. He had on a black kimono shirt that was left open to reveal his muscular chest, a white sash around his waist, and a white haori over it. On his shoulders and forearms were red-plated samurai armor. The ghost had a katana on either side of his waist held in place by a white sash. And, although they couldn't currently be seen, Naruto knew that the spirit wore black hakama pants, had the same red armor plating on his legs, and simple waraji sandals. The ghost's name was Amidamaru and he was also Naruto's guardian ghost. Amidamaru, Naruto said, greeting the spirit happily, his previous Nervausen disappearing at the sight of his partner. It's great to see you. I am happy to see you as well, my friend. Amidamaru replied before becoming serious and taking in the situation that Naruto found himself in. Though I see that you're still getting yourself into trouble. The gray-haired guardian ghost finished in a slightly accusing tone. Hey, it's not like I mean for these sorts of things to happen. Naruto protested loudly. It just always seems to turn out his way. The blue-eyed shinobi finished in a mutter. Seriously, Naruto swore he once had an epic adventure one day when he just went out to get some ramen. Who the hell are you talking to, Dobi? Sasuke demanded angrily. Have you gone insane or something? Naruto smirked at the raven-haired boy but didn't bother answering. After all, it was way too complicated trying to explain what he was and who he was talking to, as he pulled out some of the senbon that were impaled in his body now that he had some time to recover. The reason he looked tired before wasn't because he was low on chakra like Sasuke. He filled an entire forest clearing with Kage Bunshin when he beat Mizuki Tem to a bloody pulp, but because the hunter Nin had hit many pressure points throughout Naruto's body with his senbon. Anna had given Kyuubi more than enough time to heal such minor wounds by having Zenki and Goki protect him and Sasuke. Beneath his mask, Haku watched astounded as Naruto proceeded to pull out the senbon that had been stuck in his body effortlessly. What is he? Haku wondered. Anna watched on as Naruto picked himself up, his legs just shaking the smallest bit as she recalled Zenki and Goki to her side with a mental command. She wouldn't admit it, or show any indication whatsoever, but Anna had been concerned when she saw Naruto on the ground riddled with senbon. It was relieving to see him stand back up with a confident grin on his face again. The dark-eyed girl was focused completely on Naruto and didn't even react to the sound of two people approaching her position. Hey, didn't you hear me before? Sakura's annoyed voice came from the side. If you're going to stay here then stay close to me. I'll protect you. Anna almost scoffed at Sakura's declaration. Be quiet, Anna told the pinkett plainly without even looking at her. What? Sakura said, surprised before getting angry. Hey, what's your problem? I'm just trying to keep you safe. I seriously doubt you can keep anyone safe. Anna retorted, finally looking towards Sakura out of the corner of her eyes. What exactly have you done on this mission? There is not a speck of dirt on your clothes or a scratch on you. So what exactly have you been doing to help? Because as far as I can see you've just been useless, the blonde girl stated. That's not true, Sakura refuted. I've been guarding Tazuna all this time like we're supposed to. The green-eyed girl said, gesturing to the older man standing beside her. And how many times has he been attacked since you all got here? Anna asked, already confident that she knew the answer. When Sakura failed to answer, it just confirmed what she already knew. Just like I thought, until you can actually back up what you say, I suggest you just stay back and be quiet. Ana finished, shifting her attention back to Naruto in time to see him pull out a scroll from the pouch on his waist, leaving Sakura completely speechless. Zabuza whistled lowly, having heard everything Ana said to Kakashi's female student. Whoever that girl is, she is brutal. The Kiri nin said, sounding almost impressed. Who is she? Kakashi wondered out loud. I've never seen or heard of her before, but, the Junin continued mentally, his gaze shifting from the blonde girl to his own blonde student. From the way they were interacting with each other, they obviously know one another. The copy nin concluded, before turning his attention back to Zabuza in preparation for their fight to continue. I'll just have to ask Naruto about her after this is all over. Naruto did his best to hold back a chuckle as he heard Ana tear into Sakura. Ana hasn't changed a bit. The whisker-marked shinobi commented offhandedly. Not in the slightest. Amidamaru confirmed, his tone a mix of fond nostalgia and painful remembrance. If I'm going to avoid making things worse for myself, I can't afford to hold back. Naruto declared, sealing a wooden sword from the scroll he had pulled out of his pouch. What the hell are you going to do with that? Sasuke demanded. It's completely useless. This isn't the time to be playing around. Hey, just watch me temp. Naruto told his teammate. You ready, Amidamaru? The blonde Jinchuriki asked his partner. Always, Amidamaru replied, his form bursting into translucent energy before shaping into the shape of a small sphere with some of Amidamaru's features like his eyes, hair, and shoulder armor. Spirit form. Naruto called the small spirit ball that was Amidamaru held in his hand, Unity. He finished, pushing the sphere into his chest, as a new energy flooded his system, his orang jacket forcibly being opened by the energy. When Naruto's eyes snapped open, they were far sharper than they ever had been before. Sasuke looked at Naruto bewildered. What's this new energy? It's like chakra, but it's not at the same time. I can't get a good enough read on it. The raven-haired Uchiha wondered the little he could see of the energy that Naruto was releasing because of his Sharingan. It's not only that, Sasuke continued. The Dobi's posture is completely different from before. He observed, looking at Naruto intently. It's almost like he is a completely different person. That's much better. Naruto thought to himself. I've been suppressing my Furyoku for a long time, it's nice not having to anymore. The shinobi finished. Haku watched Naruto take a stance with the Bakken, eyes closed. Experimentally throwing a single Senbon at the black-haired teen was. Happy to see that Naruto was forced to block it, as it meant that whatever was preventing him from attacking the two genin before no longer was protecting them. I must hurry, Haku thought. I'm almost out of chakra. I won't be able to keep my jutsu active for much longer. The fake Kiri Hunter nin finished mentally, and without another moment's hesitation he shot out of the ice mirror and into Anit. Her one as the black-haired teen began his attack. You better be ready for this, Dobi, because here he comes. Sasuke said, his Sharingan working overtime to keep up with Haku's insane speed as he went from one mirror to another. And Senbon started to rain down on them. Naruto didn't react to Sasuke's statement or pay much attention to the approaching Senbon. Focus, Naruto, steady your breathing and clear your mind. Amidamaru advised his partner, his astral projection form appearing beside Naruto in the same stance. Letting out a single steady breath, Naruto and Amidamaru opened their eyes. At the same time and proceeded to knock every Senbon heading their way out of the air, the Bakken moving faster than anyone expected under their combined strength, chakra and Furyoku being used in tandem to supplement the slashes. When Naruto blocked the last Senbon, he held the wooden sword to the side with a confident smirk on his face. Haku and Sasuke stared at Naruto for a moment in stunned silence. Sasuke having survived the onslaught mostly thanks to his recently awakened Sharingan. How is this possible? Haku thought, astonished. That level of skill with a sword, even a Bakken, would take years of practice. Years that Naruto should not have. The black-haired teen concluded apprehensively. Excellent work, Naruto. Amidamaru said approvingly. I see that your skills have not diminished in the slightest in the last few years. Yeah, well, Ana would have killed me if I let myself grow weaker. Naruto replied with a chuckle, only half joking about what the blonde girl would do too. Him and Amidamaru really couldn't refute Naruto's claim. Now let's finish this. Naruto decided, taking the Bakken in both hands, and proceeded to channel Furyoku into the wooden blade, Celestial Slash. with a single swing of his blade. In Naruto and Amidamaru's dual voices, the blonde shinobi released an arc of energy at the mirror that contained Haku. Normally Haku would have stayed in one of H's demon ice mirrors, confident that it would survive the hit, but his instincts were telling him to get out of the way, so the fake hunter nin sped out of the mirror he was standing in and into another one. Looking at the mirror her previously inhabited, Haku was just in time to see it shatter into pieces the moment the energy wave hit it. Haku's mind was racing, trying to figure out what he had just witnessed. How Naruto managed to perform a jutsu without hand seals, and know which mirror he was hiding in. Sasuke's fists were clenched tightly as he stared at the result of Naruto's attack before his eyes turned hatefully to Naruto. How does the Dobi have such power? Sasuke thought, as he remembered his own failed attempt to destroy the ice mirrors. I need that power to kill Itachi. He doesn't. The Uchiha seethed silently. Naruto's eyes quickly scanned for Haku's new position. He wasn't a chakra sensor and Haku didn't possess any Furyoku. The cerulean-eyed shinobi wasn't even sure if you could track Furyoku like you could chakra, so it was made harder to find the long black-haired teen before he moved to a different ice mirror. Our only choice will be to wait for him to attack us and counter before he can re-enter one of his mirrors. Amidamaru informed Naruto. Naruto let out a sigh. It wasn't like him to just wait around for the enemy to attack, but didn't have much of a choice. So he reluctantly nodded his head in agreement. Haku watched the two genin, waiting to see if either would perform another surprise move, but besides both of them trying to determine which of the images was really him, neither did anything else. With little choice, knowing he would have to cancel his jutsu soon to conserve chakra, Haku began his attack once more, this time attacking Naruto from behind in the hope of taking him out quickly and by surprise. Sasuke was the first one to spot Haku, his Sharingan granting the raven-haired boy the ability to see the other dark-haired male exit one of his ice mirrors and throw a few Senbon at Naruto's unprotected back. With a burst of chakra-enhanced speed, Sasuke moved to deflect the Senbon and intercept the masked teen. Out of the corner of High Si, Naruto noticed Sasuke dash at something behind him. Correctly guessing the cause, Naruto spun himself around, slashing upward and unleashing another celestial slash. Haku wasn't expecting for Naruto to suddenly turn around and release another slash of red energy that slammed into him and sent him crashing through the ice mirror he just came out of. The hit, loss of concentration, and the low amount of chakra he had left all resulted in the remaining mirrors shattering after he impacted with the first ice mirror and bounced across the unfinished bridge before coming to a rolling stop. Great job, Amidamaru. I can take it from here, Naruto thought to his guardian ghost before canceling the spirit unity, causing Amidamaru to reform beside the blonde shinobi. Very well, Naruto. Amidamaru replied, pleased with how well his partner performed under spirit unity after such a long time. On the sidelines, Sasuke watched on with a scowl on his face as he watched the class Dobi beat their opponent when he couldn't. How is he so strong? Where is Naruto getting such power from? The last loyal Uchiha raged in his own mind. From where she stood, Anna, though the mist obscured most of her view of the fight, knew what the end result was and was pleased with Naruto's victory over the ice user. Naruto made his way towards the fallen hunter nin, as the masked shinobi slowly picked himself off of the ground, his mask cracked right down the middle. The whisker-marked shinobi suddenly stopped though when Haku stood to his full height and his mask broke in two to reveal a face that Naruto recognized. You, Naruto muttered in disbelief. Haku gave the shocked younger boy a sorrowful smile. Why are you hesitating, Naruto? I'm out of chakra, you should finish me off while you have the chance, the black-haired boy said regretfully. What? Naruto said, thoroughly confused. I've failed Zabuza-sama, Haku stated sadly. He has no need for a broken tool, so please kill me, the Hyouten user pleaded. Why would you go so far for a guy like Zabuza? Naruto demanded instead. Do you remember what I said about precious people, Naruto? Haku questioned the blonde shinobi, as Naruto thought be acted the first time he met the effeminate-looking boy. Flashback. After a very late night of intense training, hey, wouldn't Anna be proud? Naruto thought momentarily. The blonde Jinchuriki woke up to the sight of the prettiest girl he had ever seen. Suddenly a shiver that spoke of his imminent demise went down Naruto's back. As it turned out, the girls, at least he looked like a girl to Naruto. Name was Haku and she was gathering herbs to help a friend recover quicker, to which Naruto offered to help her with. So, Haku began after gathering all the necessary herbs. Naruto, do you have someone that you consider precious? He asked the younger boy. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto asked him back, tilting his head to the side in confusion. Haku smiled at the whisker-marked boy before going into an explanation. I believe that one is only truly strong when they fight to protect something they consider precious. Haku told him. Do you have someone precious that you want to protect? He asked again. Naruto thought over Haku's question, but it didn't take long before the images of different people started to appear in his mind. All he would consider precious, most prominent of those that appeared in his mind was Anna. Yeah, I do, Naruto eventually answered with a fox-like grin on his face. Haku nodded his head once. Good, then you will definitely become stronger in the future. Haku said, turning around and beginning to walk away, only to stop after a few steps and look back at Naruto over his shoulder. By the way, I'm a boy. Haku stated clearly before leaving. It took a while, but eventually what Haku said registered in Naruto's mind. What? Naruto's shout could be heard from miles around. Far away, a certain blonde Itako felt vindicated, though she still planned to give the person she was searching for hell when they eventually met up. End flashback. Naruto nodded his head to indicate that he did remember. Zabuza-sama is the person I consider most precious to me. Haku informed the boy he saw so much of himself in. But why him? Naruto inquired, still not seeing why Haku would go so far for Zabuza. Zabuza-sama saved me, not only my life but from my own loneliness as well. If not for him, then I wouldn't be here. Haku said softly as he recalled his own past. For the sake of the one who saved me and his dream, I was willing to do anything. With the battle between them over, Anna had moved closer to get a clearer view of what was going on and had heard what Haku had just said. A wave of understanding washed over the normally indifferent girl, and by the look on Naruto's face and how he glanced over at her, it seemed he noticed the similarities in Haku's reasons and how they met. But, Haku continued, I failed to do what Zabuza-sama asked me to do and defeat you and your teammate. My usefulness to Zabuza-sama has come to an end. I'm a broken tool. I no longer have a reason to continue living. The ice user finished sadly. What kind of bullshit is that? Naruto shouted angrily. Don't you have your own dreams you want to fulfill? Why are you willing to throw away your life after a single loss? My dream is to help Zabuza-sama achieve his dream. I can no longer do that. Haku said in a resigned tone. But you aren't some tool for him to throw away. Naruto argued, you can have your own dreams separate from Zabuza. Live your own life. I'm sorry, Naruto. Haku replied with a shake of his head. But I've already decided to end things here. All I ask is for you to carry out my wish. Why the hell are we even arguing this? Sasuke cut in, stepping in front of Naruto, as he pulled out a kunai. He is an enemy. If he wants to die, then so be it. Without a second thought, the last loyal Uchiha threw the kunai aimed straight for Haku's heart. Haku closed his eyes in silent acceptance, only to snap them open a second later, pull out a senbon and deflect the kunai at the last moment. I'm sorry, Haku apologized, though who he as apologizing to and for what was a completely unclear. But there is one final thing I must do for Zabuza-sama. He stated before forming an ice mirror with the little chakra he still possessed and stepping through it. Naruto's mind raced as he tried to figure out where Haku had gone, his eyes widening when he came to one possible conclusion. Damn it, Naruto muttered, clenching the Bakunsoti. Ightly that it shook slightly in his strong grip. Turning in the direction that Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting, Naruto took off, channeling chakra into his legs to enhance his speed. Kakashi's and Zabuza's fight was winding down to an end. Zabuza was being held in place by Kakashi's Ninken, one arm rendered useless, while the copy Nin held a ball of lightning in the palm of his hand. This is your end, Zabuza, Kakashi said with a deadly seriousness. Zabuza let out a mirthless chuckle. You've said that once before, Kakashi. Zabuza pointed out, yet here I am. A mistake I'll be sure to correct right now, Kakashi replied, as he dashed at Zabuza and thrust his lighting-covered fist at the former Kiri Nin, Reikiri. Several things happened at once in the span of very little time. First, an ice mirror appeared beside Zabuza, which Haku stepped out of to stand between Kakashi and Zabuza, as he threw a Senbon needle through the scroll that summoned the Ninken, dispelling the jutsu. Next was Naruto's sudden appearance and releasing a celestial slash, unconsciously channeling chakra along with Furioku into the Bakken, the arc of energy a dark violet instead of red. The celestial slash imp acted with Kakashi's Reikiri, draining it of most of its power and diverting it from its intended path so that it hit Haku on the right side of his chest instead of his heart. Initially Kakashi was surprised by Haku's sudden appearance and Naruto's interference. He wondered what had possessed his student to act as he did, but could tell that by Naruto's intervention that the black-haired teen would live instead of being fatally wounded. As it stood, the fake hunter Nin would still need medical attention soon or he would die of blood loss. Seems you served one final purpose, Haku," Zabuza said, unconcerned for his subordinate's condition, grabbing Kubikiribocho with his single still working arm. "I'm glad," Haku managed to murmur, his eyes starting to glaze over. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as Zabuza swung his Zanbato, prepared to cut through Haku to get to him. Without much delay, the gray-haired ninja grabbed a hold of Haku and jumped away. When Kakashi landed a short distance away, the copy Nin had more than a hint of disgust in his eyes for the rogue Kiri Nin. To think he would go so far just to win this battle. Kakashi thought silently to himself. Why did you do that? Yuto shouted at Zabuza, incensed by the swordsman's actions. Don't you care about Haku at all? Please kid, Zabuza scoffed. Haku is a tool to help me defeat my enemies. If he has to die so that can happen, so be it. He knows what I expect of him. The wielder of Kubikiribocho stated with a cold indifference. How can you say that? Naruto muttered darkly. You mean everything to Haku. He told me you saved his life as a kid. After all this time, how can you think of him like some tool to be thrown away when it's no longer useful? Did everything you two went through mean absolutely nothing to you? The blonde shinobi demanded, everyone's attention focused solely on him. Anna watched Naruto intently, a proud look in her eyes as she was once more reminded of one of the reasons she fell for the knuckle-headed, whisker-marked, cerulean-eyed boy, and made her confident in her decision for the future. That's just how things are in this world, brat. Zabuza replied, though there was a slight straw in his voice that only Kakashi and Anna picked up on. The sooner you accept this fact of life, the better chance you have of surviving in this world. No, Naruto responded, shaking his head. I refuse to accept that. You saved him, trained him, took care of him, and became Haku's family. I just can't believe that you did all that and still only see him as a tool. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki denied, staring directly at Zabuza with a fire in his eyes. If this world is really like you said, then I'll just have to change it. Do you really think a fresh out of the academy genin could accomplish something like changing the world? Zabuza said incredulously. How would you do it? Someday I'm going to be Hokage. Naruto answered instantly and with a steely determination. When that I comes, I'll be strong enough to change things. The shinobi said surely. Though becoming Hokage wouldn't be the only factor in the future that would allow Naruto to make a difference in the world. Abuza looked at Naruto, unsure if the kid was being serious. While the brat had shown some surprising moves, he didn't look like he had what was needed to become a Kage. As inspiring as this all is, Anna said, cutting in. We have unwanted company, she said, looking toward the unfinished side of the bridge. All the shinobi, and Tazuna, turned their heads in the direction that Anna was looking to. That the mist had cleared enough to reveal Gato with a bunch of mercenaries standing behind him. Gato, Zabuza said disdainfully, eyeing the mercenaries carefully. Gato, a short man in a business suit, had a sneer on his face as he spoke to Zabuza. Some demon, I send you to kill one old man and you are all but beaten by a bunch of kids and their sensei. Hey, you're more like a baby demon. Gato said arrogantly, sure that the mercenaries standing behind him were enough to keep him safe. Zabuza nearly snarled at the short business mogul's insult. Explain yourself, Gato, what are you doing here? The rogue Mist Nin ordered. While Gato went on about his reasons for him betraying Zabuza, Kakashi was looking down at the raven-haired boy in his arms and assessing his injury and treating it to the best of his ability. There, that should do it. Kakashi thought, managing to momentarily stop the bleeding. He'll need to be properly treated later, but at least for now he won't bleed to death. Junin finished contemplating with a sigh of relief. Gato noticed Kakashi out of the corner of his eye after he got done talking to Zabuza. So that little shit is still alive, huh? Gato asked rhetorically, a smirk plastered on his face. Good, I owe him for breaking my arm. I'm sure breaking his arms and legs before killing him will make us even. Zabuza directed a large amount of killing intent at the midget businessman for his threat. Looks like we no longer have a reason to fight Kakashi, he stated factually. Looks that way, Kakashi said in agreement, as he stared down the mercenaries. All right boys. Gato started banging his cane against the ground to draw attention to himself. Kill all of them, and as a reward you can have the girls to do with as you please, he said, much to the mercenaries' cheering. Not going to happen, Naruto muttered angrily, dropping his bakken, and pulling out a kunai. In order to protect Anna, Naruto was prepared to kill whoever threatened her. Sakura too, he guessed. Listen brat, Gato's mine, you got that? Zabuza told the blonde shinobi, making sure he understood it wasn't up for debate, as he grabbed his Zenbato with his one good hand. Fine with me, Naruto replied indifferently, though he wished he could get his own hands on Gato for what he did to the Land of Waves. Naruto, Anna called to the blonde Jinchuriki, causing him to perk up and look at her. I expect you to defeat at least 25 of those thugs or I'll triple your training. The blonde Idiko said absolutely. Naruto noticeably paled and broke into a cold sweat, not even bothering to say anything back to Anna. The whisker-marked shinobi focused his attention completely on the mercenaries across from him, as he formed a single-hand sign, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled loudly. As in puffs of smoke 10 Kage Bunshin were created. You heard her. The cerulean-eyed teen said to his clones, each of them with a couple of kunai in hand. Kakashi let a sigh. Guess I don't have a choice but to join in too, he said in his customary lazy tone, as he created his own group of Kage Bunshin. Refusing to wait another second, Zabuza dashed at Gato, Kubikiribocho slung across his back. Gato's eyes grew wide and fearful as he watched Zabuza quickly get closer, his image being overshadowed by that of a demon. Ah! Stop him, don't let him get any closer, the businessman yelled in a panic, as he tried to put as many mercenaries between him and Zabuza as possible. The mercenaries tried to follow their employer's order but found their way impeded by a group of blonde and gray-haired shinobi. Where the hell do you think you're going, Gato? Zabuza shouted after cutting some mercenary that had got in his way across his chest. No, stay away, Gato exclaimed fearfully, saying that everyone who got too close to Zabuza had been quickly dispatched. He resorted to begging. Please spare me. I'll triple what I was going to pay you, he pleaded as he reached the end of the bridge. Too late, Gato, Zabuza replied. Die. The rogue Kiri-nin said, swinging Kubikiribocho and decapitating Gato, his head landing on top of his neck. You never should have crossed me, he stated. Ith finality before kicking the corpse off of the bridge, the head rolling off after it, and then made his way through the crowd of mercenaries. Not one of them was even trying to stop him. Everything was quiet for a moment, except for the sound of Sakura throwing up from the gruesome sight of Gato's death, before shouts of anger started to rise from the surviving mercenaries. Hey, you just killed our meal ticket. What are we going to do now? We'll just have to take our fill from the village. Let's go. Just as they all were about to make their way towards the village, a single arrow came out of the mist and struck itself right in front of the mercenaries. Looking towards where the arrow came from, they were surprised to see all the villagers of Wave armed to the teeth with whatever they could use as a weapon. And at the front stood Inari with a crossbow in hand. If you want to get to the village, Inari started, you'll have to get through us first, he stated, the villagers loudly voicing their agreement behind him. Inari, Tazuna murmured in amazement at seeing his grandson, daughter, and every person in the Land of Waves ready to defend their home. Well, it's about time, the original Naruto said, much more light-hearted than before. Hey, don't you know that the hero usually arrives at the last second? Inari replied with a large grin, repeating Naruto's words from earlier. Don't forget about us, Kakashi said, standing by his Kage Bunshin. Sasuke, though injured, low on chakra, and a little tired, was prepared to join in. And I'm sure that Zabuza won't mind joining in, the Junin said casually. Naruto and his clones ready to continue as well. I could work off some steam, Zabuza said, a bloodthirsty look in his eyes that spoke of the oncoming slaughter. The surviving mercenaries froze in place. They were now completely outnumbered, their own group dead, heavily injured, or unconscious. Having to face the shinobi and an entire village would most likely result in their deaths. So they did the smart thing for once in their lives and ran for it, making their way toward the boat at the end of the bridge that had originally brought them. Some of them prefer ring to jump off the bridge rather than wait. Seeing the mercenaries retreating caused the villagers to erupt in a cheer, celebrating the fact that they were finally free of Gato's tyranny. While the villagers were celebrating, the shinobi gathered near Haku's injured form, Zabuza taking a close look at the black-haired teen's injuries. "Kakashi-sensei, what do we do now?" Sakura asked, looking at Zabuza warily. "Are you stupid or something?" Anna asked, walking up to the group, stopping beside Naruto. "Don't answer that, I already know the answer. With Gato dead, there is no reason for Zabuza to be after the old drunk anymore," she said as if it were obvious. "She's right, Sakura, our battle with Zabuza is over," Kakashi said pacifyingly in order to calm his most short-tempered student, before turning a curious eye to the two blondes. "Though that leaves the question of who, you or Miss Naruto, you seem to know her, mind telling us who your friend is?" he finished by questioning his student. Naruto scratched the back of his head in nervous embarrassment. This is Anna Kyoyama and," Naruto began. "And I'm not his friend. I'm his wife," Anna stated, cutting in and causing Naruto to palm at how she just came out and said that. "What? His wife?" They all shouted at once. Even Zabuza stopped looking at Haku as he looked at the two blondes in surprise. With a shinobi's life span, it wasn't unheard of for them to get married at a young age, but 12 seemed like an extreme even for them. "Well, I will be, eventually," Anna amended. "After Naruto keeps the promise he made to me," the blonde girl finished, giving Naruto a meaningful look that all but said that he would be keeping his promise. Naruto let out a mental sigh while thinking that Shikamaru was right and girls were troublesome. All the while knowing that if he said it out loud, Anna would make his life hell. Now he would have to figure out a way to explain what Anna meant without revealing the existence of spirits, the tournament, or the fact that he was the first ninja to become a shaman, a person who could communicate with spirits and fight alongside them. Anna narrowed her eyes at Naruto. "I can still read your mind," Anna said quietly so none of the others could hear her. "Sorry." Naruto apologized immediately, though he knew that it would be useless to apologize at this point and that Anna was going to make him suffer through her training regimen no matter what. Though Kakashi and Zabuza didn't know what exactly Naruto was apologizing for, they recognized the look Anna was giving Naruto as the one all women gave their boyfriend, fiancé, husband when they were in the doghouse, and couldn't help but start praying for the kid. The next day Haku's eyes opened groggily as he woke up in a room he didn't recognize. Sitting up in the bed he found himself in. Haku grimaced in pain as his hand instinctively went to his right shoulder from the pain he felt from there. "Easy Haku, don't push yourself," Zabuza's gruff voice said from off to the side. "If you move around too much you're going to end up opening your wounds," he warned. Despite Zabuza's warning, Haku's head instantly snapped toward the source of the voice to see his master leaning against the wall by a window, with Kubikiribocho resting beside him. Besides a few bandages, more than the ones Zabuza usually wore to cover the lower part of his face, and the fact that he had his arm in a sling, he looked relatively unharmed. "Zabuza-sama, what happened? Where are we?" Haku asked, as he tried to stand only for Zabuza to make him lie back down. "We're in the old bridge builder's home," Zabuza started to explain, but Haku started to say only for Zabuza to stop him. "Gato double-crossed us, he showed up at the bridge with a small army of mercenaries shortly after you passed out," the rogue Kiri-nin informed him. "With our contract terminated, I teamed up with Kakashi and his students to deal with Gato." Haku nodded his head in understanding, but there was something that he still needed to know. "Zabuza-sama, how am I?" The black-haired teen trailed off at the end, unable to finish his question. Though left unfinished, Zabuza knew what Haku was going to ask. "You have the blonde brat to thank for that. Whatever that jutsu he used was, it took the brunt of Kakashi's attack and redirected it towards your shoulder," Zabuza informed him, while gesturing to his wounded shoulder. "Naruto," Haku mumbled, a bit surprised that he owed the younger boy his life, especially considering he had asked him to take it earlier. "Yeah, him," Zabuza said with a far-off look appearing in his eyes at the blue-eyed boy's name before he pushed off the wall. "I'll bring you some food in a second." The rogue Junin told him. Later Kakashi and I will be raiding Gato's compound. His students will be staying behind to look after the bridge builder, be sure to get plenty of rest. He finished. Understood Zabuza-sama, Haku replied. Out. Sighed Anna was proving to be a true slave driver when it came to training, as Naruto knew very well and was unable to do anything about it. Not even complain in his own head. Come on Naruto, after tea. You still have to do 300 squats and a 30-mile run around the island. Anna told her blonde fiancé, as she watched him do push-ups from under the shade of a nearby tree. 254, 255, 256, this is insane. Naruto said between gasps. Quit complaining. Anna replied indifferently. I told you I would triple your training if you failed to defeat at least 25 of those thugs. But I beat like 34 of them. Naruto replied without stopping or losing count of the push-ups he was doing. If he lost count then Anna would make him start all over. Wrong, your clones beat 34, you only managed to defeat 17 of them. Anna shot back. Now speed it up before I decide to add another 100. Hearing Anna's threat instantly caused Naruto to speed up. A few minutes later Naruto was lying on the ground completely exhausted after getting done performing his last push-up. Alright, you can rest for 5 minutes before you get back to training, Anna said, cutting the blonde shaman a small break. Sasuke and Sakura had also been watching their teammate train, and now that he was resting the pink-haired Kunoichi tentatively approached the blonde. Something Anna immediately took note of and watched carefully. She never liked the color pink, especially when it was a girl's hair color. Hey, Naruto, is that girl really your girlfriend? She asked him. It was the question at the forefront of her mind since she just couldn't see anyone wanting to actually date the blonde shinobi. I mean, she sure doesn't act like it. This training she is putting you through alone is ridiculous. Anna's not my girlfriend, Naruto said, already recovering. One of the few benefits of being a Jinchuriki. She's my fiancé. He corrected her obviously. Old man Hokage made sure he understood there was a big difference between a girlfriend and a fiancé when he was younger. Yeah, about that, Sakura continued, not at all appeased by Naruto's answer. Why is she your fiancé? You didn't explain that. It's complicated. Naruto replied, easily avoiding direct eye contact with the green-eyed girl. You said that yesterday. Sakura persisted. But if an idiot, like you, thinks it's complicated, then it's probably not. Anna glared at the pink kid for the insult toward her fiancé. Sure, she knew that Naruto wasn't some genius prodigy, but only she was allowed to insult him. Naruto was also growing frustrated with the Sakura's pestering. To put it simply, Naruto said, a bit of an edge in his voice. After saving her, I promised after I won something I would marry her. The blonde shinobi finally told her. Sakura noted the change in Naruto's tone and wisely decided not to push it, but there was one final thing she wanted to ask. Okay, but if you had a fiancé, then why did you ask me out on all those dates all of the time? Sakura questioned him. I never figured you as the kind of guy who would cheat on his fiancé. She told him bluntly. Everything suddenly became deathly silent and Naruto began to noticeably sweat that had nothing to do with the training he was doing before, and shake fearfully. Naruto, sweetie, what is she talking about? Anna asked, moving towards them, a false politeness in his voice. Naruto shook his hands wildly. It's a misunderstanding, Naruto said desperately. I asked Sakura to get ramen with me, so we could hang out as teammates. I never said it was a date. I would invite Sasuke a couple of times as well. He told her honestly, hoping that Anna would believe him. Now that Sakura thought about it, as she slowly backed away, Naruto never even mentioned the word date when he asked. It was just something she automatically assumed whenever he asked. Anna stared Naruto down with narrowed eyes. She knew he was telling the truth, but she had to make it absolutely clear she would make him suffer a painful death if he even thought about cheating on her. Alright, breaks over, slacker, get back to work, Anna ordered him. What? But it hasn't been 5 minutes yet, Naruto complained. Whining, you have a 40-mile run waiting for you before doing 450 squats. Anna told him coldly. Why do I suddenly have to run more miles and squats than before? Naruto asked loudly. Do you want me to make it more? Anna asked him back. Naruto didn't even think about it for a second before he was up and already running. No, Anna. The blonde shinobi replied. Good, Anna muttered as she walked back into the house. Already planning to send some ghosts to keep an eye on her blue-eyed fiancé to make sure he didn't slack off. Which reminds me, the blonde girl said out loud. I expect you to go with him, Amidamaru. She said, looking to her right at empty face before Amidamaru appeared right where she was looking. Of course, Anna, Amidamaru answered before disappearing once more to follow after his shaman. Not wanting to incur the blonde Idako's wrath. A few days later saw the bridge completed and everyone saying their goodbyes to the people of Wave. Thank you everyone, Tazuna said to the group of Konoha shinobi, Anna, Haku, and Zabuza, though the last three the bridge builder was a little skittish around. Zabuza and Haku for obvious reasons and Anna for different reasons entirely. Without you this bridge would never have been finished and we would have never been freed of Gato. No thanks necessary Tazuna, we were simply carrying out our mission. Kakashi said casually Il waving his hand back and forth lazily. We will bill you for the upgrade in the mission later. He finished. Right, Tazuna replied awkwardly. Tazuna, Anna said stepping forward. Yes, Miss Anna, Tazuna replied, standing at attention a bit at the sound of the dark-eyed girl's voice. Over the last few days the old drunk had learned what tended to happen to those who crossed her. I want to know if you do renovations and restorations. Anna inquired. Well, it is not my specialty but I can do it. Tazuna answered, even if he had never done it before. Tazuna was prepared to learn, and fast. If it meant not displeasing the blonde girl. Good, there is something I will need restored and renovated back in Konoha. Anna informed the man. You can have a few days to settle things here before I see you in Konoha. The way she said it left no room for argument. Right, Tazuna agreed hurriedly. While Anna and Tazuna were talking, Naruto and Inari were saying their respective goodbyes. The TTLE black-haired boy doing his best not to cry. Come on Inari, what's with the tears? Naruto asked softly. I can't help it. Inari replied, losing his fight to hold back his tears. Great, now you going to make fun of me and call me a crybaby? He said, trying to wipe away his tears. What are you talking about? Naruto said, putting a hand on top of Inari's head and rubbing his head, messing with his hair. It's okay to cry every once in a while, especially when you're happy, as long as it's not the only thing you do. He told the younger boy with a grin. Really? Inari asked, looking up at Naruto through tear-filled eyes. Yeah, Naruto responded reassuringly. At that point Kakashi said that they were heading out. Well, goodbye Inari, take care of your mom and grandpa. The blonde shinobi said, moving beside Anna as they all started to leave. Bye Naruto, remember to visit us. Inari shouted to the whisker-marked shaman's retreating form. You bet. Naruto called back, waving his hand over his shoulder. You can try visiting too when your grandpa is in Konoha. As they watched the shinobi and Anna leave, one citizen of Wave brought up one important fact. Hey, we still have to name the bridge. A villager voiced. That's right, Tazuna said in realization, as he gained a thoughtful look on his face as he stared at one shinobi in particular. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? The old man suggested. In honor of the shinobi that gave Inari back his courage and who in turn gave us all the courage to make this day possible, and prove that there are such things as heroes. Not to mention anyone who can handle that girl is simply amazing. Tazuna thought with a shiver. Tazuna's suggestion was met a unanimous cheer from the crowd and it was agreed that that was an excellent name. After crossing the bridge and walking for half an hour, Zabuza called everyone to a stop. This is where we go our separate ways. Zabuza informed the group, much to Sakura's relief. Quote, if you don't mind my asking, what will you do, now? Kakashi asked his fellow masked ninja. I've been thinking of going back to Kiri and joining up with the resistance group. Zabuza answered him uncaringly. Though afraid of returning back to the land of water, and sad to be saying goodbye to the friend he made in Naruto over the course of the last few days, Haku informed his master that he was ready to follow him anywhere. You're not coming with me, Haku. Zabuza told the ice user. What? Haku asked, confused. It took me a while, but I've finally realized what the blonde brat said was true. Zabuza stated, ignoring Naruto's shout of indignation at being called a brat. All this time I wasn't training you to be a tool. I trained you to be my successor. the Miss Junin said seriously, causing Haku's eyes to widen in shock. I want to pass Kubikiribocho to you when you've become strong enough, but that is never going to happen if all you do is follow me around, so this is where we part ways as well. Go with Kakashi to Konoha. Since you were never officially a ninja for Kurigakure, you should have no problem joining their ranks. Grow strong, Haku, because the next time we meet we'll see if you're deserving of my sword, and I won't be holding back when that day comes. Zabuza told his apprentice. I understand, Zabuza-sama. Haku said, the sadness of being separated from his father figure clearly evident in his voice. Zabuza turned his attention away from his student to look at Naruto. Naruto, Zabuza started once more, using Naruto's name for the first time. I don't know if you will be able to keep your word to change this world, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you accomplish. He finished before turning around and jumping into the trees, disappearing from the line of sight almost immediately. We should continue making our way to Konoha, Haku said after a moment of silence. The others agree and hurrying back to the Leaf Village, Naruto unexpectedly picking Anna up and carrying her on his back to speed up the process. Miss Anna, it has been a while. The Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said nervously. At first the veteran Hokage was surprised by the two additions to Team 7. But after recognizing who the blonde girl was, he grew noticeably jumpy. Not that Team 7 and Haku didn't understand, the looks alone that the girl would give people when they were acting her angry would be enough to unnerve even the most battle-hardened shinobi. I trust you are well? He asked, taking careful note of the handprint on his surrogate grandson's cheek. Apparently, Anna didn't enjoy Naruto suddenly picking her up and carrying her off at high speeds. She was smart enough though to wait until they reached the village's gates before delivering Naruto's punishment. I'm well, Hokage-sama, Anna answered the man politely. I finished my training, so I decided to come and keep an eye on Naruto. She explained detachedly. With the condition I found him on his missio. And it's clear that he has been neglecting his training. Anna finished sounding displeased. I see, the Hokage said, feeling sorry for his surrogate grandson for what was sure to happen to him in the future. Well, it is nice to see you once more, Sarutobi said as honestly as possible. And who might you be? He asked after he turned his attention to Haku. Hiruzen then got a brief explanation of who Haku was, what happened on their mission to the Land of Waves, and Haku's wish to join Konohagakure. I see, the Hokage said once more, taking a drag from his pipe, which he had pulled out at some point during the small debrief. There is no problem with you joining Konoha's ranks as long as you understand that you'll be instated as a genin and some Anbu will follow you for an undetermined amount of time to ensure this isn't some sort of ploy. I understand and accept your conditions, Hokage-sama, Haku answered, giving the aged leader a slight bow. Very well, then welcome Haku to Konohagakure no Sato, Sarutobi said, tossing the black-haired youth a headband belonging to the Leaf Village. I think it would be best to assign you to Team 7, so that only leaves where you'll be staying to be decided. He can stay with me, Naruto immediately offered. I'm not so sure that's such a good idea, Naruto. Your apartment wasn't meant for 3 people. That is assuming of course that Miss Anna would be staying with you, Sarutobi said, looking at said girl questioningly, as Naruto rubbed the back of his head for his oversight. Of course, Anna said obviously. But it's fine, we won't be staying there much longer. The Asakuras gave us one of the properties they own within the village and we'll be moving there soon, the blonde Idiko informed the Hokage. Hiruzen nodded his head in acceptance. Though Kakashi once more found himself curious about how Naruto met Anna, became her fiancé, and who the Asakura were. Good, then that solves all our current issues. Team 7, you are dismissed. Return home and rest up, Kakashi can give the mission report, Sarutobi said, dismissing the genin and Anna. Sasuke and Sakura immediately left after being dismissed, but Naruto and Haku stayed behind. As Anna seemed to have something else to talk about with the Hokage. Hokage-sama, before I go I have a mission request for tomorrow, Anna said, pulling out the form and handing it to Sarutobi, with all the details of the mission on it. Looking it over quickly, Sarutobi accepted it and informed the Idiko that it would be carried out the next day. With everyone else gone, Sarutobi did a few quick hand seals to dismiss his personal Anbu guards and activate a silencing seal in the room, giving him and the Junin sensei some privacy. Is there something you wish to discuss, Kakashi? The Sanda. Ime asked, having noticed the questioning looks the Junin had been giving Naruto and Anna earlier. Hokage-sama, I'd like to know how Naruto met Anna, became engaged to her, and how he is involved with this Asakura clan. There was nothing about either of them on the info sheet about Naruto that I received when he became my student. Kakashi said, I've also caught Naruto talking to someone he calls Amidamaru, who also seems to talk back to him, and I am worried that it's the Kyuubi influencing him. The gray-haired Junin finished bringing all his concerns forward. Sarutobi took another drag his pipe before letting it out and focusing his steely gaze on Kakashi. Kakashi, what I am about to tell you is an S-rank secret that is shared by the cages of the 5 great shinobi villages and those they put their utmost trust in. You are not to repeat what I tell you to anyone. The Hokage finished seriously. Understood, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied simply. Sarutobi took a moment to collect his thoughts before he began. Since before the formation of the shinobi villages there has existed a society alongside ours. This society consists of people who can communicate with the spirit world without the use of a jutsu of any kind. The Sandaime revealed. To say Kakashi was shocked by the revelation was an understatement. He actually dropped his Ika from the surprise he felt. Wah. Kakashi started only to stop mid-sentence. Hiruzen almost chuckled at Kakashi's stupor, sure that if it wasn't for his mask he would have a comical look on his face, but refrained to continue with his explanation. A majority of these people are known as shaman. Pausing to take a drag from his pipe, Sarutobi continued. And their existence is a vital part of the continual life of all those in this world. Sarutobi stated. Kakashi was able to gather his wits enough to ask the aged Hokage a question. What do you mean by that, Hokage-sama? The gray-haired Junin asked. Every 500 years a tournament is held for every shaman worldwide to decide who shall become Shaman King, merge with the King of Spirits and decide the fate of the world until the next tournament. Sarutobi answered with what little he knew about the tournament. Kakashi found the information fascinating but saw one problem with what he was learning. What does any of this have to do with Naruto? Kakashi questioned, curious. Before his eyes widened in realization. Wait, you don't mean? The Sandaime nodded his head. Yes, Naruto is also a shaman. More precisely, he is the first shinobi to also be a shaman. Sarutobi street, aided with a bit of pride entering his voice. How is that possible? Surely there had to have been at least one person who was a shinobi and a shaman before Naruto. Kakashi replied in some mild confusion. There has not. Sarutobi said back absolutely before getting back to his explanation. For a human being to be a shaman, or any of the other professions that allows one to interact with the spirit world, they must have a high amount of spirit energy. As shinobi we have learned to harness and expand our physical and spiritual energies until adulthood, and we continue to instinctually keep the Wo balanced with one another, making it so a shinobi who is also a shaman impossible, until Naruto. The old man explained. Then what makes Naruto the exception? Kakashi asked, not quite being able to wrap his head around what was being said. Does it have something to do with the Kyuubi being sealed inside him? Yes, Sarutobi answered, nodding his head. But not how you would expect. He said, taking one final drag from his pipe before setting it down. Minato did something completely unheard of when he split the Kyuubi's chakra and sealed the yang half within Naruto and the yin half of Kyuubi's chakra within himself. With this being the first time that such an occurrence has ever happened, the consequences of such actions were completely unknown. Now we have some idea of what those consequences are. Yang chakra is the physical half of chakra, and with only half of it sealed within Naruto it created an imbalance, but instead of affecting Naruto's yang chakra like it would be expected, it affected his yin half. Here Sarutobi paused for a moment to ensure Kakashi was following along, and seeing that he was, the old man continued. In order to correct the imbalance within Naruto's body due to the excess of Kyuubi's yang chakra, Naruto's own yin chakra developed to match it, probably a result of his Uzumaki heritage, but the seal still restrains Kyuubi's yang chakra for the most part, keeping the influence in Naruto minimal. The result of the imbalance was Naruto's normal yang chakra and his exceptionally large yin chakra that made it possible for Naruto to purely harness his spiritual energy, allowing for his title as the first shinobi shaman too. Though as a result it seems that Naruto's chakra control suffers and makes genjutsu nearly impossible for him until he either masters Kyuubi's chakra, or his own yang chakra matches his yin chakra. Sarutobi finished. That's a lot to take in," Kakashi said. Admittedly he had never considered how his sensei's actions splitting Kyuubi's chakra might eventually affect Naruto. Who would have ever guessed that Naruto would become a shaman of all things? He mused offhandedly. Hiruzen chuckled a bit at Kakashi's words. "I know what you mean, Kakashi. I still remember the little boy who used to be afraid of ghosts," Sarutobi said in fond remembrance. It was only Naruto's insistence that he could see ghosts and my knowledge of shamans that eventually had me seek the aid of the Asakura clan," the Sandaime admitted. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the mention of the Asakura family again, as he remembered his other questions to the Hokage. Who are they and how is Naruto connected to them, and his meeting and engagement to Anna? Kakashi asked once more. Sarutobi hummed thoughtfully before answering. The Asakura clan is a very old family of shaman with many ties to the spirit side of the world. And as to Naruto's connection to them, he was adopted into the clan when his potential as a shaman became apparent to them after an incident and they made him the heir to the clan. Hiruzen supplied. Legally Naruto's full name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Asakura. Quite the mouthful, don't you think? Sarutobi ended jokingly. They made Naruto their heir, why? Kakashi asked confused. While happy that the blonde Jinchuriki was able to obtain a family, he found it odd that they would up and make him their heir. Especially if they were as old as they sounded, as such families usually had traditions against such things as they wanted to ensure the heir was from the bloodline. I was surprised by their choice at first as well, Sarutobi admitted. Eventually I was told that the true heir of the family died during birth due to some complications, which they refused to disclose to me, and as a result Keiko Asakura, the only daughter to the head of the clan, was unable to have another child. 3. The head of the family explained that they were in desperate need of an heir for the upcoming shaman tournament and with Naruto being able to harness chakra and Furioku, the shaman term for spirit energy, he had much potential and could eventually win the tournament, with the proper training. The Sandaime paused for a moment to take a breather before continuing. What led to Naruto being engaged to Anna is quite the interesting story and also involves his first meeting with the Asakura clan, Hiruzen said, as he gained a distant look in his eye and proceeded to tell the story. Flashback. Hey old man, are we there yet? A 6-year-old Naruto asked the Sandaime for the umpteenth time. Almost Naruto, Sar. Yutobi replied, walking a bit ahead of the blonde child. The Sandaime and his surrogate grandson were currently walking through one of the Land of Fire's many forests a few days' travel from Konoha, leaving behind his advisors to take care of the day-to-day operations of the village. People can say whatever they want about Koharu and Homura, but there was one thing that the Sandaime knew about his former teammates. And that was that they would do whatever they could to protect the village. Even if they didn't always agree with the choices made, as long as it didn't compromise the beliefs and ideals of the Shadaime and Nadaime Hokage. It was that reason alone that had Koharu and Homura voting against Danzo, Sarutobi's old rival and the founder of Root, when it came to the subject of handing Naruto to the old Warhawk for training. The reason for their impromptu trip was something that Naruto had brought to the Sandaime countless times. The face that he, Naruto Uzumaki, claimed he could see ghosts. At first Hiruzen assumed that it was Naruto's imagination that caused the blonde to make such claims, but it was only Naruto's insistence that he could really see ghosts and Sarutobi's DGE of the spirit world that raised his suspicion enough to make this trip necessary. A few minutes later they finally reached a traditional-looking mansion, and at the front of the gate stood a short man with puffy hair, whose head was completely bald on top, and was wearing traditional Japanese-looking clothing. Hiruzen, this is a surprise. What brings the Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato all the way out here? The short balding man inquired, not looking all that surprised. Yomei, how did you know to expect us? Sarutobi asked him, instead identifying the man in the process. My Shikigami Ko Oni alerted me to your presence some time ago. Yomei replied. Truly a useful ability, Sarutobi commented, staring at a pair of floating leaves that were drifting by. To most they would just be regular-looking leaves. But Sarutobi knew that was not the case for shaman. Yomei smirked at Sarutobi's comment. Most would have just written off his Shikigami Kuni as useless. Well, there is no point in all of us freezing ourselves standing out here, Yomei said, turning around and opening the gate to his home. Come on in, after we get comfortable you can tell me what you and the child are doing here. He finished. At that point Sarutobi realized that Naruto had been far too quiet the last few minutes. Looking behind him to where Naruto was standing, Sarutobi was surprised to find Naruto lying on the ground. Apparently the sight of Yomei's Shikigami Kuni was enough to cause the young blonde child to faint. Chuckling slightly, Hiruzen picked up his charge and followed after Yomei. Yomei add Sarutobi to a large traditional sitting room with a few candles lighting the room. The two old men sat down, Sarutobi lying Naruto down beside him, before starting their conversation. Yomei, it is good to see you again, my old friend, Sarutobi said, greeting the old man. You as well, Hiruzen, Yomei said back. It has been far too long since the last time we got together for a drink. The short man continued. But I doubt this is a social visit, so what brings you to the Asakura home today, Hiruzen? Sarutobi gestured towards Naruto's passed out form. This is Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi Beiga. And by introducing Naruto, there is something he brought to my attention that you might find very interesting. Can you tell what it is, Yomei? Hiruzen asked his friend challengingly. The head of the Asakura clan didn't even take a second before answering. He has an amazing amount of Furyoku within him from what I can tell, especially for someone his age. Yomei stated, his eyes shifting from Naruto to the Sandaime. It is truly remarkable how much of it he possesses, but it is uncontrolled. Was that what you thought I'd find interesting, Hiruzen, a boy with the potential to become a shaman? Yomei questioned his old friend with a bit of skepticism. Sure, his raw power was astounding, but hardly something for Sarutobi to go out of his way to bring to his attention. In part, Sarutobi replied. But you also just helped me confirm something. Sarutobi continued, a smile appearing on his face. You might not be able to tell, Yomei, like I could not tell for certain that Naruto truly possessed Furyoku. But Naruto can also harness the power of chakra. With your confirmation, Naruto has the potential to become a powerful shinobi and shaman, the first shinobi shaman. Yomei was surprised by what Sarutobi claimed. Never in all recorded history has there ever been a person who could become a shaman and a shinobi. It was a feat tried by both groups of people in the past and none had ever managed. A shinobi. The few who knew the truth had never been able, and if a shaman tried, either nothing happened or they would lose their shaman abilities for the sake of possessing chakra. At that moment, Naruto began to stir, drawing both the old men's attention to him. What happened? Naruto muttered drowsily before looking around, his eyes eventually resting on Yomei. Who is the short old guy with the weird hairstyle? The blonde child asked loudly. A tick mark appeared on Yomei's mostly bald head. Watch your mouth, brat, show your elders some respect. I am Yomei Asakura, leader of the Asakura clan. Yomei proudly declared. Whatever. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage. Believe it. Naruto said back, introducing himself, even though Sarutobi had done so earlier, but he didn't know that. A loud-mouthed brat like you, Hokage. Don't make me laugh, Yomei retorted, though he wasn't being cruel like some of the villagers back in Konoha would when they heard of Naruto's dream. He was just mocking the boy lightly in good fun. Thwack. Ow. That's enough, Yomei. Between the two of you it is hard to tell who is the child, and who is the grown man. An old woman with gray hair pulled CK into a bun with a couple of bangs falling on either side of her face. She wore traditional clothing, with black round glasses on her face, and was carrying a cane, which she had just used to hit Yomei in the face with. She stood about the same height as Yomei, who was currently on the ground nursing his face. Ah, who's the old hag? Naruto asked, pointing at the woman, not having noticed when she entered the room. Thwack. Ow. Like Yomei, Naruto found himself on the ground, right beside the man, nursing his own face after the woman hit him in the face with her cane. Sarutobi wasn't sure if he should laugh or be afraid of winding up in the same state as the other two males in the room. The woman's name was Kino Asakura, Yomei's wife, and she was a blind Itako. Not that it seemed to Ter, as she always seemed to know where everything and everyone was, even with the inability to see. She was a very frightening woman. I am Kino Asakura, you don't have to respect my husband, but you will show me proper respect at all times. Is that understood? Kino finished by banging her cane against the ground, which somehow, despite them being in a room with tatami mats, banged loudly throughout the room. Understood, ma'am. Naruto answered quickly and respectfully in a sitting position, a sight that Sarutobi thought he would never see. Naruto, the reason we came out here was to meet with Yomei and Kino. Sarutobi said, drawing Naruto's attention away from Kino and to him. Why? Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side and scrunching his face up in confusion. Because like you, brat. Yomei began, having recovered from his wife's hit. We can also see ghosts. The short old man revealed. Really? Naruto asked, surprised and a little loud. Lower your voice. Kino commanded sternly, sitting beside her husband. Lifting her cane threateningly. Naruto nodded his head frantically, too afraid to say anything by the aura the woman was giving off. And to answer your question, yes, we can also see spirits. The woman finished. So I'm not just seeing things? Naruto asked, just to be sure. No, Kino replied, her tone suggesting that she wouldn't be answering the same question again. Sarutobi brought you to us in the hopes that we'd train you in your powers and help you become a shaman. A shaman, what's that? Naruto questioned, confused, never having heard that word before. To put it simply, Yomei said. A shaman is a person with the ability to see spirits and fight alongside them. He explained. Naruto really wasn't all that excited about being a shaman. The fact that he wasn't seeing things and going crazy didn't really help with the fact that the cerulean-eyed boy was still scared of ghosts. Besides, he wanted to be a shinobi so that he could become Hokage. He didn't want to be a shaman. Naruto. Kino said, the whisker-marked boy stiffening slightly at the sound of her voice. Why don't you go explore a little? There are some things that my husband and I want to talk about with Hiruzen. Which I'm sure you will find boring. Though it was supposed to be a suggestion, nobody in the room thought it was anything less than a command. With a glance toward Sarutobi to make sure it was all right, and getting a nod in confirmation, Naruto left the room to explore the mansion and the nearby area. Once Naruto left the room, Kino turned her focus to Sarutobi. Hiruzen, while you have been honest to us for the most part, there is something about Naruto you've neglected to tell us. The way she said it made it clear it was not an assumption but an accusation. Do so, now, Kino stated sternly. The Sandaime let out a sigh in response. Very well. He relented before telling them everything he could about Naruto and his childhood so far. If he wanted their help, Sarutobi knew he couldn't hide anything from them. With Naruto, the blonde shinobi shaman to be quickly exited the mansion to explore the surrounding area, finding it much more interesting than an old couple's home. While there wasn't anything overly interesting around the mansion, Naruto moved deeper into the woods, not at all bothered by the fact that it was dark out, the sun having already set by. The time he and the Sandaime had arrived at the Asakura home, it wouldn't have been the first time that Naruto found himself out in a forest late at night. The exception being that it was usually the villagers' fault that he was out. Them having formed a mob and chased him into the forest to begin with. Coming to a nearby stream, Naruto stared at it, noticing the moon reflected off its surface before. His gaze shifted up to look at the full moon in the sky directly. For as long as the blue-eyed boy could remember, he always felt this inexplicable pull to the moon and often found himself gazing at late at night when the nightmares kept him up. As he looked at the moon, he noticed smoke rising up to the sky. It wasn't enough to suggest a forest fire, which meant it was one from someone's camp. Who could be all the way out here at this hour? Naruto wondered silently to himself as he made his way towards the source of the smoke. His natural curiosity overriding any attempt his logical Sid made to warn him about the possible dangers of going to some unknown stranger's camp. Anna Kyoyama was a 6-year-old girl with blonde hair and black eyes that wore a simple black dress. Even at her young age, she knew that she was different from everyone else around her. Anna's power to see the long since departed set her apart from most people, but even among those who were spiritually aware like her, she was different. When she is younger, Anna had been abandoned by her family because of her abilities that extended much farther than simply being able to see ghosts. The blonde girl could read the minds and hearts of those around her, revealing to her a person's true personality. She picked up on the negative emotions of the people around her despite how well they may have tried to hide it. From this ability, which would eventually come to be called reishi, her second power developed the power to summon and create Oni, low-rank demons. These powers caused people to fear her, to the point that even her parents abandoned her out of fear, and caused her to in turn hate people for the darkness that she could see in them. But these powers also drew to her the attention of the Asakura clan, specifically Kino Asakura. And because of them she was taken in by the family and was being trained to control her powers. Yet despite her improved living conditions and the fact she was starving to gain a meager amount of control over her powers, Anna still found herself unable to ignore, or block out, the voices of other people's thoughts when there were too many people around. As such, she found she still held a great dislike for people in general. That's why as she sat in a small clearing of the forest near the Asakura home, with a small fire keeping her warm, Anna didn't feel all that alone. With the occasional Oni popping up, she wasn't exactly lacking in company. So she was honestly surprised when she started to pick up the emotions of someone as they moved towards her. With her reishi ability, Anna could tell the person was curious about the person responsible for her campfire, and yet the young Idiko couldn't find it in herself to care. Once the person learned about her powers, they would become afraid of her and run away. It was how people always reacted, with a few exceptions. Those exceptions being the Asakura clan and those who wanted to use her powers for their own gain. When a blonde boy her age appeared from the bushes, Anna didn't visibly react, barely paying him any attention, but still took in his features. He had on a white t-shirt with a spiral-like flame on the front, orange shorts, and simple blue sandals that everyone seemed to wear. He had spiky blonde hair that struck out at all sides and, unlike her own blonde hair, it seemed to be the same shade as the sun. His eyes were a bright sapphire color that almost captivated the young blonde girl. The boy's skin was slightly tanned, but what drew Anna's attention the most was the whisker marks on his face, 3 on each cheek. The moment that Anna saw them, a part of her, a very small part, wanted to say kawaii and touch them for herself, to discover if they were real or not. Luckily she was able to restrain herself and keep her composure. Ellipsis. When Naruto emerged from the bushes into the small clearing, he found himself face to face with a blonde girl his age. While he was a little surprised by her being there, Naruto was more unnerved by the fact she didn't react to him at all and how she just focused on staring at him. Shifting nervously, Naruto scratched the back of his head as he tried to break the awkward atmosphere. "Hi," Naruto started with his signature fox-like grin on his face. Quote. Naruto muttered, a little put off by the girl's lack of response, but pressed forward. Here was someone his age not affiliated with his home village. For the first time in his young life, Naruto thought he had an actual change to make a friend without one of the villagers pulling the hild he was trying to befriend away and tell them to stay away from him. "Who are you? What's your name?" he asked her in a slight rush. Anna could feel his determination. It was almost staggering to think that someone who was only 6 had such a strong will already. "Are you an idiot or something?" Anna found herself replying. "Don't you know it's common courtesy to give your own name before asking someone for else's? Go and die," she said, told him in a cold tone. Naruto wasn't all that bothered, internally happy he got her to say anything at all. Well, at least he wasn't bothered all that much. "Naruto Uzu," he began. "I don't care, Blondie," Anna said, cutting Naruto off before he could finish introducing himself. "I'm Anna Kyoyama. Now leave or I'll kill you," the blonde girl said, glaring at him briefly before turning her attention back to the fire in front of her. "Go and die. Leave now or I'll kill you. Who does she think she is?" Naruto thought as he felt a flare of annoyance rise up inside of him at Anna for cutting him off before quickly dismissing it. Taking in her appearance, Naruto couldn't help but think that the blonde dark-eyed girl was cute despite how indifferent she seemed to be. Cuter than the pink-haired girl he had seen in the park a few weeks back, Naruto continued to think, not noticing the faint dusting of pink on Anna's cheeks as he thought that. Taking a step towards her, Naruto also failed to take note of how Anna seemed to flinch at his action. As Naruto moved closer, Anna could feel the control she had over her powers slowly slipping, her reishi ability slowly picking up more and more of Naruto's thoughts and feelings. The sapphire-eyed boy was almost unnaturally cheerful, and he had a love for ramen that almost borderlined on the obsessive. The closer he got, the more Anna could unconsciously read about him. Stay back, Anna quietly muttered, as she held her head with one of her hands trying to suppress her powers. Seeing the almost pained expression appear on Anna's face, Naruto grew concerned for her well-being. "What's wrong?" he asked in clear worry as he took another step to her. Anna flinched once more. This time Naruto did notice it. As she felt her control on her reishi slip completely. The blonde Itako could tell her fellow blonde was honestly concerned for her. But the closer Naruto got, the clearer Anna could sense a darkness deep within him. And something else as well, but something was restraining her powers from being able to reach it and discover what it was. Out of some morbid curiosity, Anna tried to determine at the source of the darkness in the otherwise happy-go-lucky boy was. She found hatred and scorn in his daily from the citizens of his home village as the source of the darkness. Those that didn't trite hate him ignored his existence and passed this all onto their children without revealing why they were turning their children against the blonde orphan. Not even Naruto knew why they treated him the way they did. Though Anna suspected it had something to do with whatever the other thing she was sensing within him was. The villagers' treatment of Naruto only strengthened Anna's own hatred for people. They hated, feared, and caused Naruto as much pain as possible for no viable reason at all. They caused Naruto to feel a sadness and loneliness that Anna thought only she knew, only to hide it behind false smiles, fake bravado, in the hope no one would notice how much it really affected him. The more Anna saw of Naruto's life so far, the more oni that started to appear around her, respondent to the negative emotions that Anna was feeling. From Naruto, Anna could sense fear starting to appear within him, so even he is afraid of me. Anna thought sadly, a part of her having hoped Naruto would understand her and not be frightened by her powers. I should have known better. She continued to think, her mood plummeting. He's no different from the rest of them. Anna concluded, the oni being summoned growing in number, size, and grotesqueness. Of course, what Anna failed to realize was that it was Naruto's natural fear of ghosts, unable to tell the difference between them and the oni surrounding Anna. And nothing to actually do with her. What are those things? Naruto thought fearfully, looking at the numerous oni that surrounded Anna. Are they ghosts? A part of the shinobi to be NTED to either faint or run away, but a bigger part was screaming at him that he had to protect Anna from those monsters. Get away from her. Naruto managed to shout. Anna was caught by surprise by the sound of Naruto's voice and the protectiveness it held. What is he doing? Is he trying to protect me? But I thought he was afraid of me. She thought, trying to make sense of what was happening. He's trying to trick you. He's trying to get you to drop your guard so that he can hurt you. Anna heard a dark, oily voice say from behind her, making her eyes widen fearfully. You can't trust him. What's going on? Who are you? Anna found herself thinking back. I'm your protector, your guardian angel. The voice said slyly, one of your children, mother. The voice finished, a shadowed figure started to appear behind Anna. You're an oni. Anna realized as she moved away from it and turned to face it. On occasion an oni would be created from her powers that would call her mother. But this one seemed different somehow. I am more than a simple oni, mother. It said before finally stepped out of the shadows that obscured it. The oni was a large demon that easily towered over both children. And it would also tower over most adults. It was mostly a golden color with dark markings on its upper body and the upper part of its legs. It had disproportionately large hands that were tipped with metal claws. It didn't have much of a neck as its head was close to its body, with a flat head, fangs, solid green eyes, and a long needle-like nose. I am a Naka Oni, it said with an almost bloodthirsty grin on its fanged face. I don't care what you are. Naruto shouted at it, growing a bit bolder. Just get away from her. I won't let you hurt her. The Naka Oni cackled darkly as if he found what Naruto said was hilarious. His laugh caused both kids to shiver slightly. You should keep your mouth shut, brat, if you don't want to die so soon. I'm the one that is going to protect mother from you and the rest of this disgusting world. The Naka Oni declared, you're just pretending to care for mother and wanting to protect her, but we know the truth, we know that you're afraid of her and I won't let you hurt her with your lies. Naruto had a look of confusion on his face before quickly growing frustrated with the Naka Ona's accusation. Mother. What the hell are you talking about, ugly? I'm not lying about anything. The blonde boy yelled at the demon. Heh, so you say, but in the end it doesn't matter, I will protect her from you disgusting creatures. The Naka Oni muttered. But I need more power. The Naka-Ona's solid green eyes shifted to the other Oni that Anna had created in the last few minutes. "They'll do," it murmured before lashing out and grabbing a few of the Oni with its large hands and tore into them with its fangs, blood seeping from between its clawed hands. Naruto and Anna flinched at the gruesome sight and anguished cries of the Oni that were being fed on by the Naka-Oni. The sight before them freezing them in place, leaving them with no other choice but to watch as the Naka-Oni devoured the Oni as it grew in both strength and power. "More," the Naka-Oni muttered after it finished devouring the last Oni that was close by. "I need more power," it shouted almost insanely, its attention turning to Anna. "With your help, mother, I can become much stronger. And gain enough power to wipe away all those disgusting humans," it said as it reached out for the blonde-haired girl. "No, get away from her," Naruto yelled, running to stand in between the two. The Naka-Oni snarled at Naruto's interference. "Get out of my way, you stupid brat," the gold-skinned demon roared before swiping at Naruto with one of its overly large hands, knocking Naruto away and into a nearby tree. His head banging against the tree and rendering him unconscious, a bit of blood coming out of the back of his head from where it impacted with the tree's trunk. Anna looked at Naruto's prone form with her eyes widened in shock. Just before Naruto lost consciousness, Anna had been able to sense the fear that Naruto felt as he stood between her and the Naka-Oni. But what surpassed that fear was the 6-year-old child's desire to protect Anna. Even knowing that she had created the Naka-Oni in the first place, or he at least should have a hint of her responsibility in its creation, he was willing to stand against it in order to protect her. She was just about to move towards him to make sure he was okay when the Naka-Oni grabbed her, it taking extra care to make sure not to harm the little Itako. "There is no need to waste your time with him, mother," the Naka-Oni said in its best attempt to sound reassuring. It failed miserably. "He would have just gotten in the way. Now we should go to the nearest village. From their darkness you will create more Oni that I can devour to increase my power and destroy them," the Naka-Oni said, explaining his plan and sound almost gleeful. At the thought of devouring more Oni and killing any human it comes across. "No, let go of me, you freak," Anna shouted as she tried to escape the Naka-Ona's hold, trying not to think of the blood that was on the Naka-Ona's hand, which was also being smeared on her. "But mother, I only wish to protect you," the Naka-Oni said, sounding strangely sad, a sound that didn't match its demon-like appearance. And the blood that still covered its mouth. "Only I can protect you, only I care for you," it stated insanely as it dashed away from the clearing, leaving Naruto and the small fire behind. "An was thin. King of stopping here, but I couldn't bring myself to do it." Back at the Asakura compound. For the last half hour or so Sarutobi had been telling Yome and Kino everything about Naruto. His childhood, the way the villagers treated him, his parentage, and his status as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Neither member of the Asakura was exactly pleased with what they learned about the blonde child that Sarutobi had brought with him. For anyone to treat a child in such a way, Kino muttered angrily. "It's disgusting." She finished the aura she was giving off, simply murderous, one only a mother could give off. Beside her, Yome agreed wholeheartedly with his wife. Sarutobi wished he could say something that would lessen the amount of guilt he felt at Naruto having suffered such a terrible life at such a young age. But he knew that whatever excuses he might try to give, how true it might be that he had done everything he possibly could to give Naruto a better life, it wouldn't matter in the end. Sarutobi knew that no matter what he told himself he would always feel like he failed Naruto. Because he knew he had, and he only prayed that Minato and Kushina forgave him when he died, because he knew that he never would be able to forgive himself. The fact that the boy has kept even an ounce of his sanity despite the life he lives is astonishing in and of itself. Yome commented lightly, only his years of training allowing him to keep his emotions in check. But knowing this, I can't in good conscience teach Naruto how to be a shaman. Who is to say that in the future the child won't see Hose to use his powers to take revenge on all those who hurt him? Having such a person with the powers of a shaman, shinobi, and the Kyuubi sealed within him would be far too dangerous, the Asakura clan head stated. Kino chose to remain silent, not saying against her for her husband's decision. Sarutobi opened his mouth to say something in Naruto's defense, how his surrogate grandson would never do such a thing, but stopped before he could even start when they all felt something evil give off a dark and murderous feeling. "What is that?" Sarutobi wondered, after facing the Kyuubi 6 years ago. Whatever was giving off the aura didn't really affect the god of shinobi. Anna, Kino answered softly as she stood up and Yomei doing the same thing, sensing that her student was at the center of all this. Anna, Hiruzen questioned the woman, as he stood up as well. She is a young girl that I have taken under my wing. Kino explained as they all exited the room. She has some extraordinary power. But I fear that she has lost control of it, if what we are sensing is anything to go by. I also believe that your charge is somewhere near her location. Then we should hurry before either of the gets hurt by whatever is giving off this sensation. Sarutobi said seriously. Ellipsis. A few minutes later the three elders made it to the clearing that Naruto and Anna had been in not too long ago. They became worried when they saw Naruto passed out, with some blood on the back of his head, and fresh blood on the ground. Rushing over to Naruto's side, Sarutobi was glad to see that whatever wounds Naruto had suffered had already healed and that his surrogate grandson was merely passed out. Whatever was here is gone now and took Anna with it. Kino observed a bit saddened and worried that she did not find her apprentice. We must find her then. Yomei said, whatever gave off that aura earlier is too dangerous to be left alone, and if it has Anna then who knows what it will do with her. He said, a part of him just as concerned for Anna as his wife. We should hurry then, Sarutobi said, as he finished checking up on Naruto and removed his Hokage robes to reveal his battle outfit, a black shinobi outfit and a helmet on his head. Yomei and I will go after whatever took Anna. Kino, can you stay here and look after Naruto? Hiruzen asked the blind Itako woman. Very well, Kino agreed, nodding her head. Just be sure to bring my student back. She told both men. Don't worry Kino, we'll bring Anna back safe and sound. Yomei promised his wife. Yomei, you should climb on my back. Sarutobi said. I'll be able to get us to Anna faster if you tell me where to go. He explained. The Sandaime wasn't sure what he could do to help, since if this situation had anything to do with spirits he would be all but useless in the fight, not being able to see or harm the ghost they might be confronting. Yomei didn't look all that comfortable with the idea of being on another man's back, but eventually agreed. Shamans weren't as physically fit as shinobi, especially when they got older, so it only made sense to rely on Sarutobi's greater speed to go after Anna. After a few awkward seconds, the two elderly men took off in the direction that the killing intent was coming from. It didn't matter what the source was, killing intent was the same no matter what. Not long after Sarutobi and Yomei left, Naruto started to stir. Ow! He said, grabbing the back of his head where his head had impacted with the tree. What happened? He asked out loud. Something attacked you and Anna and you were rendered unconscious. Kino answered, drawing Naruto's attention to her. Kino bossen, Naruto muttered before Kino hit him with her cane. Ow! What the hell? I told you, you will show me proper respect. Kino said as if that excused her actions. Whatever, the blonde whisker-marked child murmured, before a look of realization appeared on his face and he began to look around. Wait, where's Anna? He asked. Something took her. Kino replied, do you have any idea what that something was? The elderly woman asked him. Naruto tried to remember what happened before he passed out, which was kind of hard with the way his head was hurting, but slowly he remembered what transpired. It called itself a Naka Oni, it ate all these other monsters to get bigger. It called Anna mother and said she could make him stronger. And that it would protect her. Naruto said, describing what happened. I see, Kino said quietly, troubled by the information. I have to go help her. Naruto said as he picked himself up. Oh, Kino said, feigning interest. And what exactly do you expect to do? She questioned him. The question caused Naruto to pause mid-step. For all the power that Sarutobi might have, as a shinobi even he can't do anything in shaman matters, and this is a shaman matter. Kino told him seriously. That won't stop me, Naruto said, turning to look at the woman. I'll save her, I'll save Anna from the Naka Oni. He declared. Oh, Kino said once more, this time genuinely interested and curious. And why would you risk your life for her? You two just met after all, and knowing my student, she wasn't exactly the most welcoming. She pointed out. Because, Naruto started, because her eyes are like mine. He stated, looking down at the ground. She tries to hide it by acting like she doesn't care. But I can tell that she feels alone like I do. Anna feels like she won't ever have any friends that care about her. I want to show her that isn't true. Looking back up at Kin. Oh, the elderly woman sensed a fire in him that someone his age shouldn't be able to have. That I will be her friend and be with her always, no matter what. Naruto promised. A small smile appeared on Kino's face at the boy's vow before she wiped it off her face and tried to act as serious as possible. I already told you that a shinobi cannot help Anna, only a shaman can. When we told you the truth about shaman, I sensed no interest in you about being a shaman, only relief that being able to see spirits wasn't weird or strange. Kino said, pausing a moment to let her words to sink in before continuing. If you want to save Anna, then you must become a shaman. Fine, whatever, I don't care. As long as I can save and protect her. Naruto said brazenly. Even if that means giving up your dreams of being a shinobi. Of becoming Hokage of your village. Kino asked him solemnly, causing Naruto to stiffen at her question. If you choose to save Anna and become a shaman, then you will never be a shinobi. She told him, refraining from telling him the truth in order to see what he would do. For a moment Naruto wasn't sure what to do. As long as he could remember, all Naruto ever dreamed of was becoming a shinobi and Hokage to gain the respect of the villagers. In a couple of years he would join the academy, prove himself to be a totally badass ninja, go on amazing missions, fight enemy shinobi, and save princesses and countries. But now he was being told he would have to give it all up if he wanted to save Anna. Then the moment passed and Naruto knew what he would do. Fine, I don't care, I will save Anna from the Naka Oni. If I can't become a shinobi, then I'll become the best shaman ever so that I can protect Anna and anyone else from whatever ghost wants to hurt them. He proclaimed. Is that so? Kino mused. A bit of amusement in her voice. With her abilities she could tell that Naruto was being honest and his desire to get stronger was entirely focused around protecting those he cared about. There was no hunger for power in the young child that would develop into him seeking out revenge, just the will to protect. If you are that determined, then my husband will train you to become a true shaman. But if you wish to save Anna from the Naka Oni, then you better hurry. Kino stated, gesturing in the same direction that her husband and the Sandaime had taken off in a few minutes ago. Right, Naruto said, a large fox-like grin on his face before running. That boy, he is a special one. Kino whispered almost fondly, turning to walk back to her home. With him I am sure that Anna will break free from the pain and loneliness in her heart. She decided confidently. But to a girl like Anna, words alone mean nothing. Ellipsis. Sarutobi and Yome were quickly closing in on the Naka Oni. Already they could see some obvious signs that the golden-skinned demon had been there not too long ago. Listen, Hiruzen, Yome started from atop the Sandaime's back. Once we catch up whatever has taken Anna, I shall take the lead. I am afraid you won't be able to do much against this opponent, so you will be the one responsible of retrieving Anna and ensuring that she is kept safe afterwards. The old shaman instructed. I understand, Sarutobi replied, knowing that what Yome said was true, not even being able to see their opponent once they reach them, and that it was Saint that he just protected the girl and let Yome handle what they will be fighting. Not long later the two finally caught up to the Naka Oni, though all that Sarutobi could see was a young blonde girl, covered in a bit of blood, being held in midair, struggling to escape from something's hold as she was carried through the forest. There she is, the Sandaime stated. Yome took a moment to take in the Naka Ona's appearance before he sent a few of his Shikigami Kuni to stop it. Release Anna at once, Oni. Yome commanded, getting off of Sarutobi's back. Turning to face the two, the Naka Oni had a large fanged grin on its face. What's this, a couple of old fossils trying to stop me? I'm no mere Oni, you know, I am a Naka Oni, can you beat me? The Naka Oni questioned amusedly. What do you think you can do to stop me? Can that one even see me? It asked, pointing at Sarutobi with one of its clawed hands, and when he didn't visibly react, the Naka Oni was almost laughing madly, holding its head with its free hand. Oh, I will enjoy ripping you both apart and consuming your flesh. That won't happen, monster. Yome stated, summoning a few more of his Shikigami Kuni to his side. You think those rotting tree leaves spirits will be able to stop me? The Naka Oni asked. I'll rip every single last one of them to pieces. Then I'll proceed to consume even more Oni to increase my POW. And wipe every last of you filthy humans off the face of the earth. It declared loudly. We'll see about that. Yomei replied. Hiruzen, he continued speaking softly to his friend. I'll do my best to give you an opening to retrieve Anna. Wait for my signal. The Asakura clan head said, getting a nod from the Sandame. Focusing his attention back on the Nakaoni, Yomei sent the Shikigami Kuni that he summoned at it. Keeping a firm hold on Anna, the Nakaoni lashed out at the incoming Shikigami, slicing through them easily with the claws of its free hand. Yomei wasn't the least bit discouraged as he summoned more Shikigami and sent them at the Nakaoni, having some of them circle around the needle-nosed Oni and attack it from behind. The Nakaoni jumped into the air, avoiding the Shikigami before slamming back into them from above, crushing most of them. Those that weren't crushed were immediately torn apart either by its claws or fangs. After dealing with the last of the nature spirits, the Nakaoni dashed towards Yomei and Sarutobi. Yomei didn't have to say anything before Sarutobi grabbed him and moved out of the way of the charging Oni. The Sandame, seeing how Anna's floating form was suddenly moving towards them, guessed correctly that the Nakaoni was trying to attack them. Shortly after, a dust cloud covered the area where the two older men had been standing seconds ago. When the dust had started to settle, it revealed the Nakaoni with its fist embedded into the ground, the earth cratered underneath it. Anna still held in his hand, though it seemed to have lost some of its gentleness and care when it came to holding her, as she winced in pain from the pressure it was exerting on her. Seeing that they were running out of time, Yomei sent as many Shikigami Kuni as he could without endangering Anna. The little leaf spirit slammed into the Nakaoni, irritating it and making it slash at them with its massive arm, trying to get rid of all the Shikigami. After a Shikigami barely escaped its clawed hands, the Nakaoni summoned up its Furioku and unleashed it in a terrifying roar, the energy that it released destroying the nearby Shikigami so that only a few remained. Even Sarutobi could feel the Nakaona's release of energy, and from the grave look that Yomei had on his face, whatever the creature did was not good for them. Is that the best that you can do, old man? The Nakaoni asked. Can't you see that all your efforts just make me stronger? With all the hatred and darkness you humans emit, Mother makes me stronger by creating more Oni for me to devour. It held its head with its free hand before continuing. It doesn't matter how hard you try to hide it or suppress it, Mother will still be able to sense it deep within you. Soon enough, new Oni will be created from our battle, and then I'll become even stronger. What will you do then when you can barely even hurt me now? It shouted at them, lashing its arm out. In the end, all this is pointless. I am CMPLY following my mother's will. She wants to be rid of all you disgusting humans. You claim to want to save her, yet this is exactly what she wants. I was born from her hatred, insecurities, and jealousy. It is her will that drives me. And will see me kill you all. Isn't that right, Mother? The Nakaoni asked by looking down at Anna that it still held in its arm. Anna struggled to say something. Go ahead, Mother, tell them the truth. The Nakaoni urged with a large fanged grin. Shut up. A voice none of them were expecting suddenly shouted. Looking toward the source, they were all surprised to see Naruto emerge from the foliage. Naruto had some scratches and dirt marks on his clothes, and he was panting slightly with a bit of sweat trailing down his face from running all the way there. Naruto. Sarutobi gasped, shocked to see his young charge there. Foolish child, what are you doing here? Run away now. Yomei ordered. Hey, if it isn't the little brat. The Nakaoni said. Did you come here so I can kill you? Well, if that is what you want, then I'm more than happy to oblige you. Though I just may end up eating you for all that delicious Furioku and darkness you possess. It said as it licked lips hungrily. I said shut up. Naruto shouted, surprising everyone a bit by the force behind his voice. I'm here for Anna, so let her go. The blonde ordered. The Nakaoni just stared at the boy for a moment before it burst out laughing. Ha, 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 well look who grew a pair. It said before sneering down at Naruto, I'll be sure to stomp them into dust when I get my hands on you. The Nakaoni muttered darkly before pointing one of its clawed hands at Naruto. How exactly do you think you're going to save Mother when you were so scared before? I'm still scared, Naruto admitted, his clenched fist shaking a bit. But when he looked at the Nakaoni straight in the eye, there wasn't even a hint of the fear he said. He felt only determination. But I've already decided that I'm going to save Anna. Even if it means that I'll never become Hokage, I'll become the strongest shaman ever and protect her. It seems that Kino has had some words with the boy. Yomei mused, looking at the whisker-marked boy. It is the only way that he would know that it is normally impossible for a person to be both a shaman and a shinobi. He continued, clearly she didn't tell him about his unique situation for some reason. The shaman finished. I must get him out of here before he hurts himself. Sarutobi decided moving to get Naruto to safety. Wait Hiruzen, Yomei said, stopping his friend. While you may not like it, the brat being here might give us the opportunity to retrieve Anna. The Sandaime glared at the shorter man for the suggestion, but Yomei pressed on. It is not a suggestion I'm exactly proud of, but we must take advantage of the brat's sudden appearance. He reasoned, turning back to look at the events unfold. Anna looked at Naruto in equal parts shock and surprise before glaring at him. What are you saying, you idiot? She shouted at him. Don't you get it? The Naka Oni was created because of me. People who get too close to me always end up dying, that's why I said you should leave. Anna finished, a few tears appearing in her eyes that she refused to let spill over. I don't care, I won't let you be alone anymore, Anna. Naruto shouted back at her. Don't talk like you know me. Anna screamed, her tears on the verge of overflowing. What do you know of my suffering? She questioned him angrily, the pain of being abandoned, the pain of my hatred, and of being hated. I understand. Naruto shot back. I know what it is like to be hated by everyone and how easy it is to hate everyone back for it. The cerulean-eyed boy continued much more softly, as he looked down. In his mind, Naruto could see every hateful glare and every spiteful word directed at him by the villagers, and with her reishi power Anna could see it all as well. Hating them won't make you feel better, it won't make the loneliness go away. Shut up already. Anna shouted, shaking her head. What the hell are you talking about? Is that supposed to mean something to me? I told you not to talk like you know me. Stop blathering and run away. I won't. Naruto replied. Then die already. The Naka Oni roared, charging at Naruto and swiping at him with its claws. No. Yomei shouted, sending a few Shikigami Kuni to try and intercept the attack. Naruto dove out of the way of the Naka Ona's slash, Yomei's Shikigami pushing the demon spirit's arm a bit further away. But one of the Naka Ona's claws managed cut into Naruto's left arm. Naruto. Sarutobi gasped, not being able to see what was happening. He only knew that suddenly his surrogate grandson was hurt as blood trailed down his arm from a slash that appeared out of nowhere in his perspective. The Sandaime was about to make his way to Naruto's side when Yomei stopped him by holding up his arm. Stop, Hiruzen. Yomei said seriously. I understand that you may be worried about Naruto and want to treat his wound, but you are unable to see the Naka Oni. It is far stronger and faster than I thought it would be. If you leave my side, there is the very real chance that even someone of your skill and abilities will end up gravely injured. We must stay focused on defeating the Naka Oni and retrieving Anna. The old man said solemnly. Although he wanted to disagree, Sarutobi knew that Yomei had a point, so he reluctantly stood back and waited, keeping a close eye on Naruto. If the blonde child was furthered harm, Hiruzen didn't care. If it put his own life in danger, he would protect Naruto. He owed it to both Minato and Kushina to make sure no harm came to their child if he could help it. Standing back up, Naruto clutched his wounded arm, ignoring the blood that was running down it. A fierce look in his eyes that burned brightly. I won't run away. I told you that I already IDED to become the strongest shaman ever, so that I can protect Anna from things like you, Naka Oni, or anything else. At this point, Naruto focused his gaze solely on Anna. Neither of us will ever have to feel alone again. Even if the rest of the world hates us, I promise that I'll stay by your side forever. That's my promise of a lifetime. Naruto declared gallantly. The tears that Anna had been holding back started to spill over. He really is an idiot, Anna thought. What is going on about? Giving up on his dream to become Hokage. That's all he ever cared about, and for what? To protect me, to stay by my side. The idiot is hurt and he's saying stuff like that. Am I supposed to thank you? Anna continued out loud, because I won't. I won't say thank you. She told him. Then don't, because it won't change anything. Naruto replied as he started to grin. So listen up, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, future strongest shaman ever, believe it. Shut up already, you annoying brat. The Naka Oni rushing at the boy with the intention of his clawed fist through his body. It could feel Anna reacting to Naruto, opening her heart to him and actually believing that her loneliness had come to an end. It had to end the brat's life before that happened, and once he did, the despair that Anna would feel would create so many Oni that his power would skyrocket once he ate them all. No! Anna shouted in some actual concern. As she, the Oni, rushed at Naruto and dragged her along with it. For the second time that day the Naka Ona's fist slammed into Naruto, the blonde-haired boy raising his arms up in a feeble attempt to defend himself, as he was thrown back by the force of the attack, but unlike last time, this time he wasn't rendered unconscious. With the Naka Oni targeting Naruto, Mei summoned a bunch of Shikigami and sent them all at the Naka Ona's unprotected back, causing the Naka Oni roared in pain at the Shikigami Kuni slamming into its back. "Is that all you got?" "Nah," Ruto managed to say challengingly as he stood up from the ground, gaining everyone's attention. "You really have some death wish, don't you, brat?" The Naka Oni asked, going on about protecting mother and becoming the strongest shaman ever. "But the truth is that right now you don't even have the smallest bit of training as a shaman, so what can you possibly do?" It dared. "That doesn't matter. I will stop you," Naruto replied, getting to charge the Naka Oni. Subconsciously Naruto started to call forth his chakra and Furioku at once channeling through his body, translucent blue and fiery blue flowing off his body occasionally. In a burst of unexpected speed Naruto shot off towards the Naka Oni. Though momentarily caught by surprise, Naruto wasn't nearly fast enough to reach the Naka Oni before it recovered from its shock and lashed out at the speeding blonde. The Naka Ona's fist slammed into Naruto from above, a few more cuts appearing on the blonde, before actually bounced off the ground, which the gold-skinned Oni took advantage of by delivering a swift to the boy's midsection, sending him skidding across the ground. Despite the injuries he was suffering, a broken bone or two and a broken rib, through sheer force of will Naruto once more stood up. Though it was obvious that it took a considerable amount of effort from the boy and he seemed to favoring one side as put as he seemed to grimace in pain when he put some weight on his left leg. Chakra and Furioku once more started to appear around the cerulean-eyed boy as summoned a bit more of both energies to the surface compared to last time. Seeing the Naka Oni focused completely on attacking the blonde, Yomei summoned a small legion of Shikigami Kuni to his side before sending every single last one of them at the Naka Oni, concentrating greatly on the arm that held Anna. Not suspecting the attack, the Naka Oni let out a roar of pain as the small army of the nature spirits slammed into it, a majority of the Shikigami attacking its arm and causing it to forcibly release Anna. "Here is and now," Yomei shouted as the shaman summoned even more Shikigami to keep the Naka Oni distracted. Sarutobi didn't need to be told twice, as he took off in astounding dash toward the falling girl, grabbing her out of midair, before appearing beside Naruto. Setting Anna down beside Naruto, Sarutobi carefully looked over his surrogate grandson's wounds. It was clear to the seasoned shinobi that the boy couldn't take much more abuse from the Naka Oni. Any normal child would probably be far worse off. Luckily Naruto was both an Uzumaki and a Jinchuriki, giving him a stronger body than most, which also withstand greater injury. Anna was carefully looking Naruto over as well, taking note of every injury and how the blonde male's aimed to have a bit of trouble breathing. "You idiot," Anna said, though it lacked any real bite to make it sound insulting. "Why did you put yourself through that? Look at yourself, you can barely stand," she said, doing her best to hide the fact that she was actually very worried about him. "What are you talking about? For the future strongest shaman in the world this is nothing," Naruto assured her weakly. "Idiot," she muttered quietly, the smallest of smiles appearing on her face. "Why?" The Naka Oni spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to it. "Why are you acting that way, mother? Why are you showing so much concern for that annoying brat?" it demanded. "Where is your desire to kill every last human? Is your resolve really that weak?" When Anna didn't offer the Naka Oni any answers and simply looked at it impassively, it became enraged. "I'll kill you then. If you're so easily swayed, then you don't deserve to live," the Naka Oni roared, raising both its clawed hands in order to strike Anna down. "I won't let you touch her," Naruto shouted back angrily, as red chakra started swirl around him. Naruto was on his last leg, despite what he said in the contrary, the injuries he received D from the Naka-Oni barely leaving him conscious, and his sudden spike in rage at having the Naka-Oni threaten Anna's life had the physically tired boy giving into his rage. This chakra, it's the Kyuubi's. Sarutobi thought, looking at his surrogate grandson in anxiously. Has the seal broken? He wondered in fear for all their safety before he thought it over more carefully. No, Naruto's calling it to the surface in his anger. The Sandaime realized. What is this? Anna thought with wide eyes, her reishi power spiraling out of her control at what she was currently feeling from Naruto, her arms lifted defensively in front of her. Where is all this hatred coming from? There is so much of it. The blonde girl thought, on the verge of being overwhelmed by it. But despite it all, at the very center of the endless sea of hatred, she could sense one other thing that she focused on: Naruto's wish to protect her above everything else. Naruto. The red chakra spiraled around Naruto's body, converging into an ethereal image of a fox. As his body went through some minor changes. The most notable changes were his eyes changing from sapphire blue to a crimson red with slit pupils, his whisker marks became more pronounced. And his teeth elongated into fangs. The fox above Naruto let out a roar before it surged at the Naka-Oni. The evil spirit tried to move out of the way of the red chakra cons. Trucked, but it proved too fast for the Oni and easily caught up with it. The Naka-Oni let out a wail of pain as the fox's chakra slammed into it. When the Biju's chakra dissipated, it revealed the Naka-Oni to still be standing. But several severe burn marks manifested where the chakra had hit it. After the Kyuubi's chakra disappeared, Naruto passed out the strain of using the fox's chakra. Mother, the Naka-Oni called weakly, struggling to raise its hand towards Anna. Help me. We can still make them all pay for all the pain they've caused you. It pleaded with the blonde girl. Anna refused to even acknowledge the Naka-Ona's words. As she knelt down beside Naruto, half out of concern for him and the other half because she was still overwhelmed by the sea of hatred that the blonde boy had unleashed not too long ago. So you've made your choice. The Naka-Oni growled out, dropping its hand. Do you expect me to just disappear? I refuse, I won't die. It shouted as it started to sink into the ground. I'll gain unimaginable power without you, mother. Once I do, I shall return and show you the errors of your mistake. The Naka-Oni declared. Yomei tried to stop the creature by sending Shikigami at it. But the Naka-Oni still had enough power to dispose of the nature spirits. Until we meet again, mother, the Naka-Oni said ominously before disappearing into the ground completely. Once Naka-Oni was gone, Anna passed out from the strain that her reishi abilities put on her, along with the emotional and physical drain of all she went through that night. When Naruto woke up, he noticed a few things straight away. One was the sound of a sliding door closing, 2 was that he was in a futon, and 3 was that it was morning if the light streaming in through a nearby window and the birds chirping outside was any indication. Looking around didn't reveal much, as the room was hardly furnished with the exception of a dresser, a desk, a low table and a few cushions. Besides that, the room was bare of anything worth noting. Hearing the door to the room open again caused Naruto to turn his head toward the direction of the noise to see Sarutobi walking into the room with Yomei and Kino walking in behind him. Old man, what happened? Where are we? Naruto asked as he struggled to remember anything that happened after the Sandaime retrieved Anna from the Naka-Oni. Where is Anna? Is she okay? He continued, alarmed, sitting up when he didn't see the blonde girl with them. Easy there, Naruto. Kino said calmly, placing a hand on the blonde child's shoulder and making him lie back down. Anna is perfectly safe, she assured the boy, as she and the others took seat beside the futon. We are currently in the Asakura compound. You've been out for 3 days, Naruto. Sarutobi continued as he began to explain. Once we freed Anna from the Naka-Ona's hold, you passed out soon after from the wounds that you sustained. Not long after, the Naka-Oni retreated and we brought you back here to recuperate. Hiruzen told him before a grin appeared on the old man's face. Since that night, Miss Anna has refused to leave your side unless absolutely necessary. He said with a teasing quality in his voice, enjoying the look of embarrassment that appeared on the blonde boy's face. It was only this morning that, not too long ago actually, that she finally exited and returned to her own room. Informing us of you regaining consciousness just now. The Sandaime finished. Really? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head. Yup, seems you left quite the impression on the young girl. Hiruzen continued to tease him. That's enough, Hiruzen, Kino cut in. You can embarrass the boy later. We have important matters to discuss with him, she said with Sarutobi nodding his head compliantly. Kino turned her focus to Naruto before continuing, "Alright Naruto, do you remember what I said about becoming a shaman?" The old Itako asked him. "Yeah," Naruto replied, nodding his head, a bit of sadness entering his voice. "You told me that only a shaman would be able to save Anna, and if I wanted to save her I would have to give up on being a shinobi to be a shaman," he said, looking down for a moment before looking back up, all traces of sadness disappearing. "And I'm fine with that. I don't care if I never get to be Hokage because I was able to help rescue Anna from the Naka Oni and keep her safe." The blonde boy said definitely. "My wife was right, you really are special," Yomei stated, staring at Naruto intently. "You've been told that your longtime dream of becoming the Hokage of your village is gone. And yet you don't seem all that bothered by it. Why?" The old shaman questioned the boy. Naruto thought the question over for a second before answering. "Because saving Anna was more important than me wanting to be Hokage. She knew the pain of loneliness and having everyone hate you. She knows how I feel. Anna didn't deserve to be used by the Naka Oni like it wanted, so I chose to be a shaman. The strongest shaman ever, so that Anna doesn't ever have to worry about any other Oni trying to use her or hurt other people," Naruto stated, the three elders smiling at his declaration. Is that so?" Yomei mused. "Naruto," Kino started. "While it is true that a person cannot be both a shaman and a shinobi, you are the sole exception," she told him. "What?" Naruto asked, confused. "Then why did you tell me that I would have to give up on your dream of being Hokage?" he demanded, raising the voice a bit, but when he saw Kino raise her cane threateningly he immediately apologized quietly. "I did it to see what kind of person you were," Kino answered him, lowering her cane. "I wanted to see to what ends you would go for the sake of a girl you just met, to see if you were willing to give up your dream. And to test the strength of your resolve," she told him seriously. "I was amazed to find a child had a will such as yours, one that didn't even second think his decision. That is why we have decided to train you to become a shaman." "Yeah, Yomei thought sarcastically to himself, knowing that he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. "But that isn't the only decision we have come to," the old man continued out loud. "We wish to adopt you into our clan," Yomei said, looking Naruto squarely in the eye. Naruto's eyes widened at the information, disbelief clearly evident in them. "Really?" he asked hesitantly. As an orphan, Naruto had always longed for a family of his own. But his experience in the orphanage, seeing every child but him be adopted and to only be looked at with hatred by the couples that came in and have to listen to their cruel words, had all but robbed him of the idea he would one day be adopted into a family. "Why? Hiruzen has told us of the terrible life that you've led so far," Kino began in a soothing voice. "No child should have to suffer through such a life on their own. To grow up in such conditions and still be so good-hearted is nothing short of remarkable. You've spoken of how Anna should not have to be alone. Well, we agree that neither should you," the Asakura matriarch explained. "That isn't the only reason that we are making you this offer." Yomei spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to him. "In a few years' time a tournament will be held that will decide who is most deserving of the title of Shaman King. The strongest shaman in the world, and the power and responsibility that goes with it. Because of terrible circumstances our grandson and heir to the clan died during birth, leaving us without anyone to represent the Asakura clan within the tournament. But by adopting you into the clan, not only will we have an heir and a representative in the tournament, but you will also have an advantage against all other contestants by being a shaman and a shinobi," the man stated. "So," Naruto murmured quietly, his fists clenched tightly in his lap. "The only reason that you want to adopt me is because you want me to win some tournament for you?" the blonde shaman asked indignantly. Thwack, thwack, ow, ow. Two simultaneous cries were heard from Yomei and Naruto, as they held their faces where they were hit by Kino. "What was that for?" they both demanded of the blind Itako. "That," Kino said, thrusting her cane so close to Yomei that it almost hit his face again, "was for your lack of tact," she told her husband before looking at Naruto, pointing her cane just as close at him. "And that is for ignoring everything I just said. While it is true that we need an heir and would like you to represent the Asakura clan in the shaman tournament, that does not change the fact that we wish to end your loneliness by giving you a family to rely on." Kino said gently. In the end it is your choice. We will not force you to become a part of our family or to be a shaman if that is not what you want. Naruto looked at two Asakuras in astonishment because of the honesty in Kino's voice. Why? Ome looking a little apologetic at the misunderstanding he had unintentionally caused, as a large fox-like grin appeared on his face. You're serious? Naruto asked just to be sure, Kino and Yome nodding their head in confirmation. Alright, I'll become a member of the Asakura clan. Besides, I already promised Anna that I was going to be the strongest shaman ever. If I have to prove it by becoming Shaman King, then that's fine with me. The boy said confidently. Very well, Kino said as she stood up. Your training will be spread out over the years and will be looked over, Yome. Since you'll be entering the ninja academy soon, you will come to us for training during your breaks from the academy, with occasionally having you miss a few weeks at least during the school year. The Itako explained too. Sarutobi will give us a few scrolls to help you with your ninja training on those occasions to ensure you don't fall behind your fellow classmates. Now you should rest, we'll talk more about your training later. Kino instructed before she, Yome, and Sarutobi exited the room, leaving Naruto alone to get some peaceful rest. Flashback end. For the next 4 days Naruto recuperated at Asakura family home before we returned to the village. Neither he or Anna seemed to recall Naruto calling on the Kyuubi's chakra, and there haven't been any incidents with it since then. The Sandaime explained, coming out of his memory and focusing back on Kakashi. In the time that we were there, Miss Anna didn't once leave her room, though Kino said that it wasn't uncommon for Anna to stay in her room like that. What of the Nakaoni? Kakashi asked. It has disappeared, there have been no sightings of it since that day. Sarutobi answered. I asked Yome once why the Nakaoni would take so long to recover after that night. He continued, did you know, Kakashi, that the Biju are a contradiction of sorts? Hiruzen asked, seemingly changing topics completely. People consider them demons. But they are giant constructs of chakra that have gained sentience, yet their chakra is poisonous to humans like the yoki of demons. Yome informed me later that this attribute is why the Nakaoni was so injured by the Kyuubi's chakra. Without using any of his more powerful techniques, which would have endangered Anna's life, it would have taken much longer to rescue Anna before Yome could seriously attack the Nakaoni with his Shikigami. Sarutobi finished. How fortunate, the Junin commented. I remember the village being strangely peaceful when the academy was out on break. I didn't realize it was because Naruto was out of the village. Kakashi said as he thought back to those days. Of course, with him having to go on missions for the village, he was never around long enough to realize why that was. What about his engagement to Anna? The gray-haired Junin asked, and this Amidamaru? Amidamaru is Naruto's guardian ghost. They met while Naruto was with Yome with training and somehow convinced the spirit to become his partner. Sarutobi replied, as to his engagement to Anna, it was something that Kino and Yome decided afterwards, an old tradition of the Asakura clan. The wife of the next clan head is chosen among potential candidates, though when I informed Naruto of his engagement he didn't seem all that surprised. Hiruzen commented casually, remembering the blonde's lack of surprise or shock. What Sarutobi didn't know was that Naruto did see Anna one last time before they left. Naruto walked through the village with Anna and Haku on either side as they made their way to Naruto's apartment. Glancing to his right at his fiancée, Naruto thought back to the night before Sarutobi and he returned to Konoha when he first met Yome, Kino, and Anna. Flashback. It was late into the night when Naruto felt something poking into his side, demanding he wake up from his slumber. With a bit of unintelligible grumbling, Naruto wearily opened his eyes only for them to widen almost comically when he noticed that the person responsible for waking him was Anna, who was sitting down next to his futon. Smack. Be quiet, Anna said, chastising, lowering her hand after smacking her fellow blonde. Everyone else is asleep, it would be rude to wake them at this time of night. Then why did you wake me up? Naruto complained questioningly in his head, as he NTLY noted the fact that she was wearing dark blue PJs. Anna gave the boy a light glare that made Naruto shiver fearfully at the sight of it. You know I can read your mind. She told him plainly. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. After calming down a bit, and rubbing the cheek that Anna slapped soothingly, what are you doing here at this time of night? Naruto asked her. There are a few things I want to say to you before you leave. Anna replied, "First off, I've decided to become stronger. You were willing to fight the Naka-Oni for my sake, but the Naka-Oni is my responsibility. I want to be strong enough to deal with it when that time comes," she said firmly before a light blush appeared on her cheeks. "I also wanted to say, thank you for everything." The girl mumbled quietly, but still loud enough for Naruto to hear. "Even though I told you to leave and you got hurt, you refused to abandon me and even made me that promise of a lifetime. So I accept your proposal." "My what?" Naruto asked. "You promised to become the strongest shaman ever, to stay by my side forever," Anna said, standing up and starting her way towards the door. "So when you win the shaman tournament and become shaman king, I'll become your wife. And shaman queen," she stated, absolutely her back to him, as she reached the door. "Wait, just like that? Don't I get a say in this?" Naruto questioned nervously. "Are you going back on your promise?" Anna asked, looking at him from over her shoulder. "Of course not," Naruto replied instantly. "Naruto Uzumaki never goes back on his word," the Uzumaki proclaimed boldly. "Good to know," Anna said, turning her head back to the door and opening it. "Then I'll be waiting patiently for you to fulfill your promise. Just so you know, if you betray me, I will probably never forgive you," she finished calmly, yet with a threatening tone to it that promised retribution, before she exited the room and closed the door behind her. "Goodbye, my future shaman king." Flashback end. Anna really hasn't changed in all this time, Naruto thought, thinking back to when they arrived back in Konoha. The blonde shinobi had noticed the blush on Anna's face and the small smile she wore while they were traveling that spoke of how much she enjoyed being carried by her fiancé, before she slapped him when they reached the village gates. She still can't be honest with her feelings, especially when it embarrasses her. But that's what makes Anna so cute, the blonde shinobi shaman decided, and then he noticed the look that Anna was giving him before realization hit him. Crap, he thought as Anna raised her left hand. She had been reading his thoughts. As he walked to his apartment, Naruto was a bit on edge, as he did his best not to pay attention to the harsher whispers directed at him by the villagers. Normally the blonde shaman could easily ignore their not-so-subtle comments about him, but this time was different. This time he had Anna and Haku walking with him. While Naruto was worried what Haku's reaction to what the villagers were saying about him would be, what worried Naruto the most was how Anna was going to react. He was afraid for the villagers' safety. Anna was scary as hell when angered and had a physical strength that surpassed most common shinobi. If Anna were to attack them, she was likely to leave whichever unfortunate soul that crossed her with broken bones, several broken bones. Glancing over his shoulder at his fiancée, Naruto noticed her falling behind. She was only a couple of steps behind them, but Naruto noticed that Anna slowing down slightly and that she had brief expressions of pain appear on her face before they were replaced with looks of barely contained anger. Naruto almost went into a panic, worried about what could be causing Anna to be in pain. Looking around wildly, Naruto took notice of the fact that they were currently surrounded by people, every single one of them giving him looks of barely hidden contempt, before realizing what must be affecting Anna. "Anna," Naruto said quickly, moving toward the girl. "Is something the matter?" Haku asked, catching the brief pained looks that appeared on Anna's face. Naruto ignored Haku's question, focusing all his attention on Anna. If he didn't act quickly, there was a chance of an Oni being created right in the middle of the village, and, with the way that a majority of the villagers felt about him, Naruto didn't doubt that whatever Oni was born would be incredibly dangerous and would quickly grow in power. "Naruto," Amidamaru said, appearing beside his shaman partner. "We have to find a way to distract Anna before she loses control over her Reishi ability and things get bad." "I know," Naruto murmured quietly so no one else heard him, and thought he was going crazy for talking to himself. Or worse, talking to the Kyuubi. Thinking quickly, Naruto came up with an idea. "Anna," he thought, hoping that the Itako would hear him. "Focus on my thoughts. Block everyone else out and focus solely on me," the blonde shinobi shaman continued soothingly. "I'm right here, Naruto," Anna muttered as she did as he said and focused on his thoughts. Soon enough she was able to regain complete control of her Reishi and block the villagers' thoughts and feelings out. A relieved smile appeared on Naruto's face when he noticed Anna's features returning to normal. "What's going on?" Haku asked concernedly, his gaze shifting between Naruto and Anna. What was wrong with Anna? Naruto looked at Haku before turning his attention to Anna worriedly. Not until that moment did the blonde shinobi realize the problem of inviting Haku to live at his apartment. Haku didn't know anything about spirits or shamans or how Naruto and Anna were part of a completely different world. It was older than even the era of shinobi. If Haku was going to live with them, how were they supposed to hide their involvement with spirits? Either way, Naruto decided, the middle of the road wasn't the place to have this discussion. I'll explain in a bit. Naruto told him, but first let's get to my apartment. Haku nodded his head in acceptance. He hadn't missed the whispered insults directed at Naruto by the villagers. In a way it reminded Haku of when he used to live in Kiri and how everyone spoke of bloodline users. If Naruto's situation was anything like that, then the black-haired teen could understand the cerulean-eyed preteen's desire not to stay out in the open. Taking Anna's hand in his, Naruto started to again lead the way towards his apartment, only for their path to be quickly cut off by a villager. By the way the man smelled of alcohol, the way he seemed to struggle to stay standing, the glazed look in his eyes, and the sake bottle in his hand, it was obvious that he was completely intoxicated. What made the three look at the man in disgust was the fact that the man was drunk off his ass and it was only the middle of the afternoon. "What do you think you are doing, demon?" the man asked. His words slurred to the point that Naruto and the others were having trouble understanding him. "Trying to force yourself on this girl?" he accused before turning his gaze to Anna with a leer on his face. "Don't worry missy, I'll save you from the demon," the man claimed, though at that moment he looked like he would fall over at any moment. Anna looked at the man in utter reveal. She didn't even need her reishi to know what that man was thinking. But what pissed her off the most was how he was talking about her Naruto, and with her recent small lapse of control she was a bit on edge. So it came as little surprise when Anna got Naruto to let go of her hand and walked up to the man with a fierce glare on her face. Swiftly, with a speed that only a shinobi should possess, Anna slapped the man across his face, drawing the dumbfounded gazes of everyone nearby. Had this been a normal slap to the face, then only a few people would have looked to see what the source of the slapping sound was. But it wasn't a normal slap. The moment that Anna's hand made contact with the drunk's face, the man was shot off to the side, flying through the air, bouncing off the ground and creating small craters each time he did. Before finally coming to a stop a good distance away, a few teeth knocked out of his mouth as he laid on the ground unconscious. "Keep your stupid opinions to yourself," Anna told the man coldly. As the villagers started to whisper amongst each other as they stared at Anna. Some spoke of how the demon brat must be controlling her, others talked about how Anna reminded them of Tsunade's legendary strength. "Time to go," Naruto said in a rush, taking Anna's hand in his once more and hurrying to his apartment, Haku following silently behind them. Naruto, Anna, and Haku reached the blonde shinobi's apartment and he was about to let them in when the shaman remembered the state in which he left his home in before his mission to wave. Naruto started to sweat bullets as Anna looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Anna asked him suspiciously. Naruto mumbled, trying to come up with something quickly. "I was just thinking that we haven't eaten yet and I can really go for some ramen right now. Plus I can introduce you guys to the Ichirakus, they're the best and serve the best ramen in all the elemental nations. So let's go," Naruto said hurriedly, moving away from his door and down the hall. "Hold it," Anna called loudly, causing Naruto to stop mid-step and break into a sweat once more. "You're not trying to hide anything, are you, sweetie?" she asked, faux sweetness in his voice that made Naruto sweat even more. She could easily discover the truth with her reishi, but Anna wanted to teach Naruto a lesson about keeping things from her and how futile it was. "And no," Naruto replied, shaking his head rapidly. "Then come back here and open the door," Anna instructed him. Gulping, Naruto made his way back to his door and unlocked it, opening it slowly to draw it out as long as possible. When the door was fully opened, it revealed an apartment that was littered with garbage, empty ramen cups and milk cartons, and strewn clothes everywhere. Anna thought she saw a large roach scurrying across the floor. "What is this?" Anna grounded out. Well, you see," Naruto said, trying to come up with a suitable explanation. "Run away." And Naruto quickly gave up as he tried to flee. "Not so fast," Anna said, her hand shooting forward and grabbing Naruto around the collar of his jacket before he could escape. Quote, You are not going anywhere until you clean this mess. The blonde Itako stated, before throwing Naruto into his apartment right into a pile of stacked up empty ramen cups. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, Anna turned her attention towards Haku, who stiffened just the slightest bit under her stare. Haku, how about you look around the village while Naruto cleans? The way Anna said it made it clear that it wasn't a suggestion. While you're out you can get some fresh groceries for tonight's dinner. She added, handing the ice user Naruto's frog wallet that she acquired from him earlier. Now go, Anna ordered. Yes, Miss Anna. Haku replied quickly before taking off. And you, Anna continued, turning her attention back to Naruto. Don't even think about using your shadow clones. Shish. He finished just as Naruto was bringing his hands up to use that very jutsu. Yes, Anna, Naruto said miserably as he started to do his job. And I expect you to be done within an hour so that you can get started on dinner. Understand, sweetie? Yes, Anna. Ellipsis. When Haku returned to Naruto's apartment, he had been gone for a little under an hour. In that time he had followed Anna's advice and had a look around the village, familiarizing himself with his new home. It was easily one of the best places that the ice user had ever lived in without the threat of being killed at any possible moment hanging over his head. Though as good as Konohagakure appeared to be, Haku easily noticed a fault that the village held, mainly the distasteful whispers of a demon that the villagers spoke of when they thought no one could hear them. And from the encounter with the drunk earlier, Haku knew that they were talking about Naruto. It wasn't hard for the black-haired teen to realize that the villagers held an irrational fear and anger towards his newfound friend, and that alone made Haku's opinion of the hidden village to drop. And yet, despite how Naruto seemed to be treated, Haku knew that one of the blonde shinobi's greatest wishes was to become Hokage and protect the village which he was born in. That fact endeared Naruto most of all in Haku's eyes, as he saw a kindred spirit in Naruto, and the ice user made a silent promise to help the blonde however he could. Knocking on the door, Haku heard Anna give him permission to enter, so he stepped into the apartment, with groceries in hand, and was treated to the sight of a spotless apartment that almost seemed to sparkle, while Anna was lying across the couch reading a magazine with Naruto on the ground next to the couch panting. Anna looked up from her magazine. Good, you're back, Anna said evenly, her gaze shifting down towards the grocery bags that Haku held. And you got the groceries, she continued before reaching down and lightly smacking Naruto on top of his head. Enough rest, slacker, get started on dinner. No junk food, she ordered. Yeah, Naruto grumbled under his breath, standing up. What was that? Anna asked dangerously. I said yes, dear. Naruto answered nervously as he quickly made his way to the kitchen. That's what I thought you said, sweetie. The blonde Itako said in a faux pleasant voice. Maybe I should help Naruto with dinner. Haku offered hesitantly. No, Anna denied, turning her attention back to her magazine. This is Naruto's punishment for not cleaning up his apartment, he'll also be washing the dishes. She explained. If you want to help then you can set the table. Okay, Haku accepted. You'll be sleeping here on the couch. Anna continued passively. I'll be taking Naruto's room and Naruto will be sleeping on the floor. Haku wasn't all that comfortable with making Naruto sleep on the ground. That's okay, I can sleep on the floor and Naruto can take the yes, Miss Anna. Aku said at the beginning, willing to sleep on the floor and let Naruto have the couch, only to stop mid-sentence at the look Anna was sending him. Ellipsis. After dinner was finished, and the dishes were cleaned, Naruto, Anna, and Haku sat down at the small table to have discussion about what happened earlier on their way to Naruto's apartment. Naruto wasn't at first sure if it was okay to talk about everything related with spirits and shamans in front of Haku, but once Anna said it was okay, he let it go. While everything related to spirits is supposed to be kept a secret, that is mostly to avoid mass panic by average human beings. Anna explained, taking a sip of the tea that was in front of her. There is no real law against it and is just something that the 5 cages agreed on. As a shaman and Ako, we are free to tell anyone we want about spirits as long as we are confident that they won't go blab it to the world. The blonde girl stated. Besides, if he is going to be staying with us, he is going to be learning about this stuff anyway. She reasoned. Naruto had nodded his head in acceptance before focusing his attention on Haku, who was looking at the two blondes in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. For the most part Anna handled explaining things to Haku, having a much better grasp of the subject compared to Naruto and the importance of the shaman tournament. Nna even put a small black gravestone with Amidamaru's name on it, and explained how Amidamaru's spirit possessed it in order to travel freely with them instead of being bound to his original grave. Huff to Haku it appeared like an ordinary gravestone since he couldn't see the samurai spirit that floated between where Naruto and Anna sat. After finishing informing Haku about everything, Naruto cused himself and Anna to his room so that he could talk in private with his fiancée about her lapse in control earlier. "What's going on, Anna?" Naruto asked seriously. "I thought you finished your training and had control over your reishi now," he stated with concern for the other blonde clearly evident in his voice. Anna sat on Naruto's bed with an impassive look on her face, though there was a bit of warmth in her eyes at the concern that Naruto was showing towards her. "I do have control over my powers," Anna began evenly. "It's just that I was a bit overwhelmed because I was surrounded by so many people for the first time in a long time," she explained. Training with Kino in a secluded part of the forest away from everyone was for the sake of safety, both Anna's and anyone who could get hurt by her powers. But left the blonde Itako unprepared for when she would have to travel to a village filled with people. All those minds speaking, thinking at once had been too much for her to momentarily handle. "I wasn't prepared to hear all those voices at once, but now I know and I can block them out," Anna assured him. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked, to which Anna nodded her head with an exasperated sigh. "I was really worried about you," he told her honestly. "Idiot," Anna mumbled softly, a light tint to her cheeks at Naruto's declaration. "I told you that I was going to get stronger, so that I could handle things for myself. Strong enough to stand beside you, Naruto, when you reach your dream as Shaman King and Hokage," Anna finished mentally. "I know," Naruto replied. "But that doesn't mean that I can't worry about you anyways," he stated. "Lovable idiot," Anna once more mumbled softly, this time so quiet that Naruto couldn't make out what she said. "What was that?" the owned shaman asked, tilting his head to the side. "I said that it's time to go to sleep," Anna answered. Said back, "I want you to do 100 push-ups and sit-ups followed by a 10-mile run before you and your team does your first mission tomorrow, so you have to wake up early," the blonde Itako instructed. "What, that's it? That's easy," Naruto claimed confidently, compared to some of the exercise Anna came up what she wanted him to do in the morning would be a piece of cake. "I'm glad you think so," Anna said with a smirk on her face. "Because those are just your warm-up exercises, you'll be doing at least 10 times that later." Naruto paled slightly at Anna's declaration, now that was more like the Anna he knew. Night," Naruto murmured distractedly, standing up and making his way out of his room so that Anna could have her privacy. "Night, sweetie," Anna called out in that fake sweet voice of hers before closing the door behind Naruto. The next day Anna kept her word and had Naruto start his exercises early in the morning, just as the sun started rise. In fact, Haku was woken up along with Naruto, but instead of training like the whisker-marked shaman, the ice user offered to prepare breakfast for the three of them, which Anna accepted. When Naruto finished early, Anna had him do a few more, which Naruto did without any complaint as he still had plenty of energy. Before the ate the breakfast that Haku made and left the apartment to meet the rest of Team 7 at the Hokage building. "Alright Team 7, Sarutobi started once they were all in his office. "Today's mission will be," the Sandaime said, only to be interrupted by the female member of Team 7. Excuse me Hokage-sama," Sakura began, "but why is she here?" the Pink Kid asked, pointing at Anna. "She's not a member of Team 7. Or even a kunoichi at all for that matter, so should she really be here?" she questioned the aged leader, as Anna looked on indifferently like she didn't hear what Sakura had just said. "That's quite simple, Sakura," Hiruzen replied with a smile on his face, unconcerned with the fact that he had been interrupted. After dealing with Naruto for 12 years, something so minor didn't even register on the old man's mind. "She is your client," the Sandaime revealed, much to the shock of the genin, though Naruto and Haku did remember that Anna had given the old man a mission request form before they left his office the other day. Kakashi didn't look all that surprised, though that could be mainly because he had his face buried in his book and it was debatable if he was paying attention to the current conversation or not. Besides, Anna spoke up. Whatever concerns Naruto also concerns me, so I'll go wherever he does if I think it's necessary and nothing any you say or do will stop me. She said seriously, sparing Sakura a glance, which caused the pink-haired girl to stiffen, before returning her gaze straight ahead. Even after all these years she has maintained that way of thinking. Putting Naruto's well-being ahead of everything else, the Sandaime thought fondly, looking at the blonde-haired dark-eyed girl. You have yourself quite the girl there, Naruto. Now may I continue? Sarutobi asked with some amusement in his voice at some their expressions focusing back on giving them their mission, and getting a quick nod from Sakura at the question as the Pinkett wanted to change subjects. As I was saying, today your mission will be to help Naruto move all of his belongings to his new home, which Miss Anna will show you where it is located, along with cleaning the place up a bit. That means mowing the lawn, making minor repairs, dusting, along with an assortment of other tasks that Miss Anna may ask of you. Here is an explained in detail. Sasuke looked like he was going to protest having to essentially work for the Dobi, but was cut off by Kakashi before the Uchiha could say anything. Understood, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, his lone eye looking up from his book to gaze at the aged leader before going over to his team, who were standing in front of him. All right team, you heard our mission, let's go, he instructed before turning around and walking out of the room, his students and Anna following behind him, so that they could get started on their mission. Ellipsis. After packing a few things away from Naruto's apartment, Team 7 made their way towards Naruto's new home, which was located in a more isolated part of the village and closer to the training grounds. While a little out of ways for most civilians, it was nothing for shinobi. The building looked like a traditional home with a fence around it that most would expect a clan to live in, and only the sign that hung over the gate revealed what the building really was. Funbari Onsen, Sakura read as she and the rest of Team 7 stood outside of the gate to the building. Is this place a hot springs? The Pinkett asked. That's right, Anna answered simply, opening the gate with the keys that she was given by Yomei and letting everyone in. Set Naruto's things in the living room, the Itako instructed. After you're done getting his things from his apartment, you can start cleaning this place up. She continued before focusing her attention solely on Naruto. You're coming with me, we have something to take care of ourselves, Anna told her fiancé and got a nod in return. Hold up, Sakura shouted in protest. How come we have to do all the work while you and Naruto get to go off on a date? The kunoichi complained. How is that fair? She demanded. Tough to be you, Anna replied uncaringly. What was that? Sakura asked through gritted teeth. She would admit that Anna scared her to some degree, but the blonde-haired girl was starting to seriously get on her nerves. Now Sakura, Kakashi intervened, trying to placate his one female student before a fight broke out, a fight he wasn't completely sure that Sakura could win. Anna is our client and is free to do with Naruto whatever she wants, as long as it is within the parameters of the mission she is paying for. Besides, Anna continued, we aren't going on a date. She clarified, we're just going to get some things that belong to Naruto that aren't at his apartment. The blonde girl told them, though Naruto didn't know what she was talking about since all he owned was at his apartment. Anna's gaze shifted to her fiancé, who still had a confused look on his face. Come on, let's go, she instructed before she began to walk away, with Naruto quickly following behind her. All right, Kakashi spoke, drawing his remaining students' attention back to him. We have our orders, so let's get to it, he said, leading the three of them back towards Naruto's apartment so that they could get more of his belongings. Naruto had been following Anna for the last several minutes as the blonde Itako led him further and further into the forests of Konohagakure, to parts that even most shinobi didn't venture. The blue-eyed shaman didn't know where they were going, as Anna hadn't informed him of where they were going, and even Amidamaru, who had been with Anna for the last couple of years, had no idea where the dark-eyed girl was leading them. After another 10 minutes of walking, they finally came to a stop in front of a rundown old building, but what drew Naruto's attention was the swirl symbol that was on top of the building's entrance. The same symbol, Naruto realized, that was on the back of his orange jacket. What is this? Naruto asked, dumbfounded. This, Anna started, is the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. She informed him. Uzumaki clan, Naruto uttered. Naruto had always assumed that his last name was just something that the Sandaime had saddled him with and not a name that belonged to an actual clan. Your family, Anna confirmed his thoughts. How did you know about this? Naruto asked her, finally being able to tear his eyes away from the Uzumaki clan symbol. I researched the Uzumaki clan because I knew how much learning about your family would mean to you. Anna replied softly looking at Naruto. Besides, as your future wife, it is my responsibility to learn about your family, especially if something about them could help you win the shaman tournament one day. She stated much more seriously. Naruto chuckled a bit at Anna's statement. At times it almost seemed Anna was more focused on him becoming Shaman King than he was. In fact, Naruto was almost sure of it. But the blonde shinobi was almost certain that Anna would have researched the Uzumaki clan for his sake even if nothing about them helped him in the tournament. He knew that no matter how cold Anna may appear at times, that she was very kind deep inside. Thanks Anna, Naruto said softly. Can you tell me more about them? He asked hopefully. Later, once we're settled in our new home, Anna promised him. Right now we are here for something. She continued, turning her attention back to the crumbling temple. Naruto wanted to try and change Anna's mind, but he knew that it would be pointless, as once Anna decided on something, nothing anyone said would change her mind. With a reluctant sigh, Naruto nodded his head in acceptance. The only solace he had was the knowledge that Anna would tell him about his family once they got home. The two blondes had taken the first steps towards the rundown building when Amidamaru appeared behind them. Wait Naruto, Anna. Hold on a second, Amidamaru said urgently, drawing the two's attention to him. I don't think it's a good idea to go in there. I sense something very dark emanating from that place. The samurai spirit said seriously, eyes narrowed. Then the rumors are probably true, Anna said evenly. Rumors? Naruto questioned confusedly, his eyes shifting from Amidamaru to Anna. And back again, wondering what it was that Amidamaru was sensing and what Anna was talking about. I'll explain in a second, now come on, Anna stated as she hurriedly made her way into the building. Naruto spared his partner a glance. Amidamaru, he said questioningly. I still don't like this, Naruto, Amidamaru told him. But we can't just let Anna go in there alone, Naruto countered. You have a point, my friend, Amidamaru conceded with a smile appearing on his face. Shall we go? The samurai spirit asked his shaman. Naruto nodded his head before running after Anna. When they finally caught up to her, she gave them an impatient look. Well, it's about time, now come on, she said irritably, as Naruto apologized sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head, before continuing to lead them to the center of the destroyed Uzumaki temple. We're here, Anna said after a while as they all came to a stop in front of a set of wooden double doors. Whatever I'm sensing is also coming from in there, Amidamaru informed them. Well, let's see what's in there, Naruto decided, pushing the doors open. Inside, the room was in the same state of disrepair as the rest of the building, but what drew Naruto, Anna, and Amidamaru's attention was what lay on the far side of the room. Underneath three connecting spirals was a collection of, what Naruto thought, were creepy-looking masks with black flames painted under them. Seeing this, the blonde shinobi shaman was starting to wonder what kind of people his family were. What the hell? Naruto uttered incredulously. I did say this was the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple, Anna reminded him, moving closer to the masks. What are those things? Naruto asked her, taking a closer look at the masks. Oni masks, Anna answered plainly. Oni, Naruto repeated carefully, turning to look at Anna with a concerned look in his eyes. It's fine, Anna assured her fiancé. Amidamaru, the Idako continued, from which mask is the sensation you're feeling coming from? She questioned the gray-haired spirit as she pulled out a scroll from her kimono. Amidamaru concentrated for a moment, trying to determine from where the dark sensation was emanating. E4, finally pointing to a mask that was on the top row. There, that one, Amidamaru told them. Right, Anna replied, unfurling the scroll on the ground and revealing a seal on it, identifying it as a storage scroll. Start gathering the masks, we'll be taking them with us, and be careful with the one, Amidamaru pointed out. The blonde girl told Naruto. Why? Naruto asked as he summoned a number of clones to help with grabbing all the masks. What does it do? I don't know yet, Anna admitted. My research hasn't gone that far yet, so we should be careful until we know what that mask does. A few minutes later, after sealing the last mask into the scroll, Anna looked toward Amidamaru while silently commanding Goki and Zenki to appear as well. Okay, you three, search the rest of the temple, see if you can find anything valuable. The dark-eyed girl instructed them, the three spirits quickly agreeing before taking off. With the three guardian ghosts gone, Naruto and Anna started to make their way outside. They walked next to other in silence as Naruto struggled to come to a decision about something. When they were younger, and Naruto would visit the Asakura and Anna for his shaman training, they often wondered why the villagers of Konoha treated Naruto as they did. Now, after learning from Mizuki about the Kyuubi being sealed inside of him by the Yondaime Hokage, he was afraid of how Anna would react to the news. How would she feel knowing that her fiancé had the strongest of the Biju sealed within him? Would she reject and hate him like the rest of the villagers? A part of him was calling him an idiot for doubting Anna, and that she would be the last person to hate him for Kyuubi. But years of being abused by the villagers created an irrational fear and paranoia within Naru. Whenever the Kyuubi was involved, that clouded his thinking. What is it? Anna eventually asked him, drawing him out of his thoughts. Huh? Naruto murmured. I can tell something is bothering you, so out with it. Anna told him. She could easily discover what was going on in his head with her reishi, but that wouldn't be right of her, and she wanted Naruto to feel comfortable with sharing his problems with her. He was always burdening himself with her problems, and the problems of others, and yet never wishing to trouble others with his own problems. So as easy as it would be to just read his mind, figure out what's bothering him, call him an idiot for overthinking things, and then ease his worries, it would mean much more for Naruto to confide in her. Naruto let out a sigh as they finally exited the ruined temple, and waited for the three guardian ghosts to appear, as he came to a decision. Looking at Anna, Naruto knew that it was never a question if he would tell her, but a matter of when. Before anyone else, Anna had always believed that he could achieve his dreams, be it becoming Hokage or Shaman King, her faith in him never wavering, so he knew that she deserved to know the truth. The day of the graduation exam, Naruto started. I failed the exam, but the assistant teacher, Mizuki, told me about a makeup exam that could still allow me to graduate. The blonde shinobi told her, taking a deep breath before continuing. I had to steal the forbidden scroll of sealing from the Hokage tower. I did it. At that moment, Anna wanted to slap her fiancé for being stupid and falling for such an obvious lie. But she managed to restrain herself. What happened then? She prompted him. Well, to make a long story short, that night I learned the shadow clone jutsu. Uruka-sensei made me an official shinobi of Konoha. And I learned why the villagers hate me. Naruto paused before continuing hesitantly. I have the Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed inside of me, he told her, placing his hand against his stomach where the seal was supposed to be, as he looked Anna straight in the eye. You needed to know in case this changed things between us, in case you didn't want to be my fiancé anymore. The shaman said quietly, a hint of resignation in his voice. Idiot, that's what you've been worrying about, Anna said simply, almost indifferently, causing Naruto to gawk at her with a stupefied look on his face. I can create actual Oni almost effortlessly, she reminded him, trying to emphasize her point. Do you think that just because you have one of the Biju inside of you will make any difference to me? You told me before that you never go back on your word, so don't try to now. You will become Shaman King, and when you do, I'll become your wife. All that having the Kyuubi inside you may ns that you have one less excuse to not win the tournament, she claimed confidently. Besides, Lady Kino told me long ago about the Kyuubi, and I've trained to suppress its chakra. What? How? When? Naruto asked her, only for a second later to have the blue rosary beads that Anna normally had around her neck wrapped around his body, and despite how hard he tried, he couldn't escape it. What the hell? The Kyuubi's chakra is similar to that of an Ona's, so it's not that difficult to stop it like I would a regular Oni, Anna explained, as she released her hold on him and put the beads back around her neck. And Lady Kino and Master Yomei have known about the Kyuubi since the night we met, because they forced the Sandaime to tell them when he asked them for help with your shaman training. Saint, to be perfectly clear, they don't care about the Kyuubi either, they still consider you their grandson. Naruto's head was lowered, his hair covering his eyes, as his shoulders shook, and for a moment, Anna wondered if her fiancé would start crying. It was an out-of-character thing for him to do, since as a child with his upbringing he learned early on that crying was ultimately pointless, and only happened during extreme situations. Since meeting him, Anna wasn't even sure if she had ever seen him cry. But when Naruto lifted his head, it revealed one of his widest grins to date, and he seemed to suppressing the urge to burst out laughing in happiness. "Thanks, Anna," Naruto said honestly. "It makes me feel so much better knowing that." Anna gave Naruto a slight smile. Hopefully next time. Instead of making yourself worried, you'll just tell so that I can call you an idiot and point out why you shouldn't have bothered," she stated factually. Naruto chuckled a bit as he nodded his head in agreement. For a few minutes Anna and Naruto waited for the guardian ghosts to return before they finally did, and informed of a few books and scroll they managed to mine within the temple. There, probably to warn from being here for years to still be able to read what they have written inside them. Anna decided before looking at Naruto. "But just to be sure, you should send shadow clones to retrieve them in case they do turn out to be useful," the dark-eyed Idiko told him. Naruto nodded his head and created 5 shadow clones for Amidamaru, Zenki, and Goki to lead to where the books and scrolls were. Once they returned, they each carried a number of books and scrolls that Anna decided to seal within another storage scroll so they could look through them back at home. Once Naruto and NNA returned Funbari Onsen, they noticed that Team 7 had finished moving all of Naruto's belongings from his apartment and had started to clean the place up. "You're back, I see," Kakashi said casually, from the tree branch he was resting on once he noticed the 2 blondes return. "I trust you're finished with whatever you were doing." "Yes," Anna answered simply. "How are things here?" she asked the Junin sensei of Team 7. All of Naruto's things are here now," Kakashi reported. "Sasuke, Sakura, and Haku have started cleaning. Sasuke and Haku have been cleaning the outside while Sakura's been working inside," he informed her. "All right," Anna nodded acceptingly before turning to look at Naruto. "I want you to create as many shadow clones as necessary and start cleaning. I want to be done by tonight," the Idiko instructed her fiancé, getting a salute from Naruto before he went to carry out her instructions. "And you," Anna continued, turning her attention back to Kakashi. "You're coming with me," she ordered, accepting nothing less than complete compliance. What?" Kakashi asked dumbfounded. "I hired all of Team 7, didn't I?" Anna questioned him rhetorically. "You lazing about eating smut doesn't seem like I'm getting my money's worth. So you are coming with me to carry anything I buy to help furnish the inn," she explained. "The thing is that normally on these sort of mission, the Junin sensei just supervises their students," Kakashi told her. "You can perform the shadow clone jutsu, can't you?" Anna asked him, a single eyebrow raised. "Well, yes, but," Kakashi continued, only to be cut off. "No buts. Create a shadow clone to watch over Naruto and the others and come with me," Anna told him, leaving no room for argument as she immediately turned around and started making her way to the market district. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi put away his Ika, created a single shadow clone, and started to follow Anna. Just what kind of woman is Naruto planning to marry? She just might be as scary as Kushina at her worst, Kakashi thought, unaware to Anna reading his thoughts and confirming one of her theories. Hours later, Naruto and Anna were sitting at the new table that was in their living room as they waited for Haku to get finished with dinner. Team 7 had finished cleaning Funbari Onsen earlier and now they were just relaxing, though Naruto was fidgeting slightly. "What is it?" Anna eventually asked him, getting tired of his fidgeting. "I was wondering if you could tell me about my family now," Naruto said hopefully. "I would also like to know about Naruto's family," Amidamaru added, appearing out of thin air beside his shaman. "Very well," Anna agreed. "I don't know much yet, but what I do know is that the Uzumaki clan are distantly related to the Senju clan. Originate from the land of whirlpools where Uzushiogakure was located, that they were famous for their sealing techniques, and that they were allied with Konoha, which is why there is a spiral on the back of the Konoha flak jacket. The Uzumaki clan was also known for having red hair, long lifespans, strong life force, quick healing, and some Uzumaki are rumored to have special chakra allows them to manifest it outside their bodies as chains," she said, telling them all she knew about the clan. Amidamaru hummed thoughtfully. "I think I remember word of such a clan back when I was alive. They were considered fierce and honorable warriors. The skill with a sword that some of them possessed were almost legendary. For any swordsman to cross blades with one and survive spoke of how skilled they truly were. The guardian ghost said. Naruto was being with happiness at what he was learning, but there was something in particular he wanted to know. What about my parents? Naruto asked Anna, hoping that she knew something about them. Anna looked at him before lowering her gaze. I might know something about them, she admitted, but I need to speak with the Hokage before I can tell you anything. She told him before returning her gaze to him and seeing the disappointed look on his face. I'm sorry, Naruto. She apologized. I'm sorry that I have to keep your parents' identity from you. But if it is for the sake of your safety, I have no choice. She finished silently. It's all right, Naruto said softly. Anna wanted to get her fiancé's mind off the possibility that he had answers to his parents' identity but couldn't know about them yet as quickly as possible. Amidamaru, Anna said, drawing said spirits and Naruto's attention to her. Naruto knows about the Kyuubi, she told him. Is that so? Amidamaru said, a smile appearing on his face as he realized what Anna was doing, before looking at Naruto. I once saw the Kyuubi from far away. The samurai spirit told him. Even from that great distance I was awed and stricken with fear at the power that it possessed. To know that you contain it within you, Naruto, just makes my respect for you grow all that more. I know that you haven't had the best childhood, my friend, but I believe that nobody but you could have persevered as you have and that you are a greater man for it. Amidamaru said genuinely. Thanks, Amidamaru. Naruto replied with a smile appearing on his face. For the rest of the night, though Naruto was saddened with the fact that he still didn't know who his parents were, he was relieved. With the knowledge that the people that he considered family didn't think less of him because of the Kyuubi sealed inside of him. It had been 2 weeks since Team 7 had returned from their mission to the Land of Waves, and that Naruto, Anna, Amidamaru, and Haku had moved into Funbari Inn. In that time Team 7 had been doing nothing but D-ranked missions, partly because Sarutobi didn't feel comfort able with them going out on another C rank after what happened during their last one, and also partly to let everyone get used to working with Haku as a member of their team. During this time Anna would accompany the members of Team 7 to ensure Naruto wasn't slacking off, or would send one of the ghosts that inhabited Funbari to do it, who would then report back to her. When it came to training Kaka, she returned to how he was before the mission to Wave. In other words, he was lazy and only focused on the importance of teamwork, which was fine in Anna's and Haku's opinion. Haku being trained by Zab, Uza already knew what areas to focus on and what he could do to improve himself. For Anna it meant she had complete control over Naruto's training and what he had to do, which currently focused on his physical abilities, though she had other things for him to train in as well, one Anna thought he was ready for. Currently Naruto was training out front in the large yard of the inn with his Bakunin. The careful eyes of Amidamaru and Anna. He's doing well, Amidamaru commented with a smile on his face as he watched his shaman partner. It's clear that Naruto has been practicing even with the years we were separated. So it seems, Anna said evenly. From behind them the door to the inn opened up, revealing Haku in his pink kimono carrying a tray with tea and the cookies that Anna liked to snack on occasion. Ever since they moved to the inn, and unless ordered to by Anna, Haku had taken to cooking all the meals, a task that the raven-haired boy didn't mind and even seemed to enjoy. Haku, Anna called, drawing his attention. Yes, Anna, Haku answered respectfully, something he quickly learned to do when addressing the blonde Itako. I think it's about time we talk about the terms of your living here, Anna stated bluntly, surprising everyone. Naruto faltered mid-swing when he heard Anna's statement before righting himself and turned to look at his fiancée. But Anna, Naruto protested. I invited Haku to live with us, he pointed out. That may be, Anna continued, unbothered by Naruto's protests. But this is still an inn and we are not running a charity. But, Naruto read to object once more, only to be cut off by Haku himself. It's all right, Naruto, the Hyouten user assured the shaman before returning his gaze to Anna, so what will I have to do? He asked, fully expecting that he would have to pay rent like any other tenant. It's simple really, Anna answered, pleased that there wouldn't be any further arguments with her decision. Besides cooking like you have been doing, I want you to teach Naruto to use a sword. As the former apprentice of one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, that shouldn't be a problem, right? She asked, getting a slow nod from Haku. Quote, do that and consider your living expenses paid for. Anna finished. But Anna, Amidamaru is already teaching me how to use a sword. Naruto stated, confused, getting a nod of agreement from the samurai spirit, who was feeling a little insulted by Anna asking someone else to teach Naruto kenjutsu. He is doing an amazing job, Anna said, placating both enough to let her explain what she was planning. But he is training you as a samurai, you are a shinobi who will be fighting other shinobi often. The dark-eyed Idako pointed out seriously. Anna has a point, Amidamaru said after a moment of silence. Naruto turned to his guardian ghost in surprise. What? Think about it, Naruto, Amidamaru continued. My style of fighting is fine for normal opponents and most shaman, but not against a shinobi. A shinobi can do things that I never took into account and could leave you open and vulnerable for an attack. The gray-haired ghost explained. By having Haku teach you, you will gain experience necessary for when you come across an enemy shinobi, and be better prepared to fight them in the future. Amidamaru reasoned. Naruto thought over what Amidamaru said before agreeing. Fine. He relented, nodding his head in acceptance. Haku looked a bit lost, only being able to hear half of the conversation that Naruto was having with Amidamaru, but was snapped out of it by the sound of Anna's voice. Well, do you agree, Haku? She asked him. Yes, of course. Haku answered, agreeing at once. Good, Anna said with a satisfied tone to her voice before turning back to the inn, as she took the tray from Haku. Then you can get started on Naruto's training immediately, she stated definitely as she entered the inn. The three males just stared at the closed door for a while until Haku finally turned to his new student. Well, you heard her, Haku began. Show me what you know so far so I have an idea of what you will need to work on. He finished. A week later, Team 7, with the addition of Anna, stood in the Sandame's office to be assigned their next mission. In that week, Naruto had been training with Haku every day and was slowly learning to mix what Amidamaru had taught with what Haku was trying to teach him. Years of using Amidamaru's style of fighting when practicing kenjutsu made it difficult for the blonde shaman to suddenly have to learn a completely different style. Anna had also told him that she would be giving him something new to work on besides his kenjutsu soon. At that moment though, Naruto was wondering what their mission would be, and why Sarutobi had asked Anna to there as well. Normally Anna was there of her own accord and Sarutobi just never said anything about it. This was the first time the Hokage specifically asked that she be present. It's good that you are all here, Sarutobi said, his pipe in his mouth, before his gaze settled on Anna. And thank you for coming as well, Miss Anna, he added with a nod to the blonde girl before continuing. I'll be assigning you a C-rank mission. It's an escort mission where you shall be protecting the client and the items he is carrying with him until you reach his home village. Here is an exply. Net as he handed the mission details to Kakashi, who began to read it. Hokage-sama, Sakura spoke up. I still don't understand why you asked especially to be here. The glance she sent Anna's way made it clear what she actually meant. Despite the weeks that the girls had to get to know one another, neither one took much of a liking to the other and usually ended up fighting if they spoke to one another. Sakura would yell loudly at Anna and Anna would speak rather coldly and harshly at Sakura. The reason that I called Team 7 here is that one of the items the client is transporting is sure to be of interest, Sarutobi said as he paused for just a moment to take a drag of his pipe and build dramatic suspense. It is Amidamaru's crying sword, the aged leader revealed, as 4 of the 6 people recognized Amidamaru's name. Amidamaru's, Naruto started in confusion. Crying sword. He finished looking to his guardian ghost, who had appeared at the mention of his name, questioningly. Idamaru shrugged his shoulders, never having heard of the sword before in his afterlife, though a sense of anticipation rose up within the samurai spirit. Anna also raised an eyebrow in question, but Hat was the only sign that her interest had been piqued. Sasuke and Sakura just wondered who Amidamaru was and how it was connected to them. Knock, knock. Ah, that must be your client now. Sarutobi's aide with a smile spreading across his face. Come in, he called. The door to the office opened to reveal an elderly man about the same height as Kakashi with short gray hair wearing a suit and square-framed glasses. He had a kind smile on his face as he gazed around at everyone. Hello there. I am Takeda Sato. Takeda introduced himself. I am assuming that you will be the team that will be escorting me home. The man finished looking at the Hokage questioningly. Sarutobi nodded his head in response. Yes, Takeda-san, this is Kakashi Hatake, the Junin in leading Team 7 consisting of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Hakuyuki, and Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen said, introducing each of his shinobi. And finally the blonde girl is Miss Anna Kyoyama, and she'll be accompanying you on your journey home, if that is all right with you. Sarutobi finished. Takeda nodded his head pleasantly. That is perfectly fine, Takeda replied before looking toward Team 7. Now I still have a few things to take care of here before leaving. So I'm afraid that the mission won't officially begin until tomorrow, Takeda said a bit apologetically. That's completely understandable, Takeda-san, Kakashi replied before turning to his students and Anna. All right team, you have the rest of the day off to prepare for the mission. We'll be gone for a few days, so pack accordingly, Kakashi instructed, getting nods from the teens. Before that, Sarutobi spoke up, stopping Team 7 before they left his office. I have received a letter addressed to Miss Anna from Tazuna, Hiruzen explained, handing the letter to the blonde Itako. Anna took a few seconds to read the contents of the letter before letting the others know what it was about. Tazuna says that they finally got things stable back in the land of waves, so he will be coming to Konoha in a few days for the renovation job I have for him. Anna informed them before turning her attention to Sarutobi. In case he arrives while we are away, I'd like to leave a few instructions for him on the remolding of Funbari Inn with you, Hokage-sama. The Itako requested politely. That's fine, Sarutobi said, nodding his head in acceptance. Ellipsis. Leaving the Hokage building, Naruto had one destination in mind, which wasn't home, and the blonde shinobi had Anna follow him and invited Haku along. Where are we going? Anna asked her fiancé when it became apparent that they weren't heading back to the inn to pack like Kakashi instructed. Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto answered. There are some people that I want you to meet, he told her. Normally when Naruto mentioned ramen, Anne assumed that the other blonde was only trying to get more of his little, not, addiction. But Anna decided to give Naruto the benefit of the doubt and see who it was that he wanted them to meet before she decided if she should chew him out or not. Well, let's hurry then, Anna said with a sigh. Naruto, Haku spoke up, drawing the two blondes' attention to him. Is it really all right for me to come with you? He asked unsurely. Wouldn't you rather it just be you and Anna? Are you kidding? Naruto said incredulously. You're my friend Haku, so of course it's all right. The cerulean-eyed Shama N continued before he started to drool a little. Besides, Ichiraku has the best ramen ever and you just have to try it. You're drooling, Anna stated dryly. It's disgusting. Haku smiled fondly at the scene, having witnessed similar situations a lot over the last few weeks. Naruto would do something that Anna wouldn't approve of, which caused the Itako to scold him and Naruto to smile sheepishly. But when Anna thought nobody was looking, Haku had seen a small smile of endearment appearing on the dark-eyed girl's face each time she had to scold him, happy with the knowledge that she was helping take care of him. No matter how indifferent Anna might act at times, Haku knew that she honestly cared and loved Naruto just by how she would look at him at times. And when Naruto actually managed to train himself to unconsciousness, Anna would make Naruto as comfortable as she could wherever he fell. A few minutes later, the three, plus the invisible Amidamaru, arrived at Ichiraku Ramen before Naruto entered the establishment excitedly. Hey, old man, Iyame Nichan. Naruto called to the two people that ran his favorite ramen stand, sitting down on his favorite stool in the small stand. Behind the counter, a man with short graying hair, squinted eyes, wearing simple chef clothing turned at the voice of his favorite and best customer. This is Tsuki Ichiraku, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto. The man greeted happily. Where have you been, my boy? You haven't been here in weeks. We were starting to think you had gone on one of those trips of yours. The man turned to look over his shoulder towards the back. Hey, Iyame. Get out here. Look who is back. From the back emerged a pretty girl with long brown hair and brown eyes, a few years older than the three teens, wearing a female version of her father's outfit. The moment her eyes landed on Naruto, they lit up with happiness. Naruto, Iyame said cheerfully, happy to see her surrogate little brother, stretching across the counter. In order to bring him into a hug before she broke it as abruptly as she started it in order to glare at him. Where have you been? She demanded. You told us that you were leaving on your first sea raw NK mission weeks ago and then never came back. I was starting to get worried something happened to you. Ayame finished, having started sounding off angry only to finish with concern clearly evident in her voice and eyes. Sorry Ayame Nichan, Naruto said remorsefully. I've been busy. He finished lamely. Oh, let the boy be Ayame. Chuki told his daughter with a laugh as he started to prepare some ramen. He's back and we should be celebrating. What do you say Naruto, ramen on the house? He asked the blonde. A large wide fox-like grin spread across Naruto's face at the prospect of free raw men before remembering the fact that he had guests with him. Oh yeah Gigi, Ayame Nichan, I brought some friends with me. Naruto told them before introducing his two guests, starting with Haku. This is Haku, he's a new member on my team. He informed them. Nice to meet you, Chuki greeted pleasantly from over his shoulder as he kept most of his attention focused on the ramen he was making. Aya. Mi smiled brightly at the raven-haired teen. Hello, she greeted him before taking in his appearance. Wow, you are really pretty miss. Ayame complimented him, mistakenly confusing Haku for a girl. Ah, thank you. It's nice to meet you both as well. Haku replied before addressing Ayame. And I'm a boy. The Hyouten user reveled, taking some amusement from Ayame's embarrassment, her cheeks turning a bright red. As Naruto and Chuki burst out into laughter, the older man not about to admit that he had also thought that Haku was a girl from the brief look he had gotten of him. Once Naruto got Hi's laughter under control, he went to introduce the one other person only to be cut off just as he opened his mouth. The surprising thing was that it wasn't Anna that had cut him off. Anna, Ayame said, as recognition dawned on her face as her gaze settled on the blonde girl who took a seat next to Naruto. Haku sitting down on the stool on Naruto's other side, as even Chuki turned to look at the girl. You know who I am? Anna asked with a raised eyebrow in curiosity. Ayame almost let out an unladylike snort at the question. Hard not to, Ayame started. We've only been listening to this idiot talk about his fiancée for years. The ramen waitress said teasingly, causing Naruto to sputter in embarrassment as a pleased look appeared on Anna's face. If you're here then I understand why Naruto hasn't been coming by. I'm happy to see that you actually can get Naruto to stop eating only ramen. I've tried to get him to eat something healthier, but he can be very stubborn. Ayame said, with a tired sigh as she remembered all the times she tried to get him things beside ramen. It's good to know that you can keep him in line and make him listen to you. She added. He's called you scary a couple of times. So I guess that's why. Ayame finished with a laugh. He has he? Anna questioned, looking at Naruto pointedly. Sorry. Naruto thought in his head knowing that Anna would be able to hear him. Chuki chuckled a bit seeing the look that Anna was sending Naruto, having received similar looks from his wife often enough. That's enough now, you're getting our best and favorite customer in trouble. Chuki said, intervening on Naruto's behalf. We should be celebrating that we've finally gotten the chance to meet Naruto's fiancé. Here you go Naruto, one bowl of miso ramen with more on the way. The old man said before his attention shifted to the two sitting on either side of Naruto. Now what can I get you? He asked, and while Anna wanted to refuse his offer as she didn't want Naruto to eat too much ramen but found herself accepting since these people were obviously close to her fiancé and they were celebrating meeting her. Ayame let out a sigh. As her father took Anna's and Haku's orders. Fine, she relented before she glared at Anna, making her one of the few if not the first person to do so. But Naruto isn't just our best customer, he is also family to us. If you do anything to hurt him I'll make you pay. Ayame threatened her. Ayame Nichan, Naruto murmured softly, touched by her claim, and a little awed that she would stand up to Anna. Anna stared at the older girl for a few seconds, meeting Ayame's glare with her impassive one, neither girl backing down before Anna nodded her head. I understand, Anna replied, but that won't ever happen. She claimed strongly. They stared each other down again, but this time it was Ayame who nodded her head in acceptance before going to help her father prepare the ramen. Naruto, Haku, and even Amidamaru stared at Anna in wonder. What? She asked icily, causing the three of them to shake their heads furiously and look away from her. That's what I thought. The next day Team 7 and Ann were waiting for Takeda to arrive at the main gate to the village. While Sakura and Sasuke were carrying large backpacks with all their supplies, Naruto and Haku only had small ones, having sealed Saint of their supplies in scrolls that were now in the backpacks. Sakura had asked them where their gear was, about to shout at Naruto for not being prepared like they were told, when Anna told her of sealing scrolls and how sad it was that she as a civilian knew about them while Sakura didn't, nearly causing another argument to break out. It was only Takeda arriving, with a large pack on his back, which kept Sakura from retorting loudly. Good, now that we are all here we can get going, Kakashi announced, putting his book away, as they all set out. Ellipsis. Hours after Team 7 had left, a short boy with short dark purple hair with an antenna-like spike of hair at the back of his head and with cold malicious yellow eyes walked toward the village. A cruel sneer spread across his face as he stared at the village. So we've finally arrived, the boy thought. Come along Basin, we have a weakling to eliminate. Behind the boy a large ghost with purple and gold armor appeared, the upper part of his face obscured by the helmet that he wore, though he possessed solid red eyes. After leaving the village far behind and not being able to stand the silence any longer, Sakura began to talk with their client. So Takeda-san, can you tell us who Amidamaru is? The pink kid asked. Takeda looked at Sakura curiously. You've heard of Amidamaru? He asked her back. He was under the impression that shinobi old not know who Amidamaru was, considering his story was so old and a samurai. Well, Hokage-sama mentioned him when he was telling us about the mission. Sakura clarified, I thought you would know so. Mething about him since he said you had Amidamaru's crying sword. I see, Takeda said in understanding before continuing. Amidamaru is quite infamous. They say he lived around 600 years ago and was a great samurai warrior. One night he turned against the daimyo he was serving in order to steal a valuable sword. Takeda explained, in the end he was thwarted and killed, but not before he took out 50 of the daimyo's best warriors. He finished. Whoa, 50, Sakura said in horrified awe as she imagined a demon of a man in her mind. Sasuke was also silently impressed with Amidamaru's powers at being to fight 50 men on his own. Even if he did die in the end. Kakashi and Haku both thought the story strange since Amidamaru was supposed to be Naruto's guardian ghost, so they found it hard to believe that he could be an evil spirit. You're wrong, Naruto refuted angrily, drawing everyone's attention to him. Amidamaru wasn't like that at all. Baka, Sakura shouted at the blonde shinobi, how would you know that? She demanded, her fist raised ready to punch Naruto over his head. Anna stepped between the two, her arms crossed as she glared at Sakura. And what exactly are you trying to do to my fiancé? Anna inquired, her eyebrow arched, her stance daring Sakura to try something. Now, Takeda said pacifyingly, trying to calm the two girls down before a fight could break out. There is no need to fight. He told them gently before turning toward Naruto. Tell me, Naruto, what makes you think that I'm wrong? He asked curiously. Naruto stuttered, trying to come up with a quick explanation without revealing that he could see ghosts. I knew someone whose ancestor knew Amidamaru and passed down stories about him to his family. Amidamaru and his childhood friend Mosuke, a master swordsmith, were called to work for the daimyo, who then asked Mosuke to make him the finest sword. But the daimyo was a paranoid and greedy man who feared that Mosuke would make someone else an even better sword. So he ordered Amidamaru to kill Mosuke. Amidamaru refused to carry out the daimyo's orders, putting his loyalty to his friend above his loyalty to the daimyo. Amidamaru and Mosuke met in secret and planned to defy the daimyo, Mosuke going as far as to create a new sword for Amidamaru and give it to him the next night. Unfortunately, the daimyo learned about their plan and sent his men to kill them both. Mosuke was never able to give Amidamaru his new sword. Naruto finished retelling the story that Amidamaru had told him when they first met. Kakashi felt his respect for Amidamaru rise at the knowledge that the samurai put his friend's life above the orders he was given. Takeda hummed thoughtfully. Well, I suppose that it is possible that the story that your friend's ancestor told was true. Takeda accepted. After all, with both Amidamaru and this Mosuke dead, there would be no one who could contradict the daimyo's version. He decided. Either way, I'll be sure to research this. If it turns out that Amidamaru was falsely accused, then it is only right for everyone to know the truth about him. Takeda finished. Naruto nodded his head gratefully before they continued on their journey. Unseen by everyone but Naruto and Anna, Amidamaru appeared next to his shaman. "Thank you for defending me, Naruto," Amidamaru said gratefully. "Hopefully Takeda-san will be able to prove what happened that night and clear my name of the daimyo's deceits," the samurai spirit stated hopefully. Naruto just nodded his head, slightly unable to answer him verbally with everyone around. "All right," Kakashi said, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Let's pick up the pace a little. If we hurry we can reach the next village before sunset and we can stay at an inn there for the night." Before continuing to Takeda's village the next day, Kakashi explained, getting nods of agreement from his students, Anna, and Takeda. Just outside the village that Naruto and the others were heading to was a group of men that had been ran out of the village, like so many others, by the villagers. There was something about each man that set them apart from one another. One was shirtless bald guy with a tattoo across his stomach. Another had his whole face hidden by his hooded jacket, and another was taller than all the other men. But the one who stood out the most was a man that wore a white suit. Purple shirt with a few buttons left undone to reveal his muscular chest, with oversized collars, cuffs and lapels, and a bakudo gripped firmly in his hand. He had a goatee and sideburns that ended in a spike. But the most eye-catching trait was his foot-long black pompadour hairstyle. This was Ryo Umemiya, leader of the small gang that called themselves the Dead Enders. "What are we going to do now, Ryo?" the bald guy asked his leader. "We were kicked out of another village." He restated the obvious. "We'll do what we always do, B-boy," Ryo replied with his back to his gang. "We'll continue to search for our scared hang. No matter how long or challenging that road might be, we cannot give up hope that someday we will find our scared hang, a place we can call our home. And as long as you are all willing to follow me, then I promise to lead you to that place someday," Ryo promised them. Behind him, every member of the Dead Enders were looking up at their leader with tears streaming down their faces. "Ryo!" They all shouted at once, inspired by their leader. "We'll follow you forever, Ryo," B-boy claimed. "If anyone can lead us to our sacred hang, it's you, Ryo," a dark-skinned male with a wool cap on his head declared. The other members of the gang voiced similar sentiments to their leader. "Thank you, my friends, I promise that I won't fail you," Ryo assured them, "but for now we need to gather food and find supplies before moving on in search of our sacred hang," the bakudo user decided. Ryo would be the first to admit that he wasn't thrilled with the fact that he and his gang had to act like lowly bandits in order to survive, but until they found their place in the world they would have to steal from traveling merchants in order to obtain things of value and food. Nodding heads in understanding, the Dead Enders moved deeper into the surrounding forest in order to hide themselves so that they could take their potential victims by surprise. Team 7 was close to the village that marked their halfway point to getting to Takeda's village as the sun began to set. While normally a journey like that could be made by shinobi in less than a day, they had 2 civilians that couldn't travel as fast with them. Plus Takeda was carrying some fragile artifacts, so they had to be extra careful that nothing happened to them that could damage them. A few minutes away from the village, Anna came to a sudden stop, drawing the others' attention to her. "We have company," she announced calmly. The information seemed to catch Sasuke, Sakura, and Takeda by surprise. The other 3 were more aware of what Anna was talking about, Naruto and Haku being more aware of when they were being followed by people with ill intent because of how they grew up, and Kakashi because of his long life as a shinobi. Kakashi could also tell that whoever was hiding was not a threat to him, his squad, Anna, or their client. What interested Kakashi the most was how Anna was able to tell. The Hokage had mentioned Anna's reishi ability when he explained Naruto being a shaman, but it was something else to see someone with absolutely no training as a shinobi be able to sense other people that were hiding. The shinobi in Kakashi noted how useful that sort of ability would be in a mission where they had to avoid others, find someone with incredible stealth skills, or interrogation, it being similar to the Yamanaka clan in that regard. "That's far enough," Ryo said threateningly as he stepped out of the surrounding forest, the Dead Enders doing the same thing as they surrounded Team 7. "If you don't want any trouble, the bakudo user was about to demand that they hand over their belongings, not recognizing Team 7 for the shinobi they were, only to stop when his gaze landed on Haku. Suddenly hearts appeared in Ryo's eyes as he dropped his bakudo and grabbed a comb from his pocket to brush his pompadour. "You, my dear, are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen," Would you do me the honor of becoming my girlfriend? He asked as suavely as he could. Everyone stared at Ryo for a moment, stupefied by the sudden change of events. Sakura was the first one to break out of her stupor and be able to respond. No way. She rejected, mistakenly believing that Ryo was talking to her, arms crossed in an X fashion in front of her. Your way to OL. Not you. Ryo shouted, cutting the pinkett off. I'm talking about the Raven beauty right there. He claimed, pointing at Haku. Haku looked around wildly, searching for the raven-haired girl that Ryo was talking about, before resigning to the fact that he was in fact talking about him. Me? He asked, pointing at himself for the sake of clarity, and silently hoping that he was wrong, only for those hopes to be dashed when Ryo nodded his head. While I'm really flattered, he began embarrassedly. I'm a boy, he revealed. And you're not my type. The Hyouten user finished blandly. Everyone watched as Ryo froze in horror at the truth that Haku had revealed. Mouth agape and eyes open wide yet completely unseeing. After a minute of nothing happening, the Dead Enders moved toward their leader. Ryo? Magnet asked worriedly, waving his hand in front of Ryo's face. At that point it became apparent that Ryo had passed out when he learned that Haku was a boy and he had hit on him. With their leader out cold, there was only one thing that the Dead Enders could do. Let's get out of here. B-Boy shouted as he and the others grabbed a hold of Ryo and made a run for it. Well, Kakashi said after a moment of silence following the Dead Enders' hasty retreat. That was strange, he stated. Even in his long life, by shinobi standards, he had never witnessed anything quite like what he had just seen. More like stupid. Anna commented, arms crossed. Really, all of that was just a big waste of time. Let's get going. She all but ordered as she continued heading toward the village, everyone else soon following after. Naruto, who had been holding himself back, broke out laughing at what had happened. Did you see the look his face when Haku told him he was a boy? Priceless. The shinobi shaman claimed. He wasn't the only one. Confused me with a girl when we first met. Haku reminded Naruto mockingly, which caused the Jinchuriki to stop laughing and Anna to glare at her fiancé. Well, yeah, Naruto acknowledged embarrassedly at that reminder. But at least I didn't hit on you. The cerulean-eyed shinobi pointed out, unknowingly placating Anna slightly. How often does something like that happen? Naruto asked. The way that Haku's head dropped depressingly with a storm cloud over his head made it clear that it happened too often enough and made the others laugh lightly at his plight. Ellipsis. After their little meeting the Dead Enders Team 7 and their client were able to make it to the village without further incident. Of course, a war almost broke out when Kakashi decided that Anna and Sakura would be sharing a room once they arrived at the inn. Everyone thinking it was the worst idea that the Junin had in a while, but there were few alternatives. It was also decided that Naruto and Haku would share a room, Kakashi and Sasuke in another room. And Takeda would have his own. Since the chance that bandits would attack an inn was nearly non-existent without waking everyone, and that this wasn't turning out to be like their first C-rank mission. Currently Anna was in Naruto's and Haku's room mostly to spend as little time as possible with the pink-haired Kunoichi, but also because she planned to tell Naruto the next part of his training. Alright, Anna began, unsealing a number of scrolls from a sealing scroll that she had in the satchel that she had with her. This is the next part of your training. The Itako informed Naruto. And what is that? Naruto asked, looking at all the scrolls that Anna had put on his bed. Old shaman families, like the Asakura, create or come across techniques that the pass down to their descendants that they can specialize in. Anna explained plainly. The Asakura are especially old, so it stands to reason that they would have more techniques available to pass down to future generations. After searching through the Asakura clan library, I found these scrolls that I think will give you the best advantage over other shaman, and maybe even other shinobi. She informed him. And what are they? Naruto asked once more, sounding far more curious than before. They are called Kido. They were made by an Asakura ancestor and his sons but never caught on with the our family members until they were nearly forgotten. They are sort of like your jutsu, but instead of hand seals they are performed with incantations and fall under two categories, Hado and Bakudo. The dark-eyed Itako explained. And you want me to start practicing now? Naruto said curiously. No. Anna shook her head. If not careful, these things have the habit of being explosive, nothing serious. It's still not the sort of thing you want to be practicing indoors. Right now I want you to work on memorizing the incantations for the first 10 Hado and Bakudo. I want them completely memorized by the time we get home. She instructed. Naruto almost let a groan, almost, but kept silent both inwardly and outwardly, otherwise risk suffering Anna's wrath. He would rather suffer through the torture of in his physical exercises instead of having to sit still and study. But he also couldn't deny that he was both curious and eager to learn Kido if it really was similar to Jutsu. Taking the first scroll, Naruto opened it and began to read it. Seeing Naruto beginning to read through the scroll, Anna nodded her head acceptingly before getting up and making her way to the door. Oh, Anna spoke up just as she opened the door to Naruto and Haku's room. Don't forget to use your shadow clones to help you learn the incantations faster, she said before walking out of the room and closing the door behind her. Anna knew how much her fiancé hated studying or bookwork, so the least that she could do is make it a little easier on him, and from the puff of smoke she heard through the door, Naruto took full advantage of Anna's suggestion. But still, you better not be slacking off in there and making your clones do all the reading, Anna said threateningly through the door. The muffled curses and laughed that Anna could hear through the door made it clear that she had guessed right. With a small amused smile, Anna shook her head as she made her way to the room she would be sharing with Sakura. Might as well turn in now. Ellipsis. Outside the village, the Dead Enders watched as their leader raged, smashing the Bakudo against a tree and actually managing to shatter some of the tree's trunk. Since leaving Team 7, Ryo had been raging at the embarrassment he had suffered, admittedly at his own hands, when he had flirted with Haku. It's not that he was homophobic, love was love and a beautiful thing to Ryo. And it should be encouraged no matter whom or to who it was expressed in his opinion. It was more that he had confused Haku for a girl and then got immediately shot down by him. Though he wasn't sure what he would have done if Haku had accepted his offer and Ryo later learned that he was a boy, which would have just been a whole different kind of awkward. Ryo took deep breaths as he tried to calm himself down. Tell me, Magnet, what happened to those travelers we met? Ryo asked his second in command. I'm pretty sure that they decided to stay at the village, Ryo. Magnet replied unsurely. It was getting dark and the village was close, so it would only make sense that they would stay at a hotel in the village. Good, Ryo replied. Then tomorrow we ambush them once they leave the village. We'll show them that no one makes a fool out of me, he stated angrily. I don't think that's such a good idea, Ryo, B-Boy said nervously. Didn't you see those headbands that some of them were wearing? He asked. The Bakudo wielder eyebrow rose at the question. Yeah, so what of it? Ryo said back uncaringly. Ryo, those people earlier were shinobi, B-Boy said, stressing the last word. I don't think it would be such a good idea to pick a fight with them. Ryo was silent as he let the information sink in. Honestly, he had been so distracted by Haku and his blunder that he hadn't noticed that the people that they had ambushed were actually shinobi. Ryo held no illusions that his gang could take on a team of ninja. Even genin-ranked shinobi could fight small bandit camps, and his gang were not exactly the best of fighters. No matter, Ryo finally decided. We'll just have to be smarter about how we confront them. The next morning, before Team 7 continued their mission to escort Takeda home, but before that they had been gathered by their client to see why the sword he was transporting was called Amidamaru's crying sword. Team 7 and Anna saw an old rusted sword was on a stand in Takeda's room. From the rusted blade, water dripped off of it into the small puddle that had formed underneath it, giving the appearance that the sword was crying. This happens every night, Takeda informed them before chuckling lightly. It actually took me a couple of nights to finally figure out to take it out every night so my things wouldn't end up wet, he said, laughing at his own folly. That is so weird, Sakura commented, looking at the old sword in wonder. Anna looked at the sword thoughtfully before pulling Naruto away once Kakashi told them they would be heading out soon. Finding a secl wooded spot, Anna turned to face Naruto and saw Amidamaru floating by him. What do you think of that sword? The Itako asked the samurai spirit. Amidamaru looked deep in thought before replying, I defy. Knightley sensed something about the sword, but I couldn't make anything out. Amidamaru replied, getting a nod of agreement from, I don't think it is anything dangerous, but we should keep an eye out just in case, he advised. But at the same time Naruto could tell that Amidamaru seemed distracted by something. Are you alright, Amidamaru? Naruto asked his guardian ghost. Yes, I'm fine, Naruto. Amidamaru replied, though he didn't seem all that convincing. We should get ready to leave. Anna cut in. You still have a mission to finish. She reminded Naruto before leaving to gather their things and meet up with the others. For the rest of the day, Team 7's journey to Takeda's home village was spent peacefully, the sun once more beginning to set as they approached the village, something that ups both Naruto and Sasuke since they hoped to encounter some actual enemies like during their first C-rank mission. Though Kakashi was sure that they were being followed by someone, but since they hadn't done anything, the Junin wasn't inclined to do anything about it either. Anna was more aware about who was following them thanks to her Reishi ability, but because she knew who it was, she knew that there was nothing they could do to actually pose any sort of threat. Sakura, being the most relaxed of the group, had once more started a conversation with their client, asking him about his home village. It's a pretty small out-of-the-way village with no name to it. Takeda informed the Pinkett. It does have two main attractions that draw in tourists. One is the museum that I am in charge of. The other is this place in the village that is called Monument Hill. Naruto finished. The shinobi shaman suddenly speaking up caught everyone's attention, besides Anna, who already knew of Monument Hill, including the Dead Enders. Takeda stared at the blonde shinobi in surprise, a little taken back that he knew of the name of the village's popular site. That's right. How did you know that? Takeda asked Naruto. I came here once years ago. Naruto replied with a shrug of his shoulders. I started to remember the scenery and I know that Monument Hill is its only famous landmark. What's Monument Hill? Sakura asked, shifting her gaze between her teammate and the museum curator. It's a graveyard with many notable warriors buried there, including Amidamaru's grave. Takeda answered. It also provides quite the sight after sunset, he said with a far-off look as he remembered the beautiful scenery that was provided. Ellipsis. Further back, hidden as best as possible, Rio and Magnet listened in on Team 7's conversation. Though with how far away they were, they struggled to make anything out. Rio did manage to catch the words, Monument Hill, and something within the Bakudo user suddenly resonated at the name. That's it, Rio said airily. What is Rio? Magnet asked. Our sacred hang, Rio replied, still somewhat in a daze. This Monument Hill, I can feel it in my bones, Magnet. Monument Hill is destined to be our sacred hang, he said, his voice filled with belief. Send the signal, the Bakudo wielder commanded. We make our move now and then continue to Monument Hill. You got it, Rio. Agnet said seriously, nodding his head before the two separated so that they could pass the word. Ellipsis. Soon after Takeda told them about Monument Hill, the team from Konoha found themselves being pelted by smoke bombs from all sides. The shinobi were instantly on their guard as they tried to find whoever was attacking them. An ambush? Sasuke questioned, pulling out a kunai and activating his Sharingan in an effort to see through the smoke. Something like that, Anna answered, completely unconcerned. Charge. Rio's voice pierced through the smoke. Over time, as the Dead Enders tried to find their sacred hang and were run out of every village they came across by angry villagers, they accumulated their fair share of tools and weaponry to defend themselves with. The smoke bombs were one such example. That sounds like the guy that hit on Haku yesterday, Naruto pointed out, recognizing Rio's voice. Don't bring that up, Haku pleaded softly. Some of the Dead Enders appeared right in front of them, looking like they were about to attack, only to be startled when Takeda cried out in surprise from Rio and two other members of his gang coming from behind them and diving at the old man. Before Team 7 could really react, Rio and his two subordinates had already stood back up, something being held in Rio's hand. Retreat, Rio shouted. He and the Dead Enders ran away a moment later. Everything went down in a matter of seconds. Picking himself up off the ground, Takeda searched through his bag looking for anything that might have been damaged in the ambush or taken when Rio and his comrades had slammed into him. Oh no, Takeda said as he continued to search through his bag, becoming more frantic in his search with each passing second. Amidamaru's crying sword, it's missing. They must have taken it, Takeda rationalized when he found everything in order, except for the missing sword. So yesterday was just them doing recon on us and them trying to trick us to drop our guard, Sakura reasoned. No, Anna denied. They're really just that stupid. Oh yeah, Sakura shot back, how would you know? The kunoichi demanded heatedly. That's none of your business. Anna replied, crossing her arms over her chest. All right, Kakashi said, stopping the two girls from arguing, as he came to a decision. Haku, Naruto, I want you to go after those guys and retrieve Amidamaru's crying sword. The rest of us will stay with Takeda and Anna and meet back up at Takeda's village. The Junin instructed. Why are you sending them? Sasuke questioned Kakashi with narrowed eyes. I'm guessing. Haku has some experience in tracking from when he traveled with Zabuza. Kakashi began, looking toward Haku and getting a nod of confirmation at his assumption. And Naruto has been here at least once before, so he has some idea of the land. He explained, getting Sasuke too reluctantly to agree to his reasoning. Seeing all opposition settled, Kakashi turned his attention back to Naruto and Haku. Now go, he ordered. The two shinobi nodded their head and got ready to set out, but not before Naruto made sure that Anna was going to be okay. As Anna watched her fiancé bolt after the dead enders, she was confident that he was going to be okay and that he more than capable to deal with the wannabe gang members. After several minutes, Haku and Naruto were able to pick up the dead enders' tracks. It surprised the two shinobi at how far and fast they could travel even without the use of chakra. We're getting close, Haku informed Naruto. They shouldn't be that far ahead now. Taking a quick look around, Naruto could see Takeda's village not far off. We should be close to Monument Hill, Naruto said. I remember it being at the edge of the village. Do you think that's where they went? Haku asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders before answering. It's the only place around here worth looking at, Naruto decided. Then let's go, Haku said, letting Naruto take the lead and led them to Monument Hill. Monument Hill was an hundreds-years-old cemetery with a number of graves that marked the final resting place of many people, some great warriors, others simple merchants and farmers. The one thing they held in common was that they were all born in the same nearby village. The cemetery earned its name because of the two hills located at the center of the graveyard steps leading one of the hills with an old shrine resting on top of it, the other hill having a single tree at its peak with a grave marker resting next to it, with a bridge connecting the two hills and offering the only way to reach the second hill. The gravestone that rested on the second hill belonged to the one and only Amidamaru, marking the place that Amidamaru and Naruto first met. The dead enders stood on top of the second hill, Amidamaru's grave only feet away, and the moon shining brightly behind them. At that moment, the dead enders watched worriedly as their leader ranted over the fact that all they went through, all they managed to steal was a rusty old sword, even going as far as knocking over Amidamaru's gravestone. Well, it's not all bad, I suppose, Ryo said after taking several deep breaths after finishing his rant. After all, my friends, after all our searching, we have finally found our sacred hang, he stated as he looked out into the graveyard. With the full moon out, it gave the cemetery a hauntingly beautiful appearance. When he didn't hear an immediate reply from any of his followers, he turned to see them all pale with a spooked look on all their faces. What's the matter with all of you? Ryo asked. Ryo, B-boy said nervously. What is it? Ryo asked somewhat impatiently. Well, it's just that you knocked over Amidamaru's headstone, B-boy informed him shakily. Amidamaru was infamous around the area. There wasn't a single person who hadn't heard about the evil samurai. Ryo stared at B-boy for a moment before letting out a sigh. We don't have anything to fear from some old spirit, B-boy, he told them. Well, you should definitely be afraid of me. Naruto's voice cut in, drawing the dead enders' attention to the newly arrived two Konoha shinobi, having seen what Ryo did to Amidamaru's headstone just as Haku and he got there. You're going to give back Amidamaru's crying sword and apologize for what you did to his gravestone, the shaman stated definitively as he glared at the dark-haired man. Ryo wasn't at all scared of Naruto, even with the knowledge that the two teens across from him were shinobi. You must be really brave, or stupid, if you think you two can take us all on, Ryo said confidently, dropping Amidamaru's crying sword on the fallen headstone and drawing his bakudo, as the other members of the dead enders got ready to fight, as well as moving to stand in front of their leader. We are the dead enders and this is our sacred hang. If you know what is good for you, you will leave here immediately, the bakudo wielder commanded. Naruto, I'll distract them. You retrieve the sword, Haku whispered to his teammate, which Naruto nodded his head in response to. They could handle the dead enders, but their job was to retrieve the sword as quickly as possible and meet back up with the others, not fight a bunch of wannabe gangsters that were only as strong as the average civilian. Without wasting another second, Haku pulled some Senbon and threw them at the dead enders, the Senbon either coming so close that the dead enders were sure that they were going to hit them or landing so close to their feet that they instinctively took steps back to avoid them. Go, Naruto. Naruto didn't need to be told twice as he dashed past Haku. Get out of my way. Naruto shouted at the dead enders, jumping up and using their heads as stepping stones to get to Ryo. What the hell? Ryo shouted in surprise, seeing the orange-clad shinobi jump over the tallest member of his gang, a guy that went by the name of Silver Sun, and fall towards him fist cocked back. His surprise kept him from reacting in time to stop Naruto from punching him and knocking him out. The dead enders, seeing their leader out cold, started to panic. Oh no, he knocked out Ryo. B-Boy said worriedly as he and the others rushed their fallen leader. Let's get out of here. And for the second time in as many days, the dead enders ran away while carrying their boss, leaving the shinobi with a sense of déjà vu. Shaking his head, Naruto went to retrieve the stolen sword, only to be shocked to see someone floating over it while crying, his tears falling on the sword. The man had black hair that was pulled into a short ponytail. He wore a dark kimono top that was left open, exposing his chest, and shorts of the same color with simple sandals. Around him was an aura of darkness that reflected his mood. Naruto was about to say something to draw the spirit's attention when he was beaten to the punch by Amidamaru. Mosuke, the samurai spirit, called softly. At the sound of his name being spoken by a familiar voice, Mosuke's head snapped up, his eyes meeting Amidamaru's for the first time in nearly 600 years. Amidamaru, Mosuke said just as quietly before turning his back on Amidamaru. Please, you know I am not one to cry in front of others, he stated in an effort to not lose any respect he had. Amidamaru burst out laughing at Mosuke's question. Since when? He asked. As I remember it, you would cry over the littlest of things no matter who was around, Amidamaru said, still laughing loudly. Turning back around, Mosuke had a tick mark on his head. What was that, you lousy excuse for a samurai? Mosuke demanded angrily. Mosuke's outburst just made Amidamaru laugh all the harder. It is good to see you again, my friend, Amidamaru said happily. Friend? Mosuke questioned. How can you still consider me a friend after what happened all those years ago? He asked. Naruto, what is it? Haku asked, seeing his blonde friend and teammate just standing there looking into space. Naruto turned to Haku, realizing that he couldn't hear the conversation that was happening between Amidamaru and his childhood friend. The shaman then informed the raven-haired teen about the reunion that Amidamaru was having with Mosuke, asking for his help in fixing Amidamaru's gravestone while the two spirits talked. A frown appeared on Amidamaru's face. I do not blame you for what happened 600 years ago, Mosuke, the samurai stated. Mosuke stared at Amidamaru in surprise. But because of me, because I took so long to arrive with your sword, we both ended up losing our lives, Mosuke said, his voice filling with self-loathing as he clenched his fists tightly. You promised me your finest sword, Mosuke. There was never a doubt in my mind that that was what you would present me, and that such a sword would take time to forge. I could never blame you for that, Amidamaru said solemnly before looking down at sword that was resting against the single tree on the hill. Naruto placing it there while Haku and he repaired the headstone. Is that it? He asked. Mosuke looked at the sword sadly while nodding his head. Yes, my greatest work, the Sword of Light, but now look at it. It's fallen to ruin with the passage of time, Mosuke said regretfully. For 600 years I've made you wait for my greatest sword, and this is all I have for you. Amidamaru stared at the sword for a moment before coming up with an idea. Naruto can help restore the sword, Amidamaru supplied as he looked toward his partner. Naruto? Mosuke questioned before following Amidamaru's gaze. That kid, he continued, gazing at the cerulean-eyed shinobi. Don't let his age or appearance fool you, Amidamaru admonished his friend lightly. Naruto is a shaman. If you were to perform spirit unity with him, you could restore the Sword of Light through Naruto. He's a shaman, really? Mosuke said, looking at the blonde in wonder. And he would really be willing to help fix the Sword of Light? A smile appeared on Amidamaru's face at his friend's questions. The first time that I met Naruto, it was right here on Monument Hill. He asked me to be his guardian spirit. I immediately refused. Amidamaru said, with a light chuckle as he remembered the day that he and Naruto met, before continuing. He wasn't all that accepting at first and stubbornly continued to ask me to be his partner for a few days. Then he asked me why I chose to stay, and after so many days of having him ask me the same thing, I was more than willing to tell him of the pact we made if it would get him to stop. After I told him, he called me an idiot. Amidamaru admitted, once more laughing. This time at what his face must have looked like when a kid, who couldn't have been older than 8 or 9, called him an idiot. He told me that while he admired my dedication to the promise we made, that he wouldn't have spent 600 years waiting for a missing friend and would have left a long time ago to find them himself to make sure they were okay. And then drag them back here so that they could keep their promise. The samurai spirit said, after punching them in the face for keeping them waiting so long. Reminds me, he added before trailing off at the end and punching Mosuke, drawing Naruto's attention for a moment, who then smirked, realizing what must have happened. What the hell, Amidamaru? Mosuke shouted, holding his cheek. Amidamaru ignored his friend as he continued retelling the story. Eventually I ended up agreeing with Naruto that it was more important that I find you than continuing waiting around for another 600 years. So I became his guardian spirit in the hopes that someday we would cross paths. Amidamaru stated as a smile spread across his lips. And by some twist of fate we now find ourselves here. Now we can fulfill the promise we made, my friend. The gray-haired spirit finished. Mosuke silently nodded his head in agreement, happy with the knowledge that things would be set right. Ellipsis. A couple of hours later, Naruto held the restored sword of light in front of him for Amidamaru to see before sheathing it. That is truly Mosuke's finest sword. Amidamaru said with a small smile on his face. His friend passing on as soon as he finished working on the sword. Naruto nodded his head in agreement before looking up at Amidamaru. What now? He asked, and at Amidamaru's NFUSED expression he went into greater detail. We said you would only have to be my guardian ghost until you met up with Mosuke. Naruto pointed out. So I guess this is the end of our partnership. The shinobi shaman finished sadly. Amidamaru stared at Naruto for a moment before his expression softened a bit. I swore that I would help you become Shaman King, Naruto. I'm not about to break my promise to you either. The samurai said definitively. I will fight with you, Naruto, until the very end, I swear on my honor as a samurai. Amidamaru finished strongly. Naruto gazed up at Amidamaru bef. Or a fox-like grin spread across his face. Right, Naruto said cheerfully. Together the two of us are going to win the shaman tournament. He declared loudly, thrusting his fist up at Amidamaru, getting a nod from the samurai spirit. Now let's head back, the others are probably waiting for us. Naruto finished, rejoining Haku, who was waiting patiently for Naruto to finish talking with his guardian ghost. Amidamaru disappearing from sight to invisibly follow his shaman. Naruto and Haku eventually met up with the rest of Team 7 and Takeda. Naruto presented the sword to their client, showing the museum curator the restored blade. The man staring at the sword with wide disbelieving eyes. Turns out, Naruto began, that Amidamaru's crying sword was actually the sword of light, the sword that Mosuke promised to make for Amidamaru the night before they were killed. The whiskered shinobi explained. Takeda stared at the sword. He was no expert when it came to swords in any shape or fashion. Would even he tell that the blade was a magnificent. So there might be some truth to that story your friend told you. Takeda said, taking the sword from Naruto. Thank you for getting this back, Naruto. This will serve as the museum's biggest attraction and support the claim that Amidamaru might have been falsely accused by the daimyo. The man stated with a smile on his face. Naruto just grinned at the man, happy with the knowledge that he was helping clear Amidamaru's name. Good job, Naruto, Haku. Kakashi told his two students, before addressing the entire group. With our mission officially complete by us escorting Takeda to his home village, we'll set out back to Konoha in the morning. For tonight we'll stay in another inn. The Junin sensei decided. We have some company. Anna said, drawing everyone's attention to her only to see her staring off to the side. Turning their gazes to where Anna was looking, the members of Team 7 saw Ryo standing a few feet away, his bakudo gripped tightly in his hand to the point that it was shaking a bit from the force that he was exerting, and with a black eye from when Naruto punched him. No more, the man with the pompadour hairstyle said softly at first before continuing. I won't stand to be humiliated anymore. Ryo roared, swinging his bakudo wildly before pointing it at Naruto. You damaged my beautiful face. Now you are going to pay for it. The gang leader declared. Naruto looked at Ryo with a frown on his face as he stepped away from the others. Your name is Ryo, right? The blonde shinobi asked, remembering that the members of Ryo's gang called him that each time before they ran away, but continued speaking without giving Ryo time to answer either way. You haven't apologized for wrecking Amidamaru's headstone. Naruto stated icily. Ryo cocked his head in confusion as he stared at Naruto before a scowl replaced his look of confusion. Listen here little man, I don't care about the grave of some deadbeat samurai, so I am not going to apologize. Ryo stated definitively, now enough stalling. Fine, Naruto said back, unsealing his baken, as he continued in a whisper. Then it's only fair that Amidamaru should be your opponent. You ready for this Amidamaru? The shaman asked. Defiantly, Amidamaru replied, appearing at Naruto's side only to turn into a spirit ball form. Alright then, Naruto resumed taking tea. He spirit balled that was Amidamaru and slamming it into his chest activating spirit unit, as his orange jacket was once more forcibly opened by Amidamaru and Naruto's combined strength and Naruto's eyes sharpened. Then I'll let you take the lead on this one Amidamaru. He said, willingly allowing Amidamaru more control so that the samurai spirit was the one who was really fighting the small gang leader. Focusing his gaze on Ryo, Amidamaru spoke through Naruto's body. You should really learn more respect for a spirit's resting place. The guardian ghost said in his and his shaman's dual voice. While he no longer rested there, Monument Hill had been his home for the better part of 600 years and Amidamaru didn't like the idea of anyone messing with it. Ryo almost burst out laughing at the sight of Naruto holding his baken. They call me Wooden Sword Ryo. Do you honestly think you can beat me? Ryo asked, once more ignoring the fact that he would be fighting a shinobi. Of course most of this confidence came from the fact that since Naruto was still just a kid, Ryo thought he could beat him. Is this really okay? Sakura asked, watching as Naruto and Ryo stared each other down. She was a bit fidgety by how different Naruto seemed to be at that moment. It's fine, Anna replied impassively with an unconcerned look on her face. Honestly, Ryo was hardly going to be a challenge for her Iensei and Amidamaru, so the Ichiko was just waiting for the little match to end. That's, Takeda murmured, his eyes locked on Naruto as he watched the blonde shinobi take his stance with his baken. Museum curator recognized it immediately as the beginning sword stance that Amidamaru was said to use when he was alive, having spent many years researching everything and anything to do with the infamous samurai. At once Naruto and Ryo charged at each other, Ryo with his bakudo raised high in the air in preparation to bring it down on Naruto's head. Naruto moved closer to the ground, his eyes low. CKED on Ryo, not at all concerned with the gang leader's bakudo. Ryo swung his bakudo down on Naruto, but the shaman adjusted his baken just the slightest bit in order to deflect Ryo's wooden sword. TTING inside of Ryo's guard, Naruto stopped inches away from the man with the pompadour, the man looking down at Naruto with wide eyes. With his eyes locked with Ryo's and a smirk on his face, Naruto thrust his baken straight up. Remember this the next time you think about desecrating any spirit's resting place. Naruto and Amidamaru said, because next time I won't just take a little off the top. At his words, the top half of Ryo's pompadour fell of his head, Naruto having cut it in two with his baken. Ryo's gaze shifted from his ruined hairdo on his head to the half that laid on the ground in front of him. A look of abject horror on his face. Seconds passed by without the man saying anything before his eyes went white and he fell backwards in a dead faint. For the third time the members of the Dead Enders appeared, picked up their leader, and proceeded to run away. They're weird, Sakura commented under her breath. Naruto, having cancelled spirit unity with Amidamaru as soon as the short fight ended, grinned. I don't know, he said. I thought they were kind of funny. And did you see Ryo's hair before I cut it? It was really cool. Naruto said excitedly. In fact, the shinobi shaman continued with a thoughtful look appearing on his face as he imagined himself with a pompadour. Never going to happen, Anna stated absolutely with her arms crossed. Ah, but Anna, Naruto whined childishly. No, the Ichiko replied in the same tone of voice as before, refusing to allow Naruto to even entertain the thought of having a pompadour. Now that she thought about it, Anna wasn't too thrilled about the thought of Naruto cutting his hair to short either. Naruto hung his head in sadness at Anna's staunch decision. The next morning Team 7 and Anna stood at the entrance to Takeda's V. Yaj saying their goodbyes to the museum curator. "Thank you all for everything," Takeda said before turning his attention to Naruto, "especially you Naruto. Thanks to you not only was the sword of Light recovered, but the injustice done to Amidamaru and his friend Mosuke has also been revealed, and we can work on clearing Amidamaru's name," the old man said with a grateful smile on his face. "But something has me curious," the curator continued. "The sword stance that you used against Ryo last night, that was Amida Ryu, the sword style developed by Amidamaru, wasn't it?" Takeda asked him. "That's right," Naruto answered, nodding his head. "How do you know it?" I'm learning it on my own," the cerulean-eyed shaman said hastily. "Really?" Takeda said curiously. "Why? I really admire Amidamaru," Naruto said honestly. He was loyal to his friend and was willing to die if it meant protecting him from the daimyo. "That's the kind of person I want to be." Unseen by everyone except Naruto and Anna, Amidamaru was rubbing the back of his head sheepishly with a blush on his face. Naruto, stop it, you're embarrassing me," the samurai spirit said goofily. Naruto spared his spirit partner a grin before refocusing on Takeda. "I see," the man murmured, his smile becoming just the tiniest bit wider at Naruto's response. "Then I look forward to hearing about the things you accomplish in the future, Naruto. Who's to say that someday far in the future you won't have your own exhibit here in our museum?" Takeda told him cheerily. "You really think so?" Naruto asked with stars in his eyes. He could already imagine it. There would be pictures of him and other mementos telling about how awesome he was and all the amazing adventures he went on. "All right, I think it's about time we set out," Kakashi spoke up, pulling his copy of Ika Ika out of his pocket, before Naruto gets too big of a head. The Junin added as he began walking away from the village. "You got that right, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura said, agreeing with the gray-haired Junin. Sasuke didn't care one way or the other and chose to just silently followed Kakashi back to Konoha. "Hey!" Naruto shouted indignantly after his teammates and sensei. With a roll of her eyes, Anna followed after the others as Haku chuckled lightly at Naruto's actions. The trip back to Konoha wasn't nearly as eventful for Team 7 and Anna, of course. A man with a pompadour who they never met before suddenly asks their teammate, who also happens to be male, out on a date. Nothing else seems to be quite as interesting or hilarious. Currently the group of 6, plus a few ghosts, were signing in with Kotetsu and Izumo, the eternal Chunin and gate guards, and catching up with the latest village gossip that happened while they had been away. It was the weirdest thing. Izumo, wearing the standard Konoha uniform with his headband acting as a bandana that pushed his brown hair down to cover his right eye, commented as the group signed in. "No. Long after you all left, this kid about your age walked into the village talking to no one and wearing clothes that would make yours look normal, Naruto," the Chunin said before finishing jokingly. "No one," Naruto repeated before the rest of what Izumo said registered in the blonde shinobi shaman's mind. "Hey!" he shouted in protest. Kotetsu, a man with spiky black hair wearing his Konoha Chunin outfit with what looked like a long bandage across the bridge of his nose and a marking on his chin, chuckled at the Genin's reaction before continuing with the story. "Yeah, the kid was strange, but his papers were all in order, so we let him through," he stated. Considering some of the people who lived within the village, the 2 gate guards couldn't really keep the kid out for being a little weird. "Was that really such a good idea?" questioned Sakura worriedly. "This guy doesn't sound all that mentally safe." Just then, for absolutely no apparent reason whatsoever, Sasuke sneezed, causing Sakura to go into her fangirl mode. "Anyway," Kotetsu continued, ignoring the Pinkett fussing over the Uchiha. "The kid did have a weapon on him but nothing else, so I doubt he'd give us any problems even if he is here to cause trouble. Besides, from what I could tell, he had about as much chakra as a civilian." The black-haired man finished with a shrug of his shoulders. While the shinobi seemed to dismiss the kid as inconsequential, Anna's eyes narrowed in suspicion as things began to add up with only one possible answer. "So one of them is already here, huh?" the Itako thought. "Well, no matter. I'm sure that Naruto can win if it comes down to a battle between them." she finished thinking confidently, as she looked toward her fiancé, who didn't seem to come to the same conclusion she did. Single quote. Seems that my dear hubby needs training of a different kind, Anna thought, staring at Naruto expressionlessly. Naruto suddenly shivered fearfully before looking at Anna to see her staring at him blankly, causing him to grin sheepishly and try figure out how he had upset her. All right everyone, Kakashi said, drawing everyone's attention to him. Let's give our mission report to Hokage-sama and then we'll call it a day. He declared, leading his team to the Hokage building. Now tell me again why I am allowing you to get ramen right after coming back from the mission. Anna questioned Naruto with a little edge to her voice. It's not like that, Naruto claimed strongly. You saw how worried Ayame Nichan was when I didn't visit them last time. I just don't want them to worry, Naruto said truthfully. Anna sighed but nodded her head in acceptance. Fine, she relented, but no ramen. The blonde Itako added. Ah, but I haven't had ramen in so long. Naruto whined childishly. No. The two blondes were walking toward Ichiraku's at Naruto's insistence while Haku had headed back to the inn to check in on their home. It's a good thing that you learned from the last time and you came to tell us you got home safe, Ayame said with a smile directed at her favorite blonde couple. Technically they were the only blonde couple that she knew. Too bad you can't have any ramen though, Chuki added. But you've got to listen to the wife, he finished teasingly. But she's not my wife yet, Naruto complained, more about not getting ramen than Anna being called his wife, as he watched Chuki prepare some of the delicious food. He was sure that the old ramen chef was exaggerating some of his actions just to taunt him. Anna just rolled her eyes at Naruto before directing her gaze to Chuki. Don't worry Ichiraku-san, I'll be sure to bring Naruto by soon, Anna promised. That's good, Chuki replied with a large smile on his face. It wouldn't be good for business if my best customer quit cold turkey on me. Geez dad, could you not think about money right now? Ayame scolded her father. Chuki looked pitifully at his daughter. Come on Ayame, you know I was just kidding, right? Good to know, Ayame said, folding her arms over her chest and frowning at her father. Then next time Naruto's entire meal can be on the house, the waitress decided. Chuki looked devastated at the announcement. But he'd eat us out of house and home, the man protested. It was one thing to give the whiskered shinobi one bowl on the house, it was an entirely different thing to let him eat for free. He'd ruin them. No he won't, Anna denied, and for a moment Naruto thought that Anna was about to defend him, only for those hopes to be quickly and effectively dashed away. I'd cut him off before that happened, she claimed. At a corner Naruto was squiggling on the ground with his finger and a proverbial raincloud over his head, as Amidamaru did his best to cheer his partner up. It was not going well. Ah, Naruto, Miss Anna. I was sure that I'd find you here, an aged voice said. Turning to look at the entrance, Naruto and the others noticed the flaps pulled back to reveal the third Hokage smiling kindly at everyone. Old man, what are you doing here? Naruto questioned his leader disrespectfully, as always. Anna and Ayame might have said something about how Naruto addressed the Hokage they both knew a hopeless cause when they saw one. Sarutobi wasn't at all offended by Naruto and actually laughed a bit. I took a small break from my paperwork because I wanted to take the chance of taking you to your home after Tazuna finished renovating it, the Hokage explained before turning his attention to the Ichiraku. Hello Chuki, Ayame, the aged leader greeted. Hello Hokage-sama. Chuki returned the greeting while Ayame just gave him a light bow. Anna raised an eyebrow at the Hokage. Tazuna finished it already, she asked, actually caught by surprise with Tazuna's fast work. Hiruzen chuckled a little before answering. Yes, he arrived soon after you all left and seemed quite motivated to finish as quickly as possible, he said with a glint in his eyes, positive he knew what would make the man do his job as fast as possible. So shall we go? Sarutobi asked, gesturing with his arm for the two teens to follow him. With a few quick goodbyes to the Ichirakus, Naruto and Anna fell into step with the Hokage. So, Anna drew out. Are we just going to ignore the rock that has been following us? She asked her two companions. In response, the Hokage tipped his hat lower in shame while Naruto looked behind them to spot a perfectly square rock with a couple of eyeholes in it. Turning around fully, Naruto pointed a finger at the fake rock. That's so stupid, there is no S. UCH thing is naturally square rocks, who are you trying to fool? The blonde shinobi shaman demanded. Ha, ha, had just what I'd expect from my number one rival, a childish voice claimed from within. And the rock before a small harmless explosion obscured their vision of it, which was replaced by the sound of 3 children coughing. When the smoke cleared, it revealed 3 children somewhere between 8 and 10 years old trying to get some fresh air in their lungs, one of who both Hiruzen and Naruto recognized. Konohamaru. Naruto asked strangely. What are you doing? And why aren't you in school? Sarutobi asked his grandson sternly. Come on Gramps, Iruka-sensei's lectures are so boring. The academy student complained to his grandfather before continuing. Besides, I wanted boss to meet my friends. Konohamaru added, gesturing to the 2 other kids with him. One was a girl with orange hair that was pulled into twin pigtails that were sticking up in the air, and had blush on her cheeks. The other was a boy with short brown hair, round glasses, and a drippy nose. I'm Moegi, the sassiest girl in the academy. The oranguette introduced herself. And I am Udon. The boy continued. I love math. And I'm Konohamaru. The scarf-wearing boy introduced himself needlessly. And together, the 3 children said simultaneously. We are Team Konohamaru. They finished each striking a pose. Cute. Anna remarked dryly, making it hard to determine if she was being sincere or not. Konohamaru glared at the blonde Idako, something that both Naruto and Hiruzen thought was brave or very, very stupid. The second one, clearly. Not even a single doubt about it, obviously. Who the hell are you, lady? Konohamaru shouted loudly while pointing at her. Anna raised a single eyebrow before walking calmly up to Konohamaru. What do you want? Konohamaru asked, losing his nerve but taking some reassurance with the fact that both his grandfather and Naruto were there. Faster than what anyone could react, Anna landed a single slap across Konohamaru's cheek that knocked the brown-haired boy off his feet and sent him tumbling back several feet. Whoa! Konohamaru! Udon and Moegi shouted in that order, obviously concerned for their friend, as they rushed to his side. Was that really necessary, miss? Anna. Hiruzen asked. Someone had to punish him for demanding things of others and to show him to be more respectful. Anna answered indifferently with a slight shrug of her shoulders. Konohamaru picked himself up with some help from his friends as he held his reddened cheek, glaring even more fiercely at Anna. You hit me. Konohamaru pointed out obviously. Do you know who I am? He demanded once more, falling back to some of his old routines and expecting apologies from the blonde Idako. Anna returned the youngest Sarutobi's glare with an icy one of her own. Konohamaru Sarutobi, Anna started, grandson of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, self-proclaimed rival of Naruto Uzumaki, aka Boss. And the self-proclaimed next Hokage. Anna stated. At that point Konohamaru and his friends were more than a little freaked out. Who the hell are you? Konohamaru demanded once more. In his glare this time caused the 3 small children to hug each other in fear. My name is Anna Kyoyama, Naruto's future wife and queen. Anna introduced herself. And unless you want me to slap you again you'll stop shouting. She told him coldly. Konohamaru's sense of self-preservation finally seemed to kick in as he frantically nodded his head before what Anna said registered in his mind, wife. Konohamaru muttered. And to a lesser degree Moegi and Udon. You're going to marry this chick, boss? Yup, Naruto answered without the slightest hesitation and a smile on his face. But she is so scary. Konohamaru protested as if it should be obvious. Naruto could only chuckle sheepishly as Konohamaru wasn't wrong in his observation. Anna leaned forward a bit so that she could look Konohamaru in the eyes better. Be very afraid, she told him. Now do you have a problem with me, shorty? Konohamaru shook his head wildly. No ma'am, he answered, as Moegi and Udon cowered slightly behind him, ignoring the crack about his height. As entertaining as this has all been, the elder Sarutobi stepped in. There is somewhere we are supposed to be. Hiruzen reminded the 2 teens before turning his attention to his grandson. Konohamaru, since you and your friends decided to sneak out of class you can join us. He started, with the young children actually looking quite excited before they heard what Sarutobi said next. Then I can return you to Iruka's care so we can discuss what your punishment for skipping class can be. Sure, Gramps. Konohamaru sulked as they all once more continued. Walking toward Naruto's and Anna's refurbished home. Hey Konohamaru, what's with those goggles? Naruto asked, having noticed them earlier on his young protege and his friends. What do you think, boss? Konohamaru asked back, fixing his goggles similar to how Naruto used to do. They're just like the ones that you used to wear. Yeah, but why? Naruto asked, still confused. Because you're our hero, boss. The young Sarutobi replied like it should have been obvious. I am. Naruto said, not quite believing what he was hearing. Udon agreed. You're the coolest, boss. Moegi added in. Well, Naruto began rubbing the back of his head. I am pretty awesome, he bragged. Careful, Naruto, it wouldn't be good to let yourself get a big head over this. Amidamaru advised, though his words went mostly unheard by his shaman. You kept them? Anna asked her fiancé, sounding just the littlest bit surprised. Naruto looked back at Anna with a fox-like grin on his face. Of course, he replied. They were a gift from you. Naruto explained. The goggles that he used to wear had been a gift from Anna for his birthday one year, the very first gift that his fiancé had ever given him. It is some thing he treasured that he kept safely tucked away. The only reason I stopped wearing them was because they got too old. The shinobi shaman finished. That's really corny, boss. Konohamaru decided. Oh, what do you know? Naruto shot back, hitting the kid on the top of his head. Ellipsis. The small group eventually made it to the front of Funbari Inn and took some notice of the changes. The fence that had surrounded the front of the building had been removed, making the front lawn appear slightly bigger than it was before, and a red torii gate had been added. It still had its traditional appearance, but it also now had an extra floor added into it and was noticeably wider, making it appear more like a mansion. Shoji doors marked the entrance of the inn. Stepping into the renovated inn, the group was greeted not only to the sight of a large lobby with a desk at the far end, a few couches, and plants, but also by Haku in a light blue kimono. Welcome back, the black-haired teen greeted them with a bow. Wow, Konohamaru said in awe. A blush adoring his and Udon's faces. Hey boss, who is she? She's beautiful, Konohamaru stated, with Udon nodding his head in agreement in somewhat of a daze, while Moegi had a look of admiration on her face. That's Haku, Naruto replied dryly, but with a smirk on his face. And he's a boy. At once the kid's expressions changed from ones of admiration to shock and nausea. I think I'm going to barf. I'm right behind you, Konohamaru. But he's so pretty. Moegi finished up, voicing the academy student's opinion, looking at Haku with just the lightest bit of jealousy. You cause a mess and you'll clean the entire inn, Anna warned the two boys. Haku, Sarutobi, and Naruto laughed a little at the other four's reaction. Now then, Hiruzen began drawing the younger generations to him. Since Haku-san is here, can I assume that you've already had a look around? The third Hokage asked and got a nod in reply. Then you can give us the grand tour. Of course, Haku replied before gesturing for everyone to follow him. Past what amounted to the lobby, they came across a large living room that could easily hold a large group of people, with couches, sofas, chairs, and even a couple of TVs at opposite sides of the room. There was also a large dining room and kitchen on the first floor, but none of that held the group's attention. What grabbed their attention first was a large indoor dojo with wooden floors, which, while shinobi couldn't fight in without causing some serious damage, it could be used for some light spars. At the far end of the room, NNA had a shrine built against the wall. There were spots for the masks from the Uzumaki storage temple to be placed. On the wall was the Uzumaki swirl that opened to reveal a final place for the mask that Anna had sealed away and kept on her person. The dojo, of course, would be restricted and only usable to those who actually lived there or had their permission. On either side of the dojo was the men's and women's hot springs. Past the changing rooms, the hot springs themselves were made to look like they were built outside, but were actually still part of the inn, with a small opening around the edge of the ceiling, all the way at the top floor, to let any gathered steam out. Anna had it built this way specifically so that no one could peep on any member of the opposite sex, plus the ghosts that haunted Funbari Inn still around. She could use them for extra security purposes. The second floor was mostly guest rooms with a lounge area in the middle. The third floor were private rooms, which at the moment only consisted of Anna's, Naruto's and Haku's, but with more than enough to spare for future needs, namely the family that Naruto and Anna would eventually be expected to have. Each room had their own private bathroom, plus a couple on that floor anyway, with another living room with TV, low table, and sofas. In essence, the third floor had all the accommodations of a normal house with the exception of a kitchen. The backyard was next on their stop on their small tour, revealing a beautiful garden with a pond, a bridge over it, and koi fish swimming around. At the far side was a wooden gazebo with a deck and a fire pit built in it. Behind the gazebo was a forest which Anna revealed that she had planned clearing out a section further out and turning it into a training ground for Naruto. And again, for those who had their express permission to use without having to be as limited as he would be in the dojo. All they needed was the time and to know someone who could help them with their venture. All in all, Hiruzen began after they finished their tour and were led back in the living room, and they all took their own seat, on the first floor. I think Tazuna really outdid himself with this, he decided. Yes, Anna agreed, taking a sip of the tea that Haku had made for them. It's amazing work for how little time he had to do it all. Even with the critical look she gave the place as Haku was giving them the tour, Anna couldn't find a single fault in their new home. He was very insistent on getting your home finished as quickly as possible while making it perfect. Sarutobi remarked. He insisted that he needed to return to the land of waves as soon as he could to help restabilize the country after the condition that Gato left it in. The third Hokage explained, though a part of him couldn't help but think that the bridge builder did it in order to avoid Anna and the fear she seemed to cause most individuals. Not that Hiruzen could blame him. As he should, Anna said. The smirk on her face making Sarutobi unsure if she was agreeing with the words he said out loud or the words he thought in his head. Yes, well, Sarutobi continued, coughing into his hand. What are you going to name the inn? The Hokage asked, noticing that there had been no sign at the entrance to let clientele know what the inn was called. Naruto and Haku looked toward Anna for the answer, knowing that the final decision would be hers to make. Anna hummed thoughtfully for a moment, taking another sip of her drink, and dragging things out for a few seconds longer before answering. The Flame Inn, the blonde Idiko revealed. 1. The change in name took a second to register in everyone's mind before they decided they liked the change. That is a fine name. Sarutobi voiced everyone's thoughts. Well, with us residing within the land of fire and with Naruto someday becoming Hokage, it only seemed fitting. Anna revealed to everyone. Naruto looked at the blonde Idiko for a moment in surprise before a wide grin spread across his face. Anna always talked about how someday he would be Shaman King, which made the few times that she acknowledged her belief in his other dream of becoming Hokage of Konohagakure all that much more precious to Naruto. This place is so awesome, Konohamaru declared excitedly. I'm going to visit you every day so we can hang out, boss. I would love to take a bath in the hot springs every day. Moegi said as well. I wouldn't mind hanging out here. Udon added a bit quietly. Sure, we'll have a whole bunch of fun. Naruto said, giving them a fox-like grin. Hold on, you brats. Anna cut them all off. This is an inn, not your own personal clubhouse. The only way you're spending the entire day here is if you're working for me, got it? She stated sternly before turning her attention to Naruto. And you, instead of encouraging them, I believe I said that I wanted the first 10 Hado and Bakudo spells memorized by the time we got back. So it's time to see how well you have them memorized. What are Hado and Bakudo spells? Moegi asked curiously, with the other 2 academy students and the Hokage looking curious as well. Hair special jutsu that Naruto is learning. Anna answered, not seeing the harm in it. Whoa, really? Konohamaru asked excitedly. Think you can teach me, boss? The brown-haired kid asked, looking to Naruto eagerly. Afraid not, shorty. Anna answered instead of Naruto. These jutsu are only to be taught to those in Naruto's family. She told him, revealing nothing about the Asakura or how the jutsu that Naruto was learning could be taught to someone who possessed the ability to use Furioku. Ah man, Konohamaru muttered dejectedly before what Anna called him, for the second time, registered in his mind, and he snapped up to look at her. Hey, I am not short, he shouted as he pointed at her. Short, keep telling yourself that, Anna said dismissively. Sarutobi chuckled a little at his groan. On's expense before he stood up from his seat. Well, I've put off doing my paperwork for long enough now, the third Hokage declared, and I still need to see Iruka about these three's punishment for skipping class. He added, sparing his grandson and his 2 friends a glance. Ah, Gramps, Konohamaru muttered dejectedly, having hoped that his grandfather had forgotten that little detail. Come along now, Hiruzen said sternly to the three kids, making them follow behind him, unhappily dreading whatever punishment that Iruka had waiting for them. Turning his attention to the three residents of the newly named Flame Inn, Sarutobi gave them each a parting smile. So long you three, enjoy your new home. He finished before being escorted out by Haku, acting as the perfect host. A few nights later, Haku was walking the nearly empty streets of Konoha, having to make a late-night trip to gather some last-minute ingredients for that night's dinner. Okay, Haku thought as he looked through the grocery bag. I think I have everything now. Making extra sure that he had Anna's favorite cookies that she liked to snack on after dinner when she was reading a magazine or watching TV. Haku's attention suddenly snapped up when he felt someone approaching him, and with small amount of killing intent they were giving off, it was obvious they weren't exactly friendly. The person was clearly male but shorter than Haku. Though about Naruto's height, with short dark purple hair with some of it sticking up near the back to almost look like an antenna and bangs falling in front of his face. He wore a simple long-sleeved yellow jacket over a buttoned-up white shirt and green tie. He also had on a pair of short black shorts, the strangest thing about him so far, and simple black shoes. The next thing that Haku noticed was the boy's eyes and how they were a dark yellow with an almost cruel gleam to them. Tell your friend, a voice echoed in Haku's mind, which he could only assume to the boy in front of him. His days are numbered. And who are you? Haku demanded, coming to a stop, unafraid of the dark purple-haired youth across from him, as he subtly formed a couple of ice and bond from the moisture in the air. I am Len of the Dao family. The boy introduced himself, continuing to use a form of telepathy to speak with Haku, soon to be Shaman King and the one that will bring an end to your little friend. Len finished, walking past Haku without even sparing him a glance. As Haku watched Len walk away, the black-haired shinobi thought he faintly saw something hover above the younger boy. Ellipsis. After Haku's small confrontation with Len, the Hyouten user rushed back to the inn to inform Naruto and Anna about him. So he finally made a move. Anna commented, not looking all that troubled by the news. As they sat around the dinner table enjoying the food that Haku made as he told them about what happened earlier. Naruto looked at his fiancée in surprise. You mean you knew that there was another shaman in Konoha? He asked. Anna nodded her head in response as she continued to enjoy her dinner. Yes, and you would as well if you had been paying attention to what Izumo and Katetsu were saying when we had gotten back. She told him. Naruto scratched the back of his head while giving her a sheepish smile. I was distracted, he muttered, remembering the gate guard's shot at his outfit of choice. Your clothing is horrible and should be burned, Anna stated coldly, causing Naruto to slam his head onto the table. Haku laughed lightly at the couple's antics before becoming serious. So, what will we do about this Len and his plans to attack Naruto? He asked. I say bring it, Naruto declared loudly. I'm not afraid of this guy and I'm not going to run away. I'll kick his ass if he wants to fight me. With Amidamaru with me there is no way we can lose, right Amidamaru? The shinobi shaman asked, looking over his shoulder at his guardian ghost. Right, Amidamaru agreed wholeheartedly. Though I'm interested in seeing what kind of spirit this other shaman has for their guardian ghost. The samurai spirit added an interested look in his eyes at the potential opponent. For now we're not going to do anything. We're not going to face him, Anna told them, surprising everyone in the room. What? Why? Naruto questioned her, not at all expecting Anna to suddenly refuse him fighting against another shaman. I need to bring this up with Hokage-sama and let him know what's going on. Anna began, this fight is going to be a fight between shamans, so precautions need to be taken. That last thing we need is a single shinobi interfering, questions asked, and the general populace finding about the spirit world and causing mass panic. The blonde Idiko stated before letting out a sigh. Normally we wouldn't have to worry about this, but since we are in a shinobi village it becomes a big problem. It doesn't help that that shaman doesn't seem to care where we are as long as he faces Naruto. Anna added. The other three quickly agreed with Anna's reasoning and seeing just how troublesome the situation really was. Was there anything else? She asked Haku. Haku thought about what he saw above Len and considered bringing it up but ultimately decided not to. No, he informed her. Anna stared at the raven-haired boy for a moment before eventually nodding her head and returning to her dinner, letting the matter drop. A few days later Naruto was walking through Konoha with a cheerful smile on his face and a single destination in mind. Ramen, ramen, going to get some ramen, Naruto sang almost joyfully. Team 7 had just finished doing another D-rank mission, and for once after finishing Anna had given Naruto the day free while she ran some errands, and the first thing to cross the blonde's mind was to get some ramen from Ichiraku. You really do love ramen, don't you, Naruto? Amidamaru questioned his shaman partner, appearing behind him. Despite how long Amidamaru had known Naruto, it still surprised him how much he enjoyed the food and how much of it he ate. Of course, Naruto replied, whispering to make sure he wasn't overheard, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Wasn't there ramen around when you were alive, Amidamaru? The shaman asked in return. Well, yes, Amidamaru answered. But I don't recall anyone loving ramen as much as you do. The samurai spirit added a little amusedly before his gaze snapped forward, away from Naruto, to the individuals standing a few feet from them. Naruto, Amidamaru said seriously. Seeing his guardian's ghost's sudden change in behavior, Naruto focused his attention on what Amidamaru was staring at and spotted the boy that Haku had described a few nights ago, Lendao. What's more, Naruto could also see Len's guardian ghost looming over him in its purple and gold armor. With a glare directed at Len, the two shamans stared each other down with only a couple feet between them. After a few seconds, Len made a poor attempt to hold back a laugh. Something that Naruto picked up on. What's so funny? He demanded. Isn't it obvious? Len returned. What kind of self-respecting shaman would wear such an outfit? He said snidely. Naruto's temper flared at the jab at his clothes. Oh yeah. What about your weird-ass clothes? Naruto pointed out. Len ignored Naruto's attempt at an insult and continued talking like he hadn't been interrupted. You can't be much of a shaman. And, Len paused, shifting his gaze to Amidamaru. He doesn't look like much of a fighter. A scowl appeared on Naruto's face while a frown appeared on Amidamaru's. My friend Amidamaru and I can take care of ourselves, so don't underestimate us. Naruto declared fiercely. This time Len didn't even bother trying to hold back his laughter as he did loudly, drawing some weirded out looks from the villagers, who then did their best to ignore the possibly insane boy. Did you just call him your friend? He asked, but didn't really care for an answer. Take a look at his friend Basin. Len commanded. The guardian ghost just stood silently over Len, not reacting at all, something which unnerved Amidamaru a bit. Stepping closer, Len now stood only a few inches from Naruto. You're a joke, Len told them, a lousy excuse for a shaman with a pathetic ghost for a partner. I don't know if I should laugh or feel sorry for you at that. You think you can beat me, or that you have a chance at winning the tournament? Len stated before walking away. Meet me at the training ground with that nice little memorial stone. It can be your gravesite. He finished. When Naruto eventually arrived at Flame Inn, after getting his ramen, even the threat of death wasn't going to stop Naruto from getting his ramen. He told Anna and Haku about Len's challenge. So tonight, Anna muttered. Good, that at least gives us a few hours to let Hokage-sama know to have it cleared. She stated. So Naruto will fight Len? Haku asked. Anna shrugged her shoulders unconcernedly. He would have to eventually, so there's no point in putting it off. She told him. We will have to be careful when we face Len and Basin, Naruto. Amidamaru told his shaman. I recognize the armor he wore. It belonged to a group of warriors that were regarded as one of the fiercest around among those who didn't use chakra. He warned. Don't worry so much, Amidamaru, we can take them. Naruto tried to assure his guardian ghost. You shouldn't be so overconfident and take this seriously, Naruto. Amidamaru said back, almost snapping at his shaman. I get it, I do. Naruto replied. Len is probably an awesome shaman with a powerful spirit. The shinobi shaman stated, looking at Amidamaru straight in the eyes. But I also know what an awesome team we are, and that if we arcade together, there is no way we can lose to them. Naruto finished strongly. Amidamaru stared at Naruto for a moment before a smile appeared on his face and he closed his eyes. You are right. He relented, reopening his eyes. If we go into this with any doubts whatsoever, we will surely lose. Amidamaru decided. So we will face them, and how do you say kick their butts? Hell yeah, Naruto shouted, thrusting his fist at Amidamaru. A gesture that the samurai spirit returned so that they bumped fists. If we survived Anna's training, there is no way these guys can beat us. Anna stared at the two with a small smile on her face. Normally a comment like the one that Naruto just made would have seen the blonde Itako up there training once more. But she decided to let it slide since they would be participating in their first shaman fight, for now anyway. Everyone was so focused on other things they didn't notice Haku looking straight at where Amidamaru was floating. Ellipsis. Wow, I feel so light now. Naruto commented as he hopped a little as he and Anna made their way to Training Ground 7 where his fight with Len was to take place. Anna having allowed him to take off the weights he had to have on constantly. Anna just hummed pleasantly pleased that her training regimen was showing some results and seemed to be appreciated. Naruto, Miss Anna. Haku's voice came from behind them, causing the two blondes to look back and spot Haku rushing to catch up with them. Haku? Naruto asked questioningly. Once Haku caught up to them he only took a small moment to catch his breath. I've told Hokage-sama about what was happening. Haku reported on the task that Anna had given him earlier. He's assured me that no other Konoha shinobi shall approach Training Ground 7 until he says so. The Hyouten user continued. With that taken care of, I wanted to come and show Naruto my support. The black-haired teen finished. Thanks Haku. Naruto said genuinely. The friendship between the two grew. In the weeks since meeting one another and getting to the point where they could consider each other best friends. Alright, if you two are done with your little bromance, let's get going. Anna ordered. The other two quickly nodded and they continued to make their way to Training Ground 7. Ellipsis. When the trio arrived, Len was already there waiting for them. Well, you actually showed up. Len began. Here, I thought you would have run away. I guess you're just more stupid than I thought. He finished with a sneer. Shut up, antenna head. Did we come here to fight or to hear you make lame jokes? Naruto asked, unrolling his ceiling scroll and summoning his Bakken. Antenna head. Len muttered lowly, the spike of hair on his head actually looking like it was twitching at the name. From somewhere Len brought out a collapsible Kwandao. You dare insult me? He snapped as the Kwandao came together and ended up being taller than he was. I know about you, Naruto, a no-name shaman adopted into the prestigious and old Asakura family. A family of great and notable shaman. Why they would bother adopting you and making you their heir is a real mystery. Like that haircut. Naruto returned with a smirk on his face. Len finally seemed to have enough of Naruto's insults. Enough, Basen, he said, summoning his guardian ghost. Amidamaru, Naruto called, Amidamaru appearing at his side. Spirit form. Len continued. Basen turning into red wisps of energy that turned into a sphere that only showed his helmet and eyes, unity. Spirit form. Naruto said, mirroring Len's actions with Amidamaru, unity. In unison the two boys pushed their guardian spirits into their chest, Naruto's orange jacket being forced open in the process. Before I end you, I think a few quick lessons are in order to show you where you went wrong. Len stated. 1A spirit is not your friend. The dark purple-haired boy stated as he charged at Naruto. Naruto met Len's charge and their respective weapons ended in AD. Eadlock as both shamans tried to overpower the other. And 2. In order to achieve 100% power, absolute compliance must be demanded of the spirit until you strip them of any individual thought. He claimed. Ed taking a couple of steps back in order to thrust his spear effectively at Naruto. Naruto easily blocked Len's attacks and was able to throw some back at him as he slashed at Len with his Bakken. N was also able to block the slashes with his Kwandao, but each hit had him unintentionally taking a step back from the power behind each swing. That's not what I was taught. Naruto replied. My ND father told me that only when a shaman and spirit work together as one will their true power come out. You're delusional if you believe that crap. Len retorted angrily. Seeing that he was losing Gr. and that wasn't about to win a head-to-head fight with Naruto as things were now, Len backed off a little before jumping into the air. Naruto followed Len's movements with his eyes, making sure the purple-haired boy was never out his sight. Len thrusted his Kwandao down at Naruto, each thrust coming at the blonde shinobi shaman faster than the last. To have power is to subjugate all others to your will. Despite the speed that Len was attacking Naruto with his Kwandao, the cerulean-eyed boy still managed to block the strikes, and those he wasn't able to block Naruto dodged around, channeling the smallest bits of chakra throughout his body to enhance himself and make him faster. When Len landed on the ground, Naruto channeled Furioku into his Bakken before slashing it downward. Celestial slash, he shouted, unleashing a red arch of energy at Len. Len managed to block the attack with his Quan Dao but was pushed back by the strike, dirt being kicked up around him as the slash cut into the ground. With a powerful swing, Len dispersed the attack, then charged at Naruto, first trying to slash him with the tip of his spear followed by trying to hit him with the bottom end. When Naruto blocked the two attacks, Len spun around swinging his Quan Dao in a wide arc only for Naruto to jump over the swing. That's enough now. Basin, it's time for absolute compliance, give me 100% power. Len demanded. Above Len, Basin unleashed all of its power and channeled it all to Len, rapid tempo. Faster than before, Len stabbed his Quan Dao at Naruto just as the blonde landed on the ground, his strikes little more than blurs. Don't dodge at Naruto. Amidamaru warned his shaman over their link. Push forward and attack with full force. Following Amidamaru's advice, Naruto pushed forward Mana Jing to divert Len's attack to the side so that it struck the ground. Observing the two shamans fighting from the sidelines were Anna and Haku, each keeping a watchful eye on the battle. You're starting to see them, aren't you? Anna asked Haku without even looking at him. Haku kept watching Naruto and Len trade blows, the dark purple-haired boy pressing the advantage he obtained from using 100% power. Shifting his gaze the slightest bit, Haku watched two out-of-focus figures right above the two shamans, their forms faintly reminiscent of how Naruto and Len stood. After a hesitant moment, Haku eventually nodded his head. It's not all that clear, but I can definitely see something above Naruto and Len. Haku informed her. Anna nodded her head expectantly. You are becoming spiritually aware. Anna stated. Soon you'll probably see spirits more clearly. Haku gazed at Anna curiously. Does that mean that there is a possibility that I will also become a shaman like Naruto? He asked. Anna shook her head in response. Not likely. It is not unheard of for regular humans to become aware of the spirit world, rare, but not unheard of. Anna told him. Spending so much time around Naruto, me, are guardian ghosts. Not to mention the ghosts that haunt Flame Inn is probably why you are beginning to see ghosts. The blonde Itako explained. Haku nodded his head in understanding as he turned Hi's attention completely back to the fight, noticing that the forms of Amidamaru and Len's guardian ghost still seemed to be blurry blobs but just the tiniest bit more in focus. Naruto just managed to dodge under one of Len's swipes with his Quan Dao and returned a slash of his own that Len blocked. Naruto then took a couple of steps to put some space between them. Are you finally starting to understand how impossible your chances of beating me are? Len asked Naruto with a nasty sneer on his face. My family prepared for 500 years in order to win the tournament. Some no-name shaman that was CKED up off the streets has no right to even think that he can win the tournament and become Shaman King. Well, I'm still standing, so I guess you're wrong about needing to have absolute control over a spirit to be powerful is wrong. Naruto shot back. You won't be standing for long. Len promised as he pointed his spear at Naruto. Basin 100% power, final conquest. With his speed boosted by Basin's power, Len dashed at Naruto. Not expecting Len's boosted charge caught Naruto by surprise, and although he had his Bakken raised in order to block the strike, the bladed end cut through the wooden sword and managed to hit Naruto around the shoulder before Len stopped. Although Len stopped so the blade didn't dig further into Naruto's shoulder, the force behind the blow carried over and managed to knock him off his feet. Naruto landed on the ground in a roll, the broken piece of the Bakken landing beside him. Naruto's injured. Haku stated, seeing some blood appear around the wound and along the ground as Naruto rolled by. With that type of injury, Haku wondered if it was alright to just stand back and watch. Don't interfere. Anna told him, leaving no room for argument. Naruto's not finished, not yet. She claimed, looking at Naruto's downed form, completely confident that he would stand back up. After all, Naruto wasn't the type of person that would let a simple injury keep him down. He had received worse from the Naka Oni back when they were 8 and he had only gotten stronger since then. Len looked down at Naruto's downed form smugly. See, this is the result of trying to face an opponent that is superior to you in every way. Len stated. Really, you should thank me for bringing whatever delusions you had of winning the tournament and becoming Shaman King to an end. The yellow-eyed boy said, raising his Quan Dao up into the air and ready to bring it down. I'm not done yet. Naruto grunted out, a hand placed against his wounded shoulder, as he picked himself up. Amidamaru and I can still fight, he declared. You seem to be real glutton for punishment. Len observed as a cruel smile spread across his face. I'd be more than happy to give you more if that is the case. He finished bringing his Kwandao down with the full intention of slicing Naruto across the chest. Acting on instinct alone, Naruto dropped the broken bakken he still held in his hand and brought his hands together. The instant that Len's spear made contact with Naruto, the shinobi was covered by a cloud of smoke obstructing him from view, and when the smoke dissipated it revealed that Len had cut a log in half. While confused by the log's sudden appearance and his opponent's disappearance, Len began to look around searching for Naruto. From the nearby trees shuriken flew at Len but were battered away by the purple-haired shaman as he spun his Kwandao in front of him, deflecting them so that they fell harmlessly on the ground around him. Next to emerge from the foliage were about 10 Naruto's, all charging at Len with kunai drawn. Clones, Len muttered lowly, taking in the exact copies of his opponent. With a scowl on his face he swung his spear around, taking out a few clones before he jumped into the air, raining down a rapid tempo onto the ground and taking out the remaining clones. Those clones are shinobi tricks, but how is that possible? He wondered quietly back on the ground before raising his voice. What's the matter? Are you so scared to face me that you're relying on tricks now? Not at all, antenna head. Naruto's voice came from behind Len, making the yellow-eyed boy spin around to face Naruto. I just needed a few seconds to summon these, he stated. In each of Naruto's hands was another bakken, only that the blades were noticeably shorter than his original 1A. He was holding them in a reverse grip. So we're back to his then, Len said, not about to acknowledge the small amount of relief he felt at going up against something he was used to. It's time to end this, Naruto said. I couldn't agree more, Len replied, Kwandao at the ready. Now it's time to see who was right about what it means to be strong. Naruto continued. Are you ready, Naruto? It is time to show Len that he is not the only one that call forth his guardian spirit's full power. Amidamaru said, channeling his strength into Naruto. Together as one we will emerge victorious. Right, Naruto agreed. His eyes closed as he summoned his chakra and Furyoku. With some effort Naruto was able to channel his Furyoku into his left hand and his chakra, now. The shinobi shaman thought as his eyes snapped open. The two shamans had charged each other, both with the full intention of ending the fight, but Len had only taken a few steps when Naruto appeared in front of him. I am possible, Len thought. His body frozen as he gazed into Naruto's intense cerulean eyes. How is he so fast? He wondered briefly. Celestial slash. Naruto shouted, slashing both bakken in a cross fashion, hattering Len's Kwandao and hitting his chest, tearing his shirt, and leaving X mark behind. I lost. Len realized absently, not quite being able to grasp that simple fact. How is it possible? He wondered as he fell back and slipped in unconsciousness. Man, that was harder than I thought. Naruto muttered, a bit of sweat dripping down his face. Yes, Amidamaru agreed, appearing beside Naruto. Len and Basen were truly tough opponents, but we came out victorious as you predicted. That's only because we worked together and gave it our all. Naruto replied. If Antenna had there learned to work together with Basen, who knows what would happen. A harder battle and a harder fought victory, Amidamaru decided. Yeah, we would still have been totally awesome and kicked their butt. Naruto agreed with a large grin on his face. That's a given, Anna said as she and Haku walked up to the two. As I've been the one training you, and training will only get harder from here, she told them. A part of Naruto would have cried a little at what torture Anna had in store for him next, but at the moment adrenaline had him totally pumped. Alright, bring it on. We can take anything you got, Naruto declared loudly. Naruto, maybe that's not such a wise, Amidamaru began, only to be cut off. Good to hear, Anna said with a smirk on her face. Then be prepared for more intense torture starting tomorrow, she finished before turning around and heading back to the inn. Haku patted Naruto's shoulder softly, both in congratulations for his recently won fight and the fact that the blonde didn't seem to understand just how much trouble he got himself into. Is it all right to just leave him here? Haku asked, though, as he looked back at Len lying on the ground. He'll be fine, probably, Anna called back. Besides, it's not any of our concern. Is that so? Haku murmured with a sweat drop. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.